Hey, nothing changed here in top lane.
You're just telling Isles get out.
he knows. He's like, oh, I'm not going to stay in your XP range.
Yeah.
I don't even have to tell him. He just knows.
But it's just funny for me that like before, like people were so like nitpicky about like
I feel like
XP,
they see the homeless guy like 4 guys level 1, man. Come get some scraps over here. It's like
it's
catch up.
Yeah,
maybe that's what's happening.
Final thing we're gonna go through is next week's matchups. We'll start with your actual matchup. So, not in order, but you're gonna be facing off against FlyQuest. How are you feeling about what you've seen from them and just your team's overall level?
I do think that they haven't changed much, like I said before, so I'm not that worried. I do think they're good, so I'm quite excited to play versus them. Nothing special.
What do you guys think? Who wins?
yeah, I mean,
I think Team Liquid look pretty solid.
yeah, I think
I'm gonna have to
Liquid
give
will
them.
win. They beat us, so they better beat other teams. I'm rooting for them. So yeah.
When team gets to the top of the table, do you just hope they keep winning so they beat the other teams you're up against?
At a certain point, like I don't want a team to go undefeated as well. That's kind of lame for me to see. I'm just jealous, But
Rooting for us until the last match.
yeah, basically. But yeah, I think, for example, like if TL loses to Fly, like maybe that means Fly is pretty good. So it makes me worried a little bit because I think they're one of the competitor that we need to compete to make it to Worlds, especially. So yeah, just hoping that they're bad. So.
Well, you play Shopify, and you already said you think Shopify are bad,
Yeah.
so we already know where your head's at.
Oh yeah, versus Shopify.
Yeah, I was going to move on to you next.
I don't know.
So.
I feel like this is going to be a little bit closer than what you have in mind, but I still think you guys will win. But
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think it's going to be like a stomp or anything.
for sure. I think we just have to not be cocky and
Don't fight on mid when Jay says don't fight on mid. Nothing, do nothing.
No.
Actually, do nothing.
But yeah, I think for me, I think I kind of want to go in like as a practice mindset. Like I really feel like on scrims we just play different. People are just maybe more loose or like more willing to fight. And on stage they're like we just get scared a little bit too much. So yeah, I mean Shopify, like obviously it's really important for us to win for the standings in the future because we only play one for it versus each team.
One
so
head-to-head,
it's,
yeah.
it's really important. But at the same time, I think in the end, it's top six teams makes out of 8. So I do think it's pretty important to have the mindset to, being able to improve for the playoff, especially. Hope that we make playoffs. So yeah.
Who wins, Shopify or Sentinels?
To be honest, I do think that Shopify's early game is like, they have like way more clear ideas on how to win, but I don't really trust them to close out a game these days. So I'll probably would say Sentinels. Also, speaking of like 6 out of 8, if you guys won, we would have had 4 slots. I'm just saying.
Yeah, my bad, guys. I sincerely apologize for the game 4. It was my fault. I mean,
4 slots, man.
I really
was rooting for
I
them.
relive that every night when I close my eyes. I'm like, why did I do
Yeah.
all the decisions I made in that game 4?
I was even closing the stream because I thought I was gonna be the bad luck. Because when I was watching you guys, rooting for you guys, and then when I was rooting for you guys were losing, so I turned it off. and then they just hear, wait, they won, so I turned it back on.
Yeah,
that
I
was such a
mean,
journey.
that game 4 is it was really sad.
Yeah, but you guys did amazing. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
good job.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We do that. I do that as an AD person as well. I'm like, oh, maybe if I'm sitting here, it's like bad luck. You guys start doing bad, like move a little bit to the left. I get really superstitious. Next week, you guys are facing off against Dignitas, potentially with a new jungler.
Yeah. I'm just sad now. You guys brought up game that series. I'm just, man.
Wait, it's Armal versus Stardock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Wait, is Armal playing? Or is it not really
yeah,
out?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, probably against a new jungler. I don't think you're just going to sign someone and not play him. So, assuming we're going to be playing the Stardock. And yeah, I think just play our own game. We're still playing with our Mayo. Just play loose a little bit. And just keep the vibes good. I think that's kind of our mindset. Because vibes were not good this week. So, my mindset, at least my mindset, is keep the vibes good. And should think we're going to be favored in that. Yeah.
Isn't this like a classic matchup? Like a classic featured matchup? Armal versus Stardock?
Maybe back in the
TSM.
day.
Yeah.
honestly.
It's a classic matchup?
Yeah.
Were they on the same
I think
tier
they
at
are.
the same
TL
time?
as well. Like,
Oh, yeah.
no, I don't think they were
not
on the
TL.
same time.
I think it was TSM, no? Maybe it was Dignity.
Yeah,
I think
on
both,
TSM.
both of them were on TL, right? TL,
They were on TL
They
before.
were on TL at different times though.
different
Who was on
times, yeah,
who was on
different-
TSM though? I thought it was TSM.
Dardoch,
Dardoch.
Dardoch was also on
Dardoch.
TL.
Yeah.
Or Mao was also on
Yeah.
TSM.
Were
Yeah.
they competing or no?
No, I think different times.
Not
Yeah,
sure.
I think they also
God
like
damn.
Yeah.
they
I
both
just
played
missed
for a
each
lot
other.
of teams.
And
That was a
I did
featured
bring it
matchup.
up to him. I'm like, yo, man, you're against Jardock. He's like, no way. It's like, we got to win next week for sure. Yeah, so
Classic.
good to see him back in the league. I haven't seen him in a very long time, but yeah, just we should be favored, and I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one, C9 versus Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, I think C9 is definitely the favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna go with C9 as well. Should be stronger on paper.
Same.
If Disguised were to pull off the upset, how does it happen?
Ooh.
If they pull out an
At least they
upset.
have seven players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gee, what would need to go right? A lot of things would have to go right
Okay.
for that to happen.
Maybe like call me pop off on Loki, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they have to lane well individually, and then I think in team fights they just need to be cohesive. I think DSG kind of look disjointed at sometimes in the team fights where it's you just can't have that happen against one of the stronger teams in the league. So just need at least strong laning, at least even, and then come to the team fights, understand what your comp is, and execute to what your comp is. And I mean that's the way you're probably going to win if you have a chance to win.
I would also give them Rise probably. I would give them the best Rise game.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. Good strat.
69, right?
Yeah,
Ah,
it's the
okay,
same thing, yeah. The best Rise angle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just like the most tempting rising goal in the
Pick
draft.
Rise.
If I'm DSG, give them Rise. Give them Rise.
Good strat.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, thank you all so much for taking the time to join me after a very busy, long day. Or I guess not as long because it was 2 2-0s, but thank you anyway. Thank you to watching either on YouTube or listening on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast. We'll see you next week.
See you guys.
Bye. See you
Thank you
guys.
for watching.
And 80 carries just need a longer time in the game before they hit their like
Mhm.
curve, and May just hit it earlier, so they're just banking on if you can win early enough before
You know,
you
I
get to,
literally
like, a-
played against them yesterday. I dropped a 15 bomb.
You nuked them?
No, I dropped 15 des.
Oh, you got nuked.
I got nuked.
They're still running the
They're
server.
still running the server.
Oh man.
Welcome to this week's episode of Pros. I'm happy to be joined by Jan, Huhi, and Dokla. Thank you all for taking the time to join me.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
having us.
Yeah.
I am going to start just with I would say the biggest LCS narrative right now, which is your team, Dokla, and kind of how well you've been doing without Inspired, but also how I don't know how to explain your mindset towards early gameplay has changed a bit, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a big change. We don't have one of our best players on the roster, and I think that's definitely opened up for us in terms of we're more willing to fight early game. Everything's not as like pre-planned as we once had, but it's given us a lot more room to just play our game and individually just shine. That's kind of been the first couple of weeks so far.
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
Nothing compared to like Dope Love.
Yeah, so that's happening, and it's nice for us. It's like we can pick up more responsibility as well as players and just level up ourselves. So that's kind of the mindset I'm going into it with.
Because neither of you have played them on stage, but I assume you've scrimmed against them.
Oh yeah,
Have
Yeah.
you guys noticed a change in terms of like play style, overall mentality? You're both nodding.
We haven't really scrimmed that much, to be honest.
well we scrimmed once yesterday and it did not go well. Let's say that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, every like scrim is like chaotic in my opinion. I've heard like a lot of just kills everywhere in every scrim, no matter what the team. So
Yeah, I mean, I think it's partially the meta. It's just very chaotic right now. Even with mage bots, like support's just roaming everywhere.
Mhm.
There's going to be kills happening. It's a lot. So just a lot of fighting these days, and it's kind of reflected in the gameplay as well. In terms of just it looks bloody all the time.
Yeah, do you think that's more a meta thing or more of a, because like obviously the way we frame it as a broadcast narrative is like obviously they're having a lot of fun on stage, but I know talking to Saint earlier today, he did say that there have been some like arguments during scrims, and he was actually like pleasantly surprised by how well things went on stage today.
Yeah, I mean, this week of scrims we didn't necessarily do well. There was a lot of very stressful week of scrims for sure, and I mean, we just came to the stage and just, I mean, if it's a different vibe on stage, you know, everyone's for sure more locked in, and we didn't really carry that stress of the week into our matches today. So, I mean, I was kind of expecting it to be a bit harder for sure, but we managed to just find some good angles. I mean, Saint played really well in game 1, and then game 2 was kind of a stomp. So, you know, just, yeah, definitely the scrims did not reflect on stage, and thank God for that.
Jay, what has it been like scrimming against them?
I mean, you know, honestly, much easier without inspired. Usually, we don't do that well versus Lion on scrims. I think the best record we can have is like maybe like winning 2 games out of 6, you know, but kind of being the reversed. And yeah, I mean, I think they maybe need some inspired in their scrims, because I actually don't like scrimming them right now, because
What?
it's just like you guys just ask too much of a remake, you know, and it just feels like there's less discipline when you guys need the teacher, you know. So
There'd be way more remakes if he was around.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 100%.
But the thing is, like, I think if he's around, you guys are not gonna play like that. So like in the first place, like
Yeah,
kind of
maybe.
thing. So
Maybe.
yeah, it's been really hectic playing versus them, especially. But yeah.
For sure.
I'm going to get into like a broader meta discussion later, so I'll put a pin in the combined kills per minute, because it has gone up like by a significant margin globally. To go to just kind of end cap Lion versus Shopify. Dokla, I wanted to ask, because there was a point where we thought you were actually going to turn around to get a double kill on Olaf. You only got 1, and then it went to your reaction. You're just like, ugh.
Yeah. I mean,
what was going on up there?
I mean, I knew the Zen was around in River. I obviously saw him, so then I wasn't expecting 3 people to show up, and then I'm just like, oh, I'm Olaf. I'm fighting to the death. You know, that's all I have to do. So I mean, I just fought, and then I went on the rise, and I didn't even know he had no flash, but I did kill him, and then after that, I'm like, I've seen Olaf clips where, you know, you do some crazy stuff and maybe kill a few people where you shouldn't have. So I was like, oh, maybe this is the clip.
I mean, I thought you were gonna get 3.
I didn't have Triumph, and I think, I mean, they had Ignite too, so
Yeah.
it was gonna be hard to win after that. I thought in the moment I could potentially take 1 more, but looking back at it, definitely not. But it was close, and picking 1 there, I was pretty surprising, honestly. I was like, they're camping me.
I mean, I've definitely seen some Olafs. I truly thought you were gonna get a triple kill there.
Dude, it would have been
was looking
so
close.
insane if I
Yeah.
got triple.
Don't be
But
hyped.
yeah, if I had Triumph, maybe.
What did you take?
Present with mine? You
Is that
take
better?
Yeah,
Oh, I guess you ran out of mana.
yeah. So I mean, it was pretty hype in the moment, and then Sam was like, "Wow, big dog!" I'm like, all right, mid gap.
I love that he calls you Big Dokes, by the way. That's very fun.
Yeah,
Does he
it's
call
pretty-
you
it's pretty
that?
funny.
Like, because he calls you that in comms. I assume he just calls you that all the time.
No, he said he goes between my name and then Dokes and then Big Dokes if I make a good play. So I mean, yeah, it just depends on the context.
How much? It sounds like you watched it. How much did you get to watch of the?
A little bit. I think we did have like some team activities going, so we just caught most of the game 1, and then some insane Saint play, but that was pretty much it. Didn't get to see the Olaf play that you guys are
Oh
talking
man,
about. So.
you really missed out.
Yeah, you're gonna show me later. Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, what did you think of like going into this? Obviously, Lion was favored. What are your reads on Shopify?
I mean, my read is kind of biased because
Yeah.
yesterday we screamed them and they weren't good at all. So yeah, I mean, we play them I think next week, so
Oh,
it has to be. We just make sure we don't underestimate them, and
you got to back it up now,
yeah,
Jay.
I think we're gonna win. So
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, I actually think they're they should be quite good. I think their ideas are not bad as well, in my opinion. I do think that they get some good leads in their early game, especially in, like the first and second split. I do think they like randomly just int though, even though in like their very good situations. Like even in our scrims, I would say that they can get leads, but they just do random things and just end up throwing the game. So it feels bad that I feel like that team should be good, but they just can't close it out.
Well, I mean, today I'm not sure. Game one, I think my team just played well around the Grubs and Rift Herald fights. So I think we just, at least in that game, it came down to just small outplays and we won in that part. And then game two, I don't know. We just kind of rolled them over.
Going back to your game, I know you got to see at least one of the games because you cast it between these two.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with you, Jay, kind of the losing side of it. What made TL like such a formidable opponent today?
I think TL just plays really solid, just in general. I think good average team. Above average, obviously, you know. I think they're the top tier team. But I feel like for us, it's more so like we need to fix our issue more so, like because I don't think we're playing kind of our game or like how we play in scrims at all. Still, I felt like the stage nerve was getting better, but I still got to see like a little bit of that on stage day. Even like last week, we mentioned it a little bit. But yeah, I feel like we just played too scared on stage. So
I want to chime in if I can. There was one com replay where it's like, I think you guys got third dragon, and then you're like, guys, we got everything, don't fight. And then Lee Sin just queues in on mid and then fights and then gets caught and dies. I thought that was just like pretty funny, honestly. In the moment, it was really funny in the moment. But it's like you're trying to like calm everyone down, be like, guys, we're the games are going good, and then just random stuff happens. So it must be frustrating for sure to
I think
have that happen. But
this week I was actually really frustrated. I mean, like right now, I am actually pretty frustrated because I feel like in my opinion, you know, like I'm obviously biased towards on my own like game view. I just feel like we fight when we shouldn't, and we don't fight when we should. So that's the part that I'm like really confused about, because in scrims, like I feel like we're on the same page, and I felt really good actually going into this split, especially with like EWC scrims that we were doing versus the international team. I thought we were playing really well, and everyone kind of leveled up, and we're actually becoming a team. So I have a really high expectation going into this split, and yeah, I mean, it just sucks that we couldn't even win one game. Even especially after like I think we had the best week of practice out of the whole year this week. So yeah, that sucks a little bit, but it is what it is. We just have to get over it.
In terms of, just because I know this is something you'd highlighted that you were working on, especially with Hambach coming and kind of a little bit like what you said, right? Like allowing him to make these really, really aggressive, like forward-facing plays while also reeling in the aggression when it might not be the time for it. And you said you kind of benefited because he made you a little bit more aggressive as well where you needed to be. How is that going?
I think still, yeah, like I said, I think in scrims, like now we're on the same page a lot of time, but yeah, just on stage, like for example, like even today after the game, he came up to me and said, like, Hyung, I don't know why I'm playing too scared on stage, you know? So he's aware of it. I just don't know.
You gotta help him.
Well, the thing is, I just don't know how to help, because like, you know, we're talking, or like I'm trying to give him confidence, or like I'm trying to like tell him to calm down, like in such a scenario. And obviously I'm not gonna make a perfect call every single time, like in a high situation. It's just that's just how humans are, you know. So but obviously I think in the end I feel like he does help me a lot as well. It's like a back and forth relationship. So I just hope that we can get over this stage nerf. Like, you know, like we gotta get over it. So.
And then you were on the other side of it, Jan.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I was.
Why are you so good?
I mean, we were just farming, and then we kind of gave everything early. To be honest, it kind of sucks. And we kind of misplayed a couple times. Like I think we lost 3 fights in a row or something, and then close to a lot of things we just came back 1 fight.
Yeah.
And then that's pretty much it. The second one.
Oh, darn.
Don't talk about you. It's
Yeah,
too
don't talk
emotional
about
right
it.
now.
It's back to
Overall, though, would you say? Because I would say you guys are performing the best out of any team in LCS, or at least the cleanest. Sorry, TLAW. Like, would you agree with that assessment? Or
I do think that the vibes are quite good right now, and I think we have quite good alignment. Maybe like something that they're lacking on. Like I would say we're very aligned on when we want to fight, and we want to do something. I would say we're quite good at that right now.
I know I asked you this kind of at the end of the day, but like, what do you think has changed post MSI? Was it just like better practice, or?
I would just say mainly the alignment thing. I do think we're a lot more aligned than we were in the past.
And there wasn't anything to.
Nothing really.
Okay.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, is there anything specific you can think of, or just like
I really
you
can't.
went to Korea
We went to
and
Korea,
it just
and then
clicked?
the meme was just, the Koreans are in their hometown. Nice.
I see.
We got the buff. That's pretty much it.
Nice. How do you sustain that in
I don't
NA
know.
then? Because
Maybe
that's the big problem, right? You just
Can we
drop
invest
off.
into some flights, guys?
Just gotta move to K-Town.
All right,
Smooth
let
office,
me just
K-Town.
message my manager. Can we book a flight to Korea real quick and come back?
Yeah.
Just let them touch the ground and then like
yeah,
fly
yeah,
back.
You know, just like go outside for a day and like
Mhm.
fly immediately back. I can't imagine dealing with the jet lag after that. For moving on to other LCS teams, how much were you guys able to see of C9 Dig?
Saw parts of game one. I'm surprised they lost that game.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the realm warps were a bit much. I think the funniest thing is when Thanatos accidentally stepped in the realm warp, and then the Corki's just inside. Like, I was like, no way, this is too funny. And yeah, I mean, Dig getting a game off them is pretty surprising, given C9 stature and kind of Dig struggles right now. So I think they're just figuring out their roster, working through that, and yeah, but. I mean, C9 were able to win, so just got it done, but it was kind of sloppy.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think I was more so rooting for Dig to win. Like it's always good that Dig beats other teams, so that we're at a better place in standings. But I think just in general, like C9 is definitely weaker than like Split 1 and Split 2. I think they're always like really strong in their early splits. Like Blabber was kind of like smurfing mid jungle. C9 mid jungle was just smurfing with like the better smite tech, like crowd fights. But now I feel like everyone kind of downloaded that and kind of learned from them. And going into Split 3, they don't have that kind of advantage going in, and they're kind of like in the middle class in my opinion. I don't really consider them as a top tier team at all.
Damn, there's like multiple fighting words from Hui today.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Damn.
Jay, you're the guy right now.
Usually you're not
Oh,
the
yeah.
spicy one.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little hit.
That's why he's very emotional.
A real
right
man.
now.
Yeah, emotional man. Right now.
I think you guys are all familiar with. You've been around long enough to be very familiar with just roster changes, either swapping out parts on your roster or being the part that is swapping in or out. How much do you think the kind of 7-man setup is affecting C9? Jan, I'll start with you.
To be honest, I always think of the 7-6 man rosters as like a double-edged sword, because you're always gonna be, you don't know what's going behind the scenes. Like maybe they're splitting time, maybe they're just using one in testing. But I would say it's always good to have multiple players in different roles. But the problem is you have to split time, and like you have to keep practicing new things, unless they're like quite invested into the thing. Yeah, I would mainly say that it's like hard to work with multiple people, but it is always a good weapon.
I don't know. For me, it's mainly about. Oh my god, I'm blanking. It's like, who are you ultimately gonna? You're splitting time in scrim, so it's like you're not necessarily getting as much practice with whoever you do intend to play with at the end, like when playoffs are on the line or something. So I don't necessarily see the value. I feel like just full swap it up if you think it's gone to that point. That's personally what I would probably do. And I was just in a 6-man situation. I didn't think it was handled well, at least with how it happened with us in terms of like who's going to play, and there's no clear communication around like, all right, well, what do you need to do to like keep your spot and stuff like that. If so, I'm not sure how it's working over there on C9, but if they have some sort of target that's like, okay, if you play this well and we'll play you or something like that, then I think it makes sense. But from the person in the 7-man spot, it's like, what do I need to do? And you're kind of just wondering, like,
Yeah.
and then you're just outside looking in, like, how am I going to fit in and stuff like that. It feels very weird. Yeah.
I mean, I think for me, it's kind of like a weapon that the team can use. Ultimately, it's just better for a team because you make two people compete for one role, and they both are gonna try harder to like impress the team or like just be better so that they can take the spot. So I think it just hurts the players. Like, for example, there's so much pressure. Like people are just thinking, oh, I might just lose my job here. Lots of pressure going. So I think technically it sounds good if like the team can just make sure to reassure the players that no matter what, you're going to be the part of the team. But I feel like a lot of time it's not handled like that, and it's just kind of used as
a bit of
if you're not-
professionalism is lacking.
Yeah,
Who would have
like,
thought?
if you're not doing well, you're fired, kind of
Yeah.
a deal. So a lot of pressure on the player. So I feel just kind of bad for those players that are experiencing those things. But in the end, it is competitive and money is in it. So the team always wants to make the most out of it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the fact that, I mean, they kind of, C9 themselves kind of said this, where it is just whatever works better is kind of what we're going to land on. It's almost like an extended tryout. But we've only seen Loki and Tactical.
I mean, APA has been subtweeting pretty much every time after. It's like, oh, still undefeated this week. So I don't know. And I haven't seen them in scrims play a block. Maybe they're doing like a full day of one person and the other person. So I'm not sure what's happening. But yeah, definitely sucks to be in that spot for if you're not playing. But yeah, I mean, they are just running with one roster for now. So maybe, you don't want to swap up too much, and then you kind of lose trust in those players. It's like, why did you even bring me in the first place? So, can't just abandon ship if the going gets rough right away. And I think that's what C9 is doing right now. Just gotta stick with it because they did ultimately make the change. So it's gonna be rocky in the start.
I mean, 6 men is already hard, so they're trying to set 7 men. So I don't know.
What iterations of C9 have you scrimmed?
We only scrimmed them once so far, and we only did see the one that's on playing.
The Loki Tactical. How about you, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we scrimmed them twice. The once they split time in mid, not in AD carry at all, and the second time, they didn't swap it at all. So
Yeah, I'm in the Loki tactical camp as well.
yeah.
But it feels weird that you bring someone from LCK and then are you just from the outside looking in, like, are you really going to split time if you imported someone? So I don't know how much of a true 7-man roster this situation is panning out, and it truly never is, because it's like there's always some motive behind it, and then they tell the public it's a 7-man, but it's really not sometimes.
For sure. I think, especially for APA, I do think he was playing like better and better. Like, so I do think he's a really good player now. I feel like he grew a lot since I was playing versus him.
Dude, he's our mid. We got hype him up.
I didn't even notice. I don't know why.
Justice
C9
for APA.
He's
I don't know why
fantastic.
C9 is actually using Loki.
Yeah,
Justice for APA, man.
I'm not gonna say anything about like those. I'm not gonna compare those two players, but I do think APA is pretty good. So I just that's it.
We'll have to have you back on right at the end of the year too.
Yeah.
But yeah, get the full team. But with kind of it's if it is an extended tryout, it's kind of hanging over the team, right? At what point in the season do you think they kind of just need to call it if they haven't already?
So you're already on the impression that they're gonna make the 7-man or 5-man.
Yes.
Okay.
I am under that impression. I think so. From my perspective, I did like a jokey presentation on this at the beginning of last week, but I just think they're so incredibly hard. I think all of the moving pieces you have to move, even if it's one of those things where I cite RNG 2018 as a clear, there are very different styles of the players that you are actually swapping in. in MLXG and Karsa, and then Zatai and Let Me.
Yeah.
There's so much to manage in terms of egos. Like if I'm one of those players, I want to play all the time.
Yeah.
I don't want to only play half the time, right? And so like I just think it's incredibly difficult to keep up that kind of communication for the reasons like you guys already said too.
For sure. I think, yeah, I mean, I just don't see it working in NA at all. Like, I think you mentioned a good example, but the other example can be maybe T1 using Faker and EasyHoon, and they were actually winning a lot of competition too. But I just don't think we have those kind of like support system or just a system in general. Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm a little bit with Huhi. I do think that CFO had a good use of the 6-man rosters, to be honest. Like, they had 2 different styles. Honestly, maybe they weren't. Honestly, I honestly thought that team was quite good, especially with 6-man. But I do think all players have to be kind of on board as well. And I assume it's not. But, yeah.
I kind of always make the assumption it's not. I do know with the case of CFO, they were. Like all of those players had talked to each other and they were
Actually,
really
one
close
time
friends.
we were screaming, I was like, "Hey, can I join CFO too?" And they're like, "Yeah, come, we'll do a 7-man or
Really?
8-man with you." Yeah, CFO
funny.
Dokla was gonna be in the mix.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the last year. It was fun.
Yeah.
Screaming was fun. There's just a bunch of everyone was bought in on that team. Honestly, with their plan there, so it worked out. And I think that's kind of what needs to happen. Like everyone has to be on board for it to kind of be working out well.
yeah, feeling like included as a teammate and all those things. So
Yep.
So if that's the case, at what point do they have to call it? I'm gonna make you answer this.
Okay, first you secure playoffs, and then after you secured playoffs, then you kind of going into the last couple weeks, you kind of have to decide then, because it's like at that point you want to just play with your full roster, right? This is ultimately like going for Worlds, and that's kind of what these changes were aimed to do, to like get them back to Worlds where they haven't been able to qualify. So I think the last 2 weeks of playoffs or before playoffs, I think you got to decide by then of what you're kind of running with, and then just stick to it.
yeah, I kind of agree with Dokla. I think especially towards the playoff, they're gonna lock it in, make it a 5-man roster. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, similar thoughts. I do think they're just looking to see if it's at least stable,
Yeah.
and they're going to win.
The team they faced, I'm going to bring up, just because it was reported during LCS, that Sheep Esports reported that Dardoch is going to be coming into Dig.
Yeah.
Jay, since you laughed first, how do you think that's going to work out?
I mean, XU is my ex-teammate, the best, wish the best for him, but I have a lot of ex-teammates on Dig and Pass, but
Yeah.
I think it's just for me, like seeing a tier 1 player like Dardoch, that he was a tier 1 player before, and now he's been in tier 2 for a long time, and coming back, it's always kind of, I guess good for Dardoch, obviously, to have another chance, but I do think that's where I kind of wish that maybe like a new player, wishing that new player just comes in instead, if they're looking for a change, instead of like another Dardoch playing again. Don't want to hurt his like opportunity, but I just think that like NA might have like a lot of talent, so like why not like just try rookie players? But that's their decision, not my team. So yeah.
What do you think, Jan?
I mean, to be honest, this is like kind of a touchy subject as well, because I do know that some players don't want to really join Dig, and I also know like some players are also contracted. So
Yeah.
like I would say probably NRG is like one of the top teams in NASL that wouldn't really sell one of their players, because they probably do want to fight DSG, I assume.
Yeah.
And then like there's also a couple other junglers, but I'm not sure if they want to join Spit.
Yeah, it's kind of
a bit-
joining a
it's a bit
sinking
like-
ship.
Yeah.
Like how
kind
I'm
of like-
sorry to say it, but it's like it's going to be hard to for sure win. And even if you do win, it's just going to be hard given kind of the history of Dig as like for this year. I'm not saying like as an org, but you're not going to be expected to win immediately. So yeah, I'm not sure. It's going to be hard. And also, why would they change it during like week 2 and not at the beginning of the off season or like during the split? It's like, what prompted the change now instead of during the off season? So that's a bit confusing, because
Right.
obviously not the start that they wanted, but if you're planning on making a change like this, and wouldn't you want to do it before the split starts?
For sure, because the only change they had was top, right, going into the split.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. So,
yeah.
management issues, perhaps.
Yeah.
No more.
We'll leave it
Get
at
the
that.
camera off of me, man.
Moving on to our last two teams that we haven't talked about, FlyQuest and DSG. How much of those games did you guys get to watch?
I did see like the FlyQuest DSG game a little
I mean,
bit.
game 2 was a complete stomp. Game 1, I saw it went to like 40 minutes and it was really close. And I saw Masu just flash like a flash taunt from Shen, so I thought he played really well to bait that out, and then he kind of just wanted his team to fight. But I didn't see the lead up before that because I think it was a slight favorite towards FlyQuest, but then DSG, I think, found their way back into the game. We were in a winning position, and they just weren't able to clutch up. But that was from what I saw. What did you guys see?
I mean, yesterday we were screaming,
Yeah.
so didn't get to catch much. And when we had downtime, I was rather watching LCK, so didn't watch that much. I just know the results of it. But FlyQuest is a team that I have no idea like how strong they are. So gotta start watching their games a little bit too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm going to pick up, right? Because it feels like a lot of people have that opinion still of FlyQuest. I believe it was Zazel last week who characterized them as like 3 crackheads and 2 stable players. The stable players being Masu and Quad.
Yeah.
Like where having scrimmed or played against them last week, like where do you guys put FlyQuest? Because it seems like they're kind of the same. And I was expecting them to level up a little bit, especially after being in Korea.
I mean, they definitely do give crackhead energy, at least in our week 1 match, where it's like they're kind of fighting when they really shouldn't be. And the clearest example of that is like in our game 2.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like Vi tried to jump me when like their top laners on bot side, and I'm just baiting, hoping that they fight, because if they fight me, then we have a chance to win the game. And they do go for that fight. So then we did come back in that game simply because they were just willing to take every fight, essentially. So definitely crackhead energy off of those fellas. But, it's just a learning curve, and, they just have to choose their fights wisely. It's easier said than done. And, I'm also surprised they're not necessarily improving in that regard, but I think mechanically they're all pretty good, solid individually. It's just you got to play the team game as well.
Yeah.
What are scrims like with FlyQuest?
We didn't scrim them, so I don't really know that much, but they always gave me those kind of like vibes, like Griffin is always kind of crazy. I think their top is not that crazy either, though. Maybe like his champion pool, like he does pull out like some aggressive picks. Mm-hmm. But I think their support jungle is kind of really young. So personally, I think their support is kind of a weakness, but they're learning.
Damn, that's 3
That's
things
crazy.
that he's playing, actually. It's
Well,
crazy.
it's not a flame. I'm not trying to flame.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm trying to write the narrative.
Yeah.
You're the bad guy, Jay.
I don't want to be the bad guy.
What about you, Jan?
To be honest, I think their macro is quite good, and I think they play mechanically well. And I do think that their style fits them. I don't know. I don't think they've changed that much. I do have like a little bit of respect for them. I do think they're quite good. So
This is going to dovetail into my discussion, where obviously some of these statistics are not the best because far fewer games have been played in Split 3 than Split 2. But the global average of combined kills per minute has gone up by like close to a point. It used to be 0.861 and it went up to 0.927.
That's per minute?
So yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys had already addressed, I mean, FlyQuest are kind of the quintessential team in my mind just because they do take so many fights. But what is it about the meta right now being so open that means that we have so much heavy skirmishing early?
That's this guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Leaving lane at level
Yeah.
3.
yeah,
auto.
like even level 1, you know, even before the game starts.
They
I'm
got
already
bored of
thinking-
bot lane. You're like, hey, you know what? I don't really want
Yeah.
to be here anymore. Let
Yeah.
me just see what's up in top or mid, or
Yeah.
just
I
try
remember-
1v1 the jungle.
For sure, I think the support meta plays like a heavy weight on that, and I do think abusing that while doesn't take that much mechanics. I think it takes a lot of like knowledge and like how to like use those pressure from your laners and or your junglers. I think that's why, you know, maybe FlyQuest is like a really heavy skirmish even before this meta, but I feel like becoming this meta just means that you need to be even more careful about which skirmish you're taking. You need to fight the right skirmishes, because now if you fight one bad skirmish in the early game, the game might just feel over, like because like there's just such a big support jungle gap that in the map that you can have. So I think that's the part that, you know, people have to watch out.
What's it like been telling Rahel, like, yeah, I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm gone.
Oh, he's really chill, you know, like he's really good. He knows his job. You know, as always, AD carry sometimes gets caught randomly, but besides that, I think he's a really nice guy to work with. Whether like whatever the meta works, he understands like how the team game is supposed to be played. So yeah.
Yeah, and I know we kind of covered this in your post-match interview, but like Core is also another one. It's actually these two who have the lowest bot procs.
These
It's Core,
culprits.
Core and Hoogie.
Yeah. And also, just want to clarify the knowledge. Oh yeah, I'm playing Camille. Should I ruin top game or mid's game? Oh, it's just so hard for me to decide. Like, should I just use my Halo Blades, Passive Ignite, just to chunk mid or top, man? Oh, it's such a tough decision to make.
I'm just gonna sit in this bush for like an
Yeah.
entire minute. Level, I have catch-up EQ. I don't need that.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is really hard for me to make a decision here. Yeah.
But yeah, for me, playing with like the Corji Huhi type of style, it's fine. It's like kind of fun as well. It's just not fun when I'm 0-2 and I'm getting frozen on, but it's chill. Honestly, it's kind of fun as well, because the only problem I have with it is that the scrims just end in 15 minutes when I'm playing 1v1.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
I feel like a top laner, like I said. It's just boring.
Isolated.
Top lane's fun. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm just 1v1ing in the just farming and just games
Well,
over.
yeah, I mean, bot lane
If
is a
I'm playing
farm
mage,
simulator,
mage.
honestly. It is a farm simulator, so I can understand how it'd be pretty
Yeah, I was
annoying.
gonna say we already fixed top because you guys get to play ranged carries
Oh, you
now.
get to play anything
bully.
now.
Yeah, you get to bully your
Whatever
opponents.
your heart desires, you can play up there.
Toko, you want to play AD? I play top.
Yeah.
It might be better.
You just gotta play top lane champs and bot now.
Yeah, now we're gonna put Berserker
It's the
on the top
reverse
lane.
meta. It's the
in the
reverse
roster.
meta. Yeah.
You see like Aatrox.
Yeah, I was gonna say start prepping that
Right,
Aatrox.
right.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
saw it.
Yeah.
Aatrox, Mundo, and I think Scion were the
Anything-
three kind of
everything, yeah.
bruisers
Everything
you
you
see
can
in
play
bot
at this
lane.
point.
The world is your oyster. The lane is your oyster.
Yeah.
I think I've seen every champion played at this point.
Yeah.
With the announcements coming down of like, you know, we want you to be creative, but not like that. And obviously they also have to balance for solo queue as well. How is it? Because you mentioned this in your post-match interview as well. The idea that right now there are so many variables, especially with bot and top being so open in terms of what you can pick. How do you balance practicing for that and also practicing standard ADs if you kind of have it in the back of your mind, like, oh, they might want to fix this in the future?
I do think it's a little bit of foresight. I do think that some of the mages are quite overplayed. Like, I don't think I've played a single mage in my pro game so far, right? I think I
No,
played 4 AD carries.
you and Rahel have been holding it down for the traditional
For AD
ADCs.
carries?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I do enjoy playing mages, and I have been practicing quite often. But I do think like the mages are not unplayable. Sorry, AD carries are not unplayable. So it's just your idea on how you want to win the game. So yeah, for me,
It's a different strategy, I guess.
yeah, I
in
think
that
it just
sense.
depends on how you want to how you play and like your ideas behind it. I also think that the ideas are fine. It's a video game, and like the average person does not want to play that. So I do think that it should be probably catered towards the average player as well, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Rahel likes playing mages too. You know, we've did played a lot of mages as well, but especially on EWC, I think versus Genji, he really wanted to play Caitlyn into Ziggs. You know, we were saying, okay, it's fine, we can try it. Did get to a team fight position, but still, like the comp is much harder to execute because they just have a Camille Ziggs late game and kind of one shots my Caitlyn whether he's fit or not. So I think we do have those learning points, but like you're mentioning, like there's a patch coming in. We all know like the support roaming is gonna affect the quest and the XP stuff like that. So I think we just have to kind of see, because it might still work out, because the mages are just strong in ball lane as well. Right? Like, so we just have to see.
What do you think?
I mean,
Just in general.
Cupid and Yozu have been running North America for a while now, and everyone's catching up. Be like, wait a minute, these mages are OP. So, I think it's a viable strategy. But I mean, this is just support roaming and catch up and all that. It definitely plays into it. So, and AD carries just need a longer time in the game before they hit their like curve, and mages hit it earlier. So, they're just banking on if you can win early enough before
I
you get
literally
like
played against them yesterday. I dropped a 15 bomb.
You nuked them?
No, I dropped 15 des.
Oh, you got nuked.
I got nuked.
They're still running the server.
Still running the server.
Oh man.
No, but like I was just like trying to kill them at every point. I'm like, please, surely I can kill him.
Yeah.
Like I was successful maybe 3 out of 4 times, and I was just getting nuked the other times.
Yeah, man. They've been putting on clinic in the bot lane for a while now.
It's too hard.
When is Lux coming out? Like, is that a mage? I was like,
It is.
It
Yeah.
is.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lux is
okay.
a mage.
Okay.
It's strong,
Usually
but
played
it's kind
support.
of hard though. I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean, people dodge a lot better for sure. So, but something to keep in mind.
Yeah. I mean, the mages are like, like all the AD carries say that they can play the mage.
They really can't. Like,
We gotta
dude, Quinn
see,
was
right?
like,
No, I agree. Like,
you hear what Quinn
I
said?
swear to God, I'm minting like probably like half the games just by trying to figure out my limit. Like, obviously, I need to learn a bit more.
yeah,
But
yeah. Quinn
It's
said your
good.
mages are 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
honestly, it's not bad considering what I've done in the scrim. So
Yeah, 6 is pretty good.
Yeah,
You're
6 is
expecting-
pretty
you're
good.
expecting
Oh,
to
he's
get a
being
lower
nice.
It's
number?
because my team fighting is not bad on him. I think.
Ah,
Nice.
But like,
okay,
when
okay.
I'm just dying randomly to anything,
Yeah.
pop, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you guys did want to know, mages win in like mage versus ADC matchups. They've won across all tier 1 minus Kespa Cup, 45% of the lanes. However, almost half of those are Ziggs.
Sorry, the mages are winning. The lane?
Yeah, so like
Okay.
in a mage, just like a mage versus traditional ADC matchup,
Yeah.
they're winning 45% of the time, but almost half of those wins are Ziggs. So 48% of the mage into ADC wins are Ziggs.
I see. Wow. So
Yeah,
maybe it's just everyone's getting baited and it's actually not good.
I did see that the Ziggs win rate was quite low though. Is that actually?
No,
I mean,
Ziggs
it
is
could be
accounting for half the wins
general,
in that.
yeah, like
yeah, I
general
see.
win rate could still be really low.
Yeah, it's quite low.
This is just in terms of like, basically, if you have a mage and then a traditional ADC in the bot matchup, almost half of the mage wins. It's 48% are just Ziggs.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ziggs is a strong laner. To be fair,
Yeah. I mean,
Strong
maybe it
laner.
just comes down to like the feeling versus like the actual strength, and we kind of determine a lot based on it feels strong.
Yeah.
So
I really
No,
will probably
because
just.
you guys are saying, well, support is level 1 top, guys. Like the game is on play. FF15, man. Like but on Sage games, it always goes to like
Yeah, it goes
dragon
to late
fights,
game.
like
Yeah,
and
yeah.
no one gives up. So and they're trying to die less. I think that plays a big part because in scrims,
Perhaps.
like it's just so skirmish heavy. So
Yeah.
obviously those picks are gonna feel much stronger.
I mean, I also do agree that us AD carries are quite bad at the mages. I think whenever
you're
I see it,
speaking for all of them.
I'm speaking for all of them, me included, obviously. I do think our mage like level is obviously not going to be as good as other ones
Right.
because it's like it's a new thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think that's a part of it for sure.
For sure.
I mean, you just introduce more variables. It's going to be more difficult.
Yeah.
How to like cap off this discussion with the changes we've seen, which are primarily targeting support. Do you feel like you're going to be locked in lane again?
Well, we'll have to see. You know, like I think.
Guy's a big
Try to
experimenter.
illustrate
He's
this
like,
gonna stop
correctly.
me? I don't think so.
I don't know. I'll have to test it.
"You
Like,
need to
you
put
know,
a,
maybe
a barrier in my lane or I'm leaving.
maybe there's a hole like that I can go through. But I think mages, like we're saying, like mages are still strong. Like Ziggs, in my opinion, even though like the win rate might not show, like the champion itself, in my opinion, does quite big of a damage. So like whenever we play like something like Ziggs Camille, like they don't really have to leave lane like early either. Like they can just kind of play it out, and maybe after the first lane, like he can start roaming, something like that. So I feel like there's still a possibility that it might still be the same, but maybe not as powerful as like right now, where like Camille is just like level 1 at like 3-4 minute and something like that. So.
Dude, every time I see it in scrim, I'm just laughing. I'm like, "Dude, what is going on? They're legit level 1 at like 5 minutes in the game. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
this is both supports too. It's not just one. It's
I
like-
mean, one change that I for sure know is, you know, like before when I used to play support and I go mid, people are like so picky about, oh, don't share the XP. do not share the XP.
Yeah.
You know? Well, now they're like, oh, come. I hit this. I eat some, you know?
Actually, yeah.
So-
What shifted there? Because
no one tells me anything now. Even top lane, oh, just come.
Dude,
Come
hey,
like-
don't come in my lane. Hey, nothing changed here in top lane.
You're just
Maybe
telling
mid.
Isles get out.
he knows. He's like, oh, I'm not going to stay in your XP range.
Yeah.
I don't even have to tell him. He just
Yeah.
knows.
But it's just funny for me that like before, like people were so like,
Yeah.
you know, nitpicky about like
I
those
feel like
XP,
they
but
see
now-
the homeless guy like 4 guys level 1, man. Come get some scraps
Yeah,
over
for
here. It's
sure.
like
It's
catch
pretty
up.
funny. Yeah.
Maybe that's what's happening.
Final thing we're gonna go through is next week's matchups. We'll start with your actual matchup. So, not in order, but you're gonna be facing off against FlyQuest. How are you feeling about what you've seen from them and just your team's overall level?
I do think that they haven't changed much, like I said before, so I'm not that worried. I do think they're good, so I'm quite excited to play versus them. Nothing special.
What do you guys think? Who wins?
Yeah, I mean,
I think Team Liquid look pretty solid.
yeah, I
I'm
think
gonna have to
Liquid
give
will
them-
win. They beat us, so they better beat other teams. I'm rooting for them. So yeah,
When team gets to the top of the table, do you just hope they keep winning so they beat the other teams you're up against?
at a certain point, you know, like I don't want a team to go undefeated as well. That's kind of lame for me to see. I'm just jealous, you know. But
Rooting for us until the last
yeah,
match.
yeah, basically. But yeah, I think, for example, like if TL loses to Fly, you know, like maybe that means Fly is pretty good. So it makes me worried a little bit because I think they're one of the competitor that we need to compete to make it to Worlds, especially. So yeah, just hoping that they're bad. So
Well, you play Shopify, and you already said you think Shopify are bad.
Yeah.
So we already know where your head's at.
oh yeah, versus Shopify.
Yeah, I was gonna move on to you next.
I don't know.
So.
I feel like this is gonna be a little bit closer than what you have in mind.
Mhm.
But I still think you guys will win. But
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think it's gonna be like a stomp or anything.
for sure. I think we just have to not be cocky and
Don't fight on mid when Jay says don't fight on mid. Nothing. Do nothing.
No.
Actually, do nothing.
but yeah, I think for me, I think I kind of want to go in like as a practice mindset. Like I really feel like on scrims we just play different. People are just maybe more loose or like more willing to fight. And on stage they're like we just get scared a little bit too much. So yeah, I mean Shopify, like obviously it's really important for us to win for the standings in the future because we only play one for it versus each team.
One
so
head's
it's,
head. Yeah.
yeah, it's really important. But at the same time, I think in the end, it's top six teams makes out of 8. So I do think it's pretty important to have the mindset to, you know, being able to improve for the playoff, especially. Hope that we make the playoff. So yeah.
Who wins, Shopify or Sentinels?
To be honest, I do think that Shopify's early game is like they have like way more clear ideas on how to win, but I don't really trust them to close out a game these days. So I'll probably would say Sentinels. Also, speaking of like 6 out of 8, if you guys won, we would have had 4 slots. I'm just saying.
My bad, guys. I sincerely apologize for the game 4. It was my fault. I mean, I
4 slots, man.
I really
Was
am
rooting
I
for them.
relive that every night when I close my eyes. I'm like, why did I do
Yeah.
all the decisions I made in that game 4?
Ah,
Like I was
So-
even closing the stream because I thought I was gonna be the bad luck. Because when I'm like I was watching you guys, rooting for you guys, and then when I was rooting for you guys were losing, so I turned it off. and then they just hear, wait, they won, so I turned it back on.
Yeah,
that
I
was such a
mean,
dirty-
that game 4 is it was really sad.
yeah. But you guys did amazing, so
Thank you.
good job.
Yeah.
let's see.
I do that as an AD person as well. I'm like, oh, maybe if I'm sitting here, it's like bad luck. You guys start doing bad, like move a little bit to the left. I get really superstitious. Next week, you guys are facing off against Dignitas, potentially with a new jungler.
Yeah. I'm just sad now. You guys brought up game that series. I'm just man.
Wait, it's Armal versus Stardock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Wait, is Armal playing? Or is it not really?
Yeah,
out?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, probably against a new jungler. I don't think you're just gonna sign someone and not play him. So, assuming we're gonna be playing in Stardock, and yeah, I think just play our own game. We're still playing with our Mayo. Just play loose a little bit, and just keep the vibes good. I think that's kind of our mindset.
Right.
Because vibes were not good this week. So my mindset, at least my mindset, is keep the vibes good, and should think we're gonna be favored in that. Yeah.
Isn't this like a classic matchup? Like a classic featured matchup? Armal versus Stardock?
Maybe back in the
TSM?
day.
Yeah.
honestly.
Is it classic matchup?
Yeah.
Were they on the same
I think
tier
they
at the
are.
same
TL
time?
as well. Like,
Oh, yeah,
no, I don't
No,
think they were
not
on the
TL.
same time.
I think it was TSM. No, maybe it was Dignity.
Yeah,
I
on
think
TSM.
both of them were on TL, right? TL,
They were on TL
They
before.
were on TL at different times though.
different
Who was on?
times, yeah,
Who was in
different-
TSM though? I thought it was TSM.
Dardock,
and-
Dardock was also on
Dardock.
TL.
Yeah.
Armal was also on
Yeah.
TSM.
Were
Yeah.
they competing or no?
No, I think different times.
Not
actually.
Yeah,
sure.
I think they also like
Yeah.
I was,
they
I
both
was
just
played
missed
for a
each
lot
other.
of teams.
Anyway,
That was a
I did
featured
bring it
matchup.
up to him. I'm like, yo, man, you're against Jardock. He's like, no way. It's like, we got to win next week for sure. yeah, so
Classic.
good to see him back in the league. I haven't seen him in a very long time. But yeah, just we should be favored. And I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one, C9 versus Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, I think C9 is definitely the favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just going to go with C9 as well. Should be stronger on paper.
Same.
If Disguised were to pull off the upset, how does it happen?
Ooh.
If they pull out an
At least they
upset.
have seven players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gee, what would need to go right? A lot of things would have to go right
Okay.
for that to happen.
Maybe like call me pop off on Loki, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they have to lane well individually, and then I think in team fights they just need to be cohesive. I think DSG kind of look disjointed at sometimes in the team fights where it's you just can't have that happen against one of the stronger teams in the league. So just need at least strong laning, at least even, and then come to the team fights, understand what your comp is, and execute to what your comp is. And I mean that's the way you're probably going to win if you have a chance to win.
I would also give him Rise probably. I would give him the best Rise game.
Yeah.
It was good. Good.
To
Good strat.
C9, right?
Yeah.
Ah,
it's the
okay,
same
yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
The best Rise angle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just like the most tempting rising goal in
Pick
draft.
Rise. If I'm DSG, give him Rise. Give him Rise.
A good strat.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, thank you all so much for taking the time to join me after a very busy, long day. Or I guess not as long because it was 2 2-0s, but thank you anyway. Thank you to watching either on YouTube or listening on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast. We'll see you next week.
See you guys.
Bye. See you
Thank you
guys.
for watching.
Part of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music and we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music and we don't play. This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been a man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time. Made the ground shake, made the ground shake, made the ground shake, made the ground shake.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's time to kick off week 3 here of Summer Split.
Guys, all left ult now. Any fight is good. Any fight, literally any fight.
Look off.
Yeah.
Looks good.
I drop back row.
Look here.
Taking one more. Nice.
No flash.
And then.
I think.
Nice. Pick it up.
Go come level.
Thank you. Don't let me die. Please, don't let me die.
Too tight.
I wanted to die.
I don't want to die.
I wanted to die.
I don't want to die. Nice point.
This one could have been an email, but Cloud9 are just slamming disguised in the first game. 21 kills in 23 minutes.
They can lure me.
I'm okay.
Don't
on 6.
I can lure. Can you fight here?
Yeah.
I'm ulting.
Rise no flash. Can you go in? Rise no flash. Can we get on rise?
You can rise. I can W.
Lo Renekton. Go bottom.
Yeah, go bottom.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. And DSG, it might have took 3 weeks, but they are going to find their first game win against C9 and take us to game 3.
Turn on left side. No, it's fine. Yeah.
I got something.
Look at Nivea.
Yeah.
We should go Baron, guys. Yeah, you kill him then. Let's go.
I got any guys. Go measure.
Okay.
Yeah. I can go.
Flash. Final flash for sure. Ewing. Go.
Not a single kill for DSG. C9 stomps the 3rd game and takes the series 2-1.
Yep.
Shinjao 2-3. No flash.
Look at Cassio. Cassio's in. I'm hitting
I have
Cassio.
flash.
Staying on Cassio. She's 1. She has Zonia.
No flash.
I have hook in 1. Cassio will die, guys. Yep.
Shinjao no flash left.
I'm covering. Walk down mid with weak.
Shopify Rebellion take the series 2-1.
Welcome back to the LCS. Raz had a great cold open prepared for you guys, and he chickened out.
Yeah. Look, it's just 2 junglers appreciating each other. Off the same point.
All right.
Doesn't appreciate me. My team also doesn't appreciate me. No one likes a good jungler. Your mic is off. They don't even hear me.
Oh no.
No.
Raz was doing the fanfic.
Yeah. While you can insert whatever you think Raz was saying over there, let's take a look at the standings because we did have some movement yesterday, specifically with Shopify Rebellion. We had all picked Sentinels to win that series, despite admitting that it was going to be close.
Full agreed.
But yeah, they moved up in the standings.
Yeah, they did, and also Disguise got their first game win. They did not have their first match win, but I think that's actually a pretty big moment because they had a number of games in which they took a big lead, but weren't actually able to close it out. But for today, we got Dignitas versus Lion, Dardoch versus Armeo, and then of course, a banger matchup after that, TL versus Fly. 2 of the expected top 3, top 4 teams.
Yeah, and I feel like for FlyQuest, they're a team that will definitely want to show the best of themselves. Last week, they had a shellacking of a game too, so I feel like they're reformed from their week 1 performance. So I'm looking forward to that one.
You know who else is reformed?
The big
Wow, okay. We're off to a great start. In 30 minutes, we'll see the return of Dardoch to the LCS stage, and we're going to be talking to him later in the show. But because, as was covered in pros, Doko talked about how these two junglers in Dardoch and Armeo are facing each other off. Are facing off against each other. Yeah, actually, he looks.
Yeah, I saw a picture of him with long hair.
I was like,
yeah.
I thought the long hair was going to make her
He's
turn.
just the same old Dardoch.
But you guys have their heads. I am going to do a little game, and you're going to guess whether it's Dardoch or Armeo, and you have to answer really quickly.
Okay.
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 Which
Lock
player?
in, Raz. Okay.
Yeah. Which player has been on 8 different LCS orgs?
I just have to go Dardoch.
It has to be Dardoch.
It has to be Dardoch.
Actually, no. I'm going Armeo because you're misleading us.
Yes. Woo! Isaac got it. This is a trick question. It was C9TL, Echo Fox, TSM, Dig,
Never play the question. Play the person asking.
and Lion.
I hate this game already.
All right, next up, which player has a Nocturne win rate of nearly 78% and is in his top 5 most played?
Going Dardoch.
I'm going Armeo.
Yep.
Damn it.
Raz is right.
Let's go!
I was playing
It's
you again.
Armeo.
I thought that was going to be, you were going to alternate.
The trick and then the not the trick. Which player's most played champion of all time is Gragas?
I think that's Dardoch.
I think that's Dardoch.
Yeah, you're both right.
Oh my god.
I tried
remember
tricking
he
on that
used
one
to play
too.
a lot when he was on TL and stuff.
It was also his first ever champion on the LCS stage.
Nice.
And that was AP Gragas back in the day, I think.
This player was last in the LCS in 2022.
I think that's Dardoch. Oh, that could.
I can't remember if he was 2022 or 2021. I
Yeah.
feel in my head he's 2021, so I'm saying Armeo.
It is Dardoch as the coach of IMT.
Oh, that's so fake. was it 2021 as a player? That's what I want to know. Was I right?
I think so, yeah.
Doesn't count.
No.
I'm counting that. We take those.
Thank you for playing my absolutely.
I was gonna high face you, Raz.
Not at
I got
all
another
rigged.
face.
Yeah, he got another one.
That was a good connection.
That was nice. That was very
solid.
nice. Yeah, it's an
Good job,
extension of
guys.
myself.
We can join you on the couch.
Yeah, we
Nice.
got you here. I'll go the Armeo side. This is
Yeah, I was
Armeo.
gonna say don't make both of them Dardoch.
But we need to talk a little bit more about this guy because we underestimated Lion and how they were going to start in the regular season. We did our preseason regular season power rankings.
Yeah,
I would have put them
specifically.
first when for the whole split because Inspired was going to return. But I thought coming off of MSI, brutal schedule. Your star player is subbing out. I thought they were going to pick up a couple losses in these first few weeks, and as a result, I thought, okay, they'll finish around 3rd. They'll drop down a little bit. The only person who didn't change their power rankings at all was Kobe, who still kept them in first. But all the rest of us thought at least they're going to lose a game or two here or there in the first couple weeks, and as a result, finish lower in the regular season. But they've looked great.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of it is really interesting talking to the actual players because they'll just be like, oh yeah, like we had a rough week, or we still are like working through some issues, but they've been able to show up on stage really, really well.
Exactly, and I think like the reason why I had him second is because I just think Team Liquid was coming off like a really good run, but like for Lion, I had the same experience, like feeling that's like, oh well, they lost to FlyQuest literally last split with Inspired, so like that's already going to be a pretty tough opponent. But the two things that were always going to be the case was like you have incredibly talented players from Lion in Berserker and Saint, and of course Dokla coming off what I felt like was a really good run. And like you can go through every one of these players and they all looked really good. And on top of that, like you're right, like the disrespect on Armeo. Armeo already role swapped the top lane when he was in Academy and then came back to jungle. Like every player kind of talked about the same thing about like he's a plug and play player. Like his play style, I think does suit really well of being able to come and fit in very quickly.
And I will say, I always kind of looked at his playstyle as like a Inspired light. I'm not saying he plays as well as Inspired, but he has always been low risk, farm heavy, plays kind of like that team fight style. I think Inspired, has more variance and has higher highs, obviously. But I do think it makes sense that given his playstyle, he can slot in more easily with a number of teams.
Yeah, it was really interesting comparing their numbers, right? Because they were eerily similar, which kind of lends to the joke of like, does Inspired even need to come back? But I think one thing I do want to kind of re-hit on is how long this season has been for the Lion players. Talking to Dokla last week in Pros, he talked about this. Saint had a really great interview here on the lounge after their series, just talking about struggling with burnout and like trying to find what the team was kind of trying to do in the moment.
I mean, the difference in the amount of games you play when you are the best team in your league versus one of the bottom teams in your league is insane, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're a team that doesn't make playoffs, you play a couple weeks of regular season and you're just done. Whereas, you know, a team like Lion plays the full regular season, then plays 3-4 weeks, whatever, of playoffs, depending on the format, then goes to an international tournament. And if you have a deep run there, you're going pretty far in that. And then there's like third-party tournaments like EWC and Red Bull League of its own and all these other things that are going on. You might be going to those as well.
Yeah.
And so you end up playing like sometimes triple the games of other teams in your league, and it's a brutal schedule if you are a top team.
Especially like at least in other years, it would be for North America, you would get boomed in quarters. You would at least have something. But this time around, there's a burden.
Yeah.
There's a burden of being a top 3 team. The burden is basically you get basically right up until the finals, and then you instantly have to travel
Heavy
to
is the head that wears the bronze medal.
Exactly.
Who let you
role.
have that?
Oh,
you should
yeah.
give it back to Armeo.
I carried it all the way home, and it's coming back home with me. I gotta
right.
feel like a champion.
Someone take
A third
this
place
away
champion.
from Raz.
I'll give it to Tibbers.
But yeah, I thought it was interesting hearing from Saint last week about how he was like, yeah, I didn't know whether we were trying hard. I didn't know whether we should be taking a break. And they had talked about how in scrims they'd been struggling. But right now,
Time to talk to the doc.
yeah, we are going to talk to Dardoch, or Jat is, or actually, we're going to talk to Rainover first, who is standing by with Jat.
Dardoch later, but we were actually just talking about Dardoch. Your old rival, your old teammate. You're telling the story.
My teammate. When I was in Team Liquid, when I was a pro player, I was not having a good season, and then he came in as like a fighting for a spot type of player, and then I mean I have a pretty good relationship with him. Yeah.
That was the end of 2017, so it'll be fun to play against. And it's 2017 on Team Liquid, right?
I don't remember exactly, but I think so. Yeah, it's almost 10 years. It's been 10 years. Yeah, so he's a big veteran right there.
Big veteran yourself as well. You had that amazing split back in 2016 with Immortals. But on to this year, the start of the split has been different. You haven't had Inspired. Even Rigby was away from the team. So how have you been, I don't know, enjoying, stressed, the different environment in the start of Summer Split?
I mean, it's just like a beginning of the split, so I wouldn't say like anyone was like really stressed. But it is for sure like a big fill that we have to like fill the whole. Like especially like Rigby and both Casper was like a big part of the team. Like Rigby is like a really big part of our draft, so him not being on the actual stage is a pretty big stress, I guess. And then I think Inspired is like our main shot caller and then in-game leader of a team. So missing him, it is a big of a stress. But I would say, you know, even without Inspired, like Saint and Berserker was also like a main shot caller on their previous team. So they're feeling his whole pretty well. Yeah.
Has it been fun with, I guess, the added responsibility and that you've been able to take over with those two people missing?
I mean, I think it's just not just by myself. I wouldn't say it's like a fun, but it's just like everyone's thing. So I think we are doing pretty good without those two big holes. So yeah, not bad.
All right, last question. What do you have to look out for with Dardoch on Dignitas today?
I mean, I think usually when new players come into the team, they bring like a pretty good honeymoon phase. I think the Dignitas I've been seeing is like pretty, how should I say, like a reactive team. But with him, I can see them like playing pretty proactive. So yeah, I think we got to be a little bit careful about it.
All right, nice catching up with you, Rainover. I'll talk to you later. Let's send back to the lounge.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear that he, like, I forgot about that little roster situation.
He was like,
between
damn, I
the two
remember he
of
was
them.
challenging my position.
Yeah. Just looks behind him and
He might be the assistant coach.
I did like what he said, though, about, like, he thinks that, A, there can always be this kind of honeymoon phase when a new player comes on, and also he can see them being more proactive. But now, it's time for an episode in LCS lore.
How long is it going to go for,
Yeah,
guys?
I was going to say, how many of these teams do we recognize?
The craziest part to me is how many times he went up and down on TL, right?
Yeah.
Like, look at how many times he came in for a couple weeks, then back to TLA, then back to TL, then back to TLA, then back to TL. And it was like, after that, that was breaking point. And then he played for basically every other team in the league afterwards. Everyone's like, no, I can fix him.
I do remember.
Hey, there's coaching. The coaching mentioned.
Yeah, especially the CLG IMT swap, the original. I wrote an article about like who won the swap. I also keep reading months as minutes, so it's like he was on 1 minute and 10 days.
There's a one day in there. There's a 1 day in there.
Yeah.
But like, hey, he won a CLAW championship. He got second place on CCG. We're starting to get in real time right now, and he's back. Let's go!
And I just think it's crazy. It is undeniable how much talent he has, right? And even with this reputation, this big stigma that was over him during his previous LCS time, like he was known as a very toxic player. Breaking point happened, but teams wanted him because they were saying, if we can get this guy on the same page with the other players, on the same page with the coach, he is going to be incredible. There is a reason that he was with so many rosters, even though he had this reputation, because everyone's like, oh, but think about the upside. Think about if it works out. We are getting a star quality player.
And I don't think there's ever been at least a player that I have known that like, even when he was out of the league, like that last year with Dignitas that he had, I remember the All-Pro votes and seeing like a Blabber vote for Dardoch, but he already had gone for like half the year. So it's like there was a great respect amongst the players that he is absolutely LCS level. It's not a question about his level of play. It's just how he meshes on a team.
And I think that's why it's so interesting, you know, that he has had all this time in NACL. And I think also something that some people are talking about, but sometimes I think is being lost in the conversation with him coming back, is the fact that he's grown up, right? Like when he first started playing, he was a kid. Now he's a 28-year-old man, right? You can change a lot through that time, and he has, you know, played for many, many years throughout LCS, throughout Tier 2. This guy is like a super veteran. You know, he has been playing in the scene. I think he first came in LCS in, what, 2016?
Yeah.
And he had been around for a year or two in kind of like lower divisions before that. So this guy has really been around as a pro for 11, 12 years at this point.
And he's, at least from hearing from other players, but also from him himself, like he's somebody who's like an ultra competitor. And so like even outside of LCS, a lot of people would think about like, oh, what's the next step? He's still competing. And I think that the aspect of him going to Tier 2 and still playing on a CLAW team while at the same time playing on other Tier 2 teams as well and helping other players and like still really, really wanting to win and compete is something that is really, I think, great to have on a team.
And it's funny seeing all these shots of all these players where it's like, not a lot of them are around. You saw that Optic roster where he was playing with Dokla. Dokla obviously still here, but you see Lorlo, you know, there. You see Demonte, who's now coaching. You see all these different people that have played with him over the years and had this connection. You know, Rainover we just had in the interview talking about how they were on a roster together. You know, he has that connection with many of the players that are around the scene, but not necessarily still playing.
Yeah, and I mean, look at, this is kind of, if you haven't followed his career, if in your mind he is still that 18-year-old kid from Breaking Point, this is kind of what he's been up to recently. You kind of touched upon this earlier, Raz, but really going through a lot of teams in NACL and Tier 2, Tier 3, and really like a lot of his teammates from these teams have just been like, yeah, he is still so smart about the game, and he's taught us so much as players kind of coming in.
Yeah, I mean, this is his timeline for the LCS. Obviously, we have to split it up because there's so many teams. But yeah, came into the LCS in 2016, played through 2021, and then obviously was coaching in 2021/2022 a little bit with Immortals. But he played through so many different rosters and so many different iterations, and it just, at the time, there were so many memes about it, like, oh, but we got the systems, like we can fix him, you know, we can bring him to the promised land. Yeah. And it just felt like every team had that same kind of expectation or same, you know, thought that they were going to be able to do something that the previous orgs couldn't.
Exactly, and kind of bringing it back to what we've seen in Tier 2, like usually when an LCS-like player starts playing on a Tier 2 org, like for instance on Luminosity or something, they start playing together, so it's like you don't really get a lot of elements in which they're playing with like younger players or rookies. Like they're playing to win or to come back into the league based off the promotion relegation system. Dardoch is like oftentimes in every one of these teams surrounded himself with younger players and rookies, like Aojun or Fiji, or like only 35. Like a lot of players that are like basically those teams like CCG are not expected to win. I think the only team that was really quote unquote expected to win was like Supernova. But a lot of those teams, he had helped a lot of players and worked with them like a lot of the times and was invested in their growth. Like even in like tier 3, he started playing like a little bit of support play. He was like playing Nami and allowing Chad jungle and Will playing jungle for the team. So it's like he is always somebody who's like, hey, I will fit in the team and I will help everyone else around me rather than just trying to just gun for a win.
Yeah, and as we see some of those kind of testimonials from players he's played with more recently post LCS in tier 2, just a lot of people talking about his shot calling and his overall experience being such a benefit for them that they not only can learn from themselves, but they can also then, it allows them to focus on their individual play to improve as players, kind of by taking that burden.
And I do think it's really cool that people are talking about, how much they can learn from him, how good of an experience they've had. So I do think you have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he has changed, that he is a bit of a different person, a different player than he was last time in LCS. So I mean, it makes sense to me, given that he has been away from the league for a long time, that he's been, getting all these positive testimonials. It's like, hey, why not give him another shot? Because he is still a very high quality player. He's playing really well at the tier 2 and tier 3 level. And he has a ridiculous amount of experience. He has all these people talking about how he's a good teammate. So to me, it makes perfect sense to bring him back and give him another shot.
Completely agree. And I think over the years, a lot of the perception on what you want out of your teammate has changed. Like obviously what we knew from Durdock was like toxicity back then. Then you get someone who's inspired. He's like, well, he's just kind of like a dick, right? But like he is always super driven to win. And I feel like that's going to be the same kind of take for Dardoch right now.
Absolutely, but let's hear from the man himself, Jat, standing by with Dardoch.
First off, welcome back. It's been 5 years since you've been in the LCS. How has the last week or two been? You've moved out to LA temporarily?
Yeah, I got here, I think on Monday, or Sunday actually, Sunday night, and started practice on Monday. Amount of time, but I think we've been pleasantly surprised with the hope of the results in the future, you know what I mean? So it's been a good week, everybody getting to know each other and kind of feeling each other out.
I'm really excited to have you back in the LCS because the last I saw you play was 2021 summer. I mean, it's been 5 years. Has it always been the plan to eventually come back to the LCS? How did this even come to be and how are you feeling about it?
Honestly speaking, there was a lot of moments of doubt or if I could go back, but I just kind of felt in my heart of hearts that I was still wanting to compete. So I just kept playing kind of casually in tier 2 and tier 3 and collegiate. And then, so eventually the results kind of told me that I could still do it. And then my tier 2 team started doing well enough to have the opportunity to scrim LCS teams. And then I kind of got that reassurance that I could probably still play. So I started trying more actively to at least put my foot in the door, send people some messages, and then happened so that Dignitas gave me a tryout, and here we are.
We've been looking, we have producers that watch a lot of NACL, so a lot of people are really familiar with your story, and it feels like your reputation in NACL is really good. A bunch of people love playing with you. You're such a great leader, especially with when you left LCS, it was almost the opposite. So have you felt like your reputation has been, or even your personality, has it changed throughout the years as you've gotten older?
I wouldn't say my personality has changed. I would just say that I, had to have a lot of conversations with myself about where my shortcomings were when I was in LCS, obviously, and not a lot of the conversation surrounding my shortcomings was related to gameplay or mechanical ability or, anything like that. So I really just had to buckle down on the fact that I was a pretty terrible teammate historically and make some actionable changes towards being a better player and person out of the game and in game. So, yeah.
I think a lot of people didn't realize you were the second youngest player in the LCS when you joined Team Liquid. And a fun fact is Grig, now Armeo, was the youngest player at the time. Is it kind of funny that you're playing against him today online?
Yeah, it is a funny full circle moment for sure. I mean, it does give me a bit of gives me a bit of comfort in the moment, obviously, with people that I still know from back when I played before. So obviously Dokes and Grig in this case. So it's reassuring. Obviously, there's a lot of people older than me still playing the game professionally, so it's not like I ever felt I was too old or something like that, obviously. But that's why I focus mostly on making the progress as a person and a teammate.
Absolutely, 28 years young, and I mean, Ignar's the oldest player on Dignitas. It's not even you, so you're totally fine here. I want to let you get back to it, but what are you looking forward to the most about your LCS return today?
Just playing the game. Can't wait to get started.
Hell yeah. Let's send it back to the lounge. Good luck, Dardoch.
Thank you.
Just
Hell
playing
yeah.
the game.
And these are a number of the people who have played for the most LCS teams. So he is up there on the leaderboard. Golden Glue, of course, coaching with 7. Impact still in the league.
Oh, true.
Armeo is subbing
Yeah.
in, and Apollo is also coaching. So a lot of these people in or around the LCS still. And it's cool to see, how many other players actually had a tremendous amount of variety in their career.
Yeah, and I think the positive news of being on so many teams is the experience of being able to like talk to your teammates and like at least if there is a struggling moment in your team, you can give them like a story or a reassurance of like what you did to get through it because like Dignitas is a struggling team. There's a reason why he's in replacing XU. Like he is the solution. So I'm looking forward to
tell them all about those stories. Oh, so when I was on Dignitas, we were completely struggling. Oh, great! How did you turn it around? Well, we didn't, and I got kicked.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that.
It was actually crazy. At least in that split, he was the best player on the team, and he was doing the A to Z challenge where he was playing like a new jungler all the time.
I remember.
A fearless pioneer.
Exactly.
On broadcast, we had a whole tracker of like, is he going to play what unique champion is he going to play next? I'm actually curious. I want to bring up Dig's upcoming schedule because hearing from him in that interview, he was talking about how, we're still getting on the same page. It's been a really good week of practice. Lions is a tricky team, but then looking forward, depending on improvement, you look at Shopify and DSG and you're like, okay, those are winnable series.
Yeah.
So now it's up to, is there that honeymoon period? How well is he going to fit on the team? And now can they make a push to get top 6 for playoffs?
Exactly. I mean, you only have to beat out 2 teams in reality
There's
to
only
be able
18.
to, exactly, to get top 6. And if you do that, you at the very least buy yourself more time to improve, right? More time to play together because it is a pretty late last-minute sub, right?
Yeah.
It's very rare that we have even between split changes. We've had more of those this year, and now we're having one mid-split. So obviously they're kind of like hitting the emergency button, trying to figure something out. But it is very, very last minute here. And some of these teams have been playing together all year. Some of these teams have been playing together for a lot longer than that.
And it's so important to reiterate for the audience how big a change is in your jungler. Because like it completely warps how you play the game in the early game. Your jungler is supposed to be the one that leads the charge and what he wants to do. And in so many of Dardoch's teams in Tier 2, like he is the one like leading the charge. He's invading, you better be with him. Like a lot of the times. And I feel like on Dardoch teams, there is so much alignment when it comes to what fights you are selecting. And I think it does help that he moved towards playing in the LCS to then coaching in the LCS. And at least for the players on IMT that I was talking to, they loved when he was coaching. So they appreciated him coaching in Tier 2. They appreciated that. So I think having a quote-unquote second coach within the game, somebody who can provide feedback and be as introspective as we heard him when he was talking to Jat, like that will level you up quickly. Unfortunately, you're going up against a Shopify Rebellion that is leveling up quickly. And I wonder how DSG is going to respond because they are also getting games underneath them. So like it is a part of the season where the teams that are at the bottom of the table are really looking at a mirror and are getting better.
Yeah, but first today, they have Lion, right?
That's true.
And I'm wondering if the Dardoch edition has been enough to sway you guys away from Lion. It hasn't for me.
It hasn't for me.
I think it's so fun that it's Armeo versus Dardoch specifically. Kind of a really fun full circle moment. What's going on?
You guys are doubting.
You're convinced.
Bring up the tweet.
What tweet?
I was on the fence. I wasn't sure. I think of course Lion should win.
Oh.
But then I realized Dardoch will stop at nothing to win in the LCS. Coincidence that Saint got food poisoning the day before the big match?
Yes.
Yes, it absolutely is. It had nothing to do with him. But could it not be a coincidence? Yes.
So you're saying that he role swapped to catering for Lion? That's what happened there? I saw Saint walking around, he was completely fine.
I was going to say, I have an insider information, and the insider is Raz, who interviewed Saint earlier today.
Dardoch still has access
Because he
to
won Player
every
of the
team
Week.
facility by nature of having played on every team in the league. He can get in anywhere.
I'm just
He can
imagining him
sabotage
now,
the
like
peripherals.
tiptoeing in, like
He's
putting
wearing a
something
fake
in the
mustache
food.
and a chef hat. He's cooking them up.
Maybe talk to Armeo, be like, hey, you know, buddy, how's it going? Then in game, level 1 in bang, bang in the board.
Level 1, unplug the mouse. Then invade.
Hey, maybe 10 years ago you could do that. Now every mouse is wireless. All right, we're in a new era.
We can't
a new
unplug them
age.
anymore.
You can
can't
still
do
unplug
that.
the little dongle.
You can always pull a Masu and like accidentally just wipe out a computer with coffee.
There you
Oh
go.
my God.
He won't be stopped.
It won't be. Look,
He's been waiting 5 years for this moment, Raz.
But is this title too heavy? I think it is.
I'm still wondering who gave you that.
I gave it to myself.
Whose decision was that?
It is all of ours. Everyone within this region. You have to be proud that you're a top 3 team in this region. But
I am proud. That's why I don't trust you to take it.
What do you mean? Well, let's see if the crown is heavy, if the title is too heavy for Dignitas. You have a good challenge ahead of you. Take it away. Start the matches.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of week 3 of the LCS Summer Split. Later today, we got Team Liquid Alienware taking on FlyQuest, but right now, Dignitas, with the return of Dardoch, much anticipated, have an opportunity ahead of them as they challenge the reigning champions in Lion. Still weakened, with Inspired out in the jungle, Armeo subbing in, and now, apparently, mid laner with food poisoning.
But their assistant
Can't
coach
ask for a
Rigby
better
came
shot.
back. Kangas, I'm so excited to watch Dardoch today.
Yes.
Because he hasn't been in the LCS in 5 years as a player, and he's joining a Dignitas team that hasn't won a series since lock-in. They were 0-7 in spring. They are 0-2 to start summer. Even without Inspired, Lion is 2-0. So if Dardoch can come in and turn this Dignitas team around, it's going to be a story.
Yes, everyone's going to be talking about it. Everyone's already talking about this one, Jet. Just the fact that I was in a call with some of my old college friends last night and said, hey, guys, did you know Dardoch's coming back? And they were all like, what?
I know.
All right, we're going to watch that match. We're going to check out what Dardoch does against Lions.
It's the only thing that I want to talk about whenever I'm telling someone about the LCS right now. Because a lot of times, the dog days of summer, you're coming off of MSI, you're kind of waiting for Worlds. This is the spicy story, absolutely. You tell someone who hasn't watched in a long time, hey, Dardoch's coming back. The first question from someone was actually, for like a show match? It's like, no. As a starting jungler, he's actually just been ramping up through collegiate, through tier 3, through tier 2, and now onto the LCS stage.
10 years ago, he debuted, and now returning full circle versus Armeo. 3 jungle bans. You can't ask for a better return for Dardoch here. Lion are definitely prepared for him. Taking away Nefiri, Vi, and Poppy. Dignitas, meanwhile, take away the Cassiopeia, the Nocturne, and the Olaf, so that's going to be an Ezreal first pick for Berserker.
We're seeing more and more of this Ezreal first pick, just because it's good into mages, and it's also an exceptional Berserker champion, so Lion just trying to enable their carries as much as possible. Saint and Berserker have been playing extremely well, shot calling more in the absence of Inspired, so making sure that Berserker's in a good spot is smart.
Now we'll see if FBI wants to match AD carry for AD carry or go for the mages. And it seems like Dignitas want to give Dardoch something he's comfortable on. That's an early Lee Sin lock-in for Dig.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't been following along, he's been playing the meta stuff in NACL. He doesn't have these crazy pocket picks. He just plays what the team needs. Some of his best moments in LCS history were on Lee Sin. It is his second most played champion of all time.
Behind Gragas?
Behind the Gragas.
Yeah. So it was one of those two. we're going to be on my bingo card. It's going to be the Lee Sin, and then Jace for Denethor, presumably, in
most
the
likely.
top lane. So double AD locked in. We'll see what Lion's response is. Dardoch giving him agency, I would say, is kind of tick number 1 on my checklist, is give him something that he can actually control the pace of the game. I think Lee Sin absolutely can do that.
I think he can, and they also have a really strong AD top jungle right now, which allows them to play a mage bot lane if they so choose. Ziggs is also unbanned, so would not be shocked if they just lock in the Ziggs with their next pick, as Lion continues to pick pretty standard stuff. Armeo, very comfortable on Xin, had a really good game on Xin in week 1.
And Armeo, again, it's so funny that you just got to interview Dardoch. He was like, it's full circle. That I'm up against Armeo in my return match here. It's also surprising to see him return. We know that his goals were more just to help out the team, get some wins while he's here filling Inspired's chair. Dardoch, we'll see how much longer he sticks around for, but it's going to be kind of carry versus carry matchup between these two veteran junglers with a Camille locked in support for Isles. Assuming, again, it could technically be flexed around top lane if they really want it.
It would be a very difficult lane matchup, Camille into Jace, if they decide to go that route. And Palafox just decides to match the locks in the Leona for Ignar to likely match the support Camille. So they're going to wait on whether or not they want to lock in Ziggs.
There's a lot of mages still up. Cassiopeia's gone, but like Ziggs would be the primary one. Victor would kind of be that next one in my mind. I guess at that point you're kind of falling a little bit below what we've seen as the traditional mage bot lane meta here. But we'll see if Lion try and pinch that pool at all as Dignitas take away some top laners. That is a Yorick ban.
Yep, Yorick ban is one of the best picks into Jace. It's also an old school Dokla special. Dardoch would know that from the old, he's played on a couple teams with Dardoch back in the day, so it's probably not why they banned Yorick, it's because of the current meta, but you like to get those connections.
Well, it's funny because back when I was last casting Dardoch, it was Optic Academy 2019 when he was playing with Dokla, and Dokla was playing the Yorick top lane. That's what he was known for. So it's also a funny full circle for me. That was like the first casting, LCS thing that I really had under my belt. And so now I'm happy to cast Dardoch Beanbag. That is the Ziggs ban, though, from Lion's side. Wouldn't be surprised if it's something like the Victor ban as well, just really try and pinch that pool. But Dignitas, hard focus on the top lane, trying to get Denethor at least a more comfortable matchup since they already showed that he's playing the Jace.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with an FBI Kai'Sa as well. That's the other option that people have been doing into the first pick. Ezreal, Kai'Sa Leona is a solid combo. As they hover the Corki, making it fairly likely they'll just lock that in.
Yeah, it was the Akali final ban for Lion, so focusing a little bit on Palafox's champ pool. Dignitas, because it is the Ezreal, they're less pressured to play a mage. They actually could just opt for a traditional AD carry, and they pivot to a Jhin to go with the Leona.
Still fine. They have a ton of damage already with the Jace and the Lee Sin. It will hard lock Palafox into a mage because they need magic damage, but not a big deal either way.
I mean, I'm thinking Dokla, if he's willing, he could just hard lock a tank here and just build full armor.
Sion will be pretty good here.
Yeah, Sion. Even something like a Malphite I'm looking at is like... Just look at all of that AD on Dignitas' side. Whoa!
Locks the Swain. So he is, if you lose to Zeus playing Swain into your Jace, just play the Swain into his Jace. So that's
learn from it, grow from it. There we go.
It's one of those things where if you feel like the sustained damage isn't high enough, you can pick one of these raid boss type champions.
Yeah. These drain tanks, and without all the melee, because like Jace is conditionally melee, but he often wants to jump in. Now he's less enticed to do so, but Lee Sin and the Leona have to go in. So here's some more range for Dignitas. They lock in the Orianna from mid lane.
One of the 2 game wins that Dignitas has picked up in Summer Split was Palafox popping off on the Orianna, so like to see that locked in. But again, a little bursty, not a huge amount of sustained damage, so you do have to watch out for Dokla and Saint in the late game, both becoming these kind of battle mage bruisers.
Yeah, if you can blow up the Swain in one big pop, then it feels fantastic, because he stacks health, not a lot of resistances, but if you don't kill him in that first burst, it gets really tough to kill him afterwards, because he presses the ultimate, he gets a big chunk of health, and then he drain tanks through it, especially with all these, more melee champions on top of you. And then you're going to have the artillery firing in from the Ezreal, from the Ryze, liking what Lion have drafted here today. But again, my eyes will be on the man on your screen right there, Dardoch, his big return to the LCS on the Lee Sin. This is a champion that can get aggressive, has a lot of agency, so I imagine a lot of our time in this game 1 will be spent tracking his pathing, figuring out what Dardock's game plan is to help revitalize this Dignitas squad that has yet to pick up a series win in summer. They have not picked up a series win since lock-in tournament all the way back in the winter. Hopefully their fortunes change today. Dignitas versus Lion, game number 1. Let's take to the Rift.
First LCS game since 2021 summer for Dardock, playing his second most played champion of all time against the back-to-back LCS champions in Lion, who are playing without Inspired, but Dignitas have not won a match since February. So if Dardock is able to do something here, it will be quite a statement game back in the LCS.
What would you anticipate from Dardock given the composition so far? Do you feel like he's going to be just kind of doing the traditional jungle pathing where he goes for the full clear and then goes for a back? Actually, we'll get back to that because, reminder, this is Raz's match of the week.
It is.
He gets second pick.
Yeah, well,
just pick me whatever.
He meant pick me the Dardock game.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so.
Because of the reference.
Yeah.
I would say. No, I mean, I don't think Dardock needs to do anything exceptional. I think Dignitas had been getting pretty poor performances out of XU. It's one of the big reasons they made this change. But the big thing that he needs to do is help unify this Dignitas team. That's like everyone who talks about what he's able to do in NACL is he makes the game easier for other players because Dardock knows what he wants to do and he knows what he wants his teammates to do. So it's hard to do that, to just step into a new team. And in 5 days of playing in person, he said he got here on Sunday into Los Angeles to be unified, but that's the type of player that Dardock can be. So you won't necessarily see it maybe with him popping off, but if the team is cohesive, I think a lot of that would be about Dardock.
Most of the time when he joins a new team, it was because they wanted a revitalized jungle, mechanical jungle. Let's take a look at some of his history here, because 17 years old, he joins the league. There's a little scrap in the bottle, not going to amount to anything here. But then he moves around a lot. This was his best ever finish.
He was so good on that Echo Fox team with Huni in the top lane. They were halfway through the split, they were 8-1. Everyone thought they were just going to run over the rest of the split, slumped a little bit, finished third place, but demolished Clutch Gaming in that third place match over in Miami. And then he really continued to bounce around teams, 7 different LCS teams. But really, it's kind of like 9 with the 2 stints on TL and now the 2 stints on Dignitas, as Armeo pops up in a little cloud of vision right there. So inefficient pathing already as Dardock in the counting stats, even though he hasn't played in 5 years, still way up there. It's a little bit small, but you can see 7th all-time in games played, 8th all-time in kills, 8th all-time in assists for junglers. And he's ready to count some more stats here on Dignitas.
Incredible he's top 10 in all those categories when he hasn't played in 5 years. That's crazy to me that in his time in the LCS, he was already able to accomplish all of those
And he's still in his 20s. He was so young for his entire LCS career, really. I mean, 18 when he was last on Dignitas, he would have been, what, 23?
Something around there, yeah.
That's still young in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Dignitas and how things are going over there, apparently we have comms of Ignar telling his teammates his LCS idol. Let's take a listen.
Lane against TL bot lane.
What about if...
Who is better, Leon bot lane, TL bot lane?
Don't know, bro. We'll find out today.
It doesn't matter because you're better, Ignar.
Oh, I'm scared.
Think about it this way, a little core JJ knowledge, only one of them won Worlds, so.
I'm a world champion.
To be honest, Core JJ is my idol, kind of, you know?
Same. The GOAT.
Yeah, because a long time ago it was not, but I'm getting older and older. He's still good. Makes me like you know what I mean? Yeah.
As you get older and older as a support, Core gets more and more of your hero, your idol.
I mean, it's fun. Age is such a topic because if they bring in Dardock, some people are wondering, like, okay, why would you bring in Dardock? Is he not too old? He is not. There are 6 players in the LCS right now older than Dardock.
Yeah.
And 2 of them are in this game. Dokla and Ignar, both older than Dardock. The other players, Core JJ, oldest player in the league, Impact, Huhi, Ignar, Dokla, and B-Boy, all older than Dardock.
2 of them are in this game.
Yes,
so
sir. And Dokla's good. Dokla's playing the best league of his life. So
he's got a
really
strong argument for first team All-Pro already in this summer split. So currently he's getting pushed in by Denethor, who's actually getting the better of this matchup despite the counter pick. Dokla went for the double armor back here with the cloth armors. And Denethor's actually going to push another wave in, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is going to be Jace's favorite. It's just about whether or not the Swain can outscale. Dokla himself did have an advantage on Zeus when they played this matchup at MSI. So Dokla's just trying to withstand this early barrage by the Jace, and it's about how much Denethor can get going early, as he's got to play a little bit safe and just take a base.
Dokla will stick around, catch a cannon wave, and we did see Isles even rotate up there. So if Denethor had pushed for more, could have been in trouble. He does stick around, spotted on this ward now, but Isles is already out of there, and Dokla's channeling another back. We'll stop it again. Now mid lane, Isles does go for the gank onto Palafox. That's a shockwave down. Ignar's trying to lock in Isles. Dardoch not able to land the Sonic Wave. Isles does walk away.
Pretty good gank there from Isles, even though he had to burn his flash. He chunked out Palafox, got the ultimate, and Saint is going to be pretty happy about the wave state after that.
Yeah. I mean, that's ultimate down, the summoner spell heal down. It's flash traded from Isles, but already with that pressure that they created, Armeo goes straight to the dragon with Berserker. So this is going to be a first dragon picked up by Lion, stacking up very quickly, 6 minutes into the game. Still 2 minutes until that next Grubs. Sometimes we've seen these last couple of games that, you know, the dragon will be up when the Grubs spawn. Not every team's opting for an early dragon take, but this time around we could get a contest.
Yeah, it was a really nice timing there by Armeo to start the Drake, knowing the Palafox was in base with no TP. So that's just a tempo play. I'm not going to blame Dardoch for that whatsoever.
Okay.
Other team got Drake. Some random solo queuers would, but we're professionals here. We understand that things are outside of the jungler's control. He had a nice little look on Berserker there, bot lane as well, but Berserker is just playing too safe.
You know, last time Dardoch played in the LCS, Camille support was not a thing. So he hasn't had to deal with a second jungler in the game.
In LCS.
In LCS.
He's
True,
dealt with
yes.
plenty of it. He's been active. I mean, when I talked to him before the game, he was saying how he just kind of slowly realized his results kept getting better and better. He was a top 2 NACL finisher last split, which meant he got to play some scrims against LCS teams. Then the LCS teams kind of realized, hey, this Dardoch guy, still pretty good.
Yeah.
Still pretty good.
Not too shabby.
Started asking around, and that's kind of what led to this eventual LCS return. As the lanes are stable right now, he doesn't need to do anything exceptional early. The problem about playing against Lion is they're the best team fighters in the LCS, so there's tons of games where they're either even or slightly behind, and they're just going to out-team fight you.
Yeah.
But you're going to take this, right? You're going to take just being in the game, giving yourself a chance.
I will say this is the Lion special, though. When they had Inspired, this was very much the pace of their play. Those, you know, 3 out of the first 4 games they played without him were very fast, very aggressive. We have highlight reels of Berserker, diving turrets, things like that. But then they also showed that they have the ability to play slow still, even without Inspired in the jungle, constantly farming up. Armeo's still farming up himself. He's up in about a camp from Dardoch right now. They're looking mid onto Palafox. He has the flash available, but no teleport.
They just have so much river control that they're actually just taking the objective off of this because they have the players missing that everyone on Dig has to approach with a lot of respect.
Looks like Dig is approaching, though. Armeo will get the 1 grub and back away. Let's see if Dardoch actually wants to take these next 2. They started up, so just going to be a 1 grub take for Armeo. Deny the full 3 from Dignitas, but Dig were in the neighborhood, so it's not going to be free grubs to Lion.
Yeah, respectful play from both teams.
Look at Isles. He's in a forward brush up here. Let's see if Denethor spots it out. He's trading onto Dokla. Swain pops the ultimate. Denethor will just run away, and he's out of there. Okay, not bad.
Nice Storm Raider Surge proc there on the Jace. Trades hard with Swain, gets the ultimate, and pops back. The roam isn't really costing Isles anything. That's part of this support Camille. Ignar's been sticking around a little bit more in lane. That's why he's level 6 to Isles is level 5, so could try and make a play with that power spike, but with the objectives being down, this is where Lion is just going to play pretty respectful of this big level 6 Leona that can walk around.
Right now that Leona is on the bottom side on a ward, so the Leona in Vision is the least scary Leona.
True.
Don't have to worry about that. Isles will show as well here. Get some of this XP in the lane.
And here's another fun fact about Dardoch. We've been talking a lot about how the last time he played was 2021 summer. It's also the last time Dig ended the split with a positive win record.
Yeah.
Was the spring of that year with Dardoch.
He's going to have to put a lot of work in if he wants to make that happen again here, as now he's bot lane! First blood! Welcome back to the LCS. Dardoch makes the gank happen through the bot lane.
Don't even need the Leona ultimate because they can just connect through the Camille hookshot and secure that kill. Very nicely done by Dardoch, playing around his support.
Yeah, I mean, he goes in through the bottom brush and just, there's no vision down.
We saw the Isles use said it that way? Huh? Brush? Or are you doing it on purpose because I called it out yesterday?
I'm not going to lie to you, Jad. I don't really think when I say the word brush. Does it change every time I say it?
No,
is that what's happening?
You've been consistent the last 2 days saying brush, but it's just the first time I've noticed it.
Should I say brush? Would that make you more comfortable?
I mean, that just makes me feel like it's being said correctly, but you can do what you want.
I think it's a Minnesotan coming out of me. It's the long vowels, you know?
I mean, it makes sense. Dardoch was just playing for a collegiate team in Minnesota.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's on the...
Shout out St. Cloud. And this
nice
is the look at the game.
And then Dardoch with the execute on the Q2.
Beautiful gank there. Lands the Sonic Wave, follows it up, has the execute damage. First item, Eclipse.
I know. He's strong. But Sundered Sky for Armeo, so they're able to match. There's a decent chance we're going to see some posturing around this next Drake. Doka rushed the Frozen Heart, so he's really in the mind of, I'm going to make Palafox kill me because no one else is going to be able to kill me. That's the strategy he's going with here.
Yeah. The armor stacking for top side is going to be, that's a Palafox problem later on in the game here, as currently Lion are controlling the access point to this next Dragon. They got the first one very early, but with Dardoch picking up that first kill, that's a 1.3 thousand gold lead overall for Dignitas. Every single member of Dig has a slight lead over their Lion counterparts, and the Sonic Wave will land, plus a Shockwave, the combo from Palafox and Dardoch just bursts Isles down.
That's the decisiveness.
Yeah.
Land the Q. The plan is if I find someone, we're going to combo them. That's not necessarily something you just ad-lib in the moment. So beautifully done there by Dardoch and Palafox. Same page. Palafox cashes in and they take the Drake.
Incredible trigger pull there
from
Dardoch and Palafox. The mid-jungle synergy already showing up. I mean, it's not the flashiest combo to land. It's just land a Q, press Q again. Your mid laner presses R, but still, the fact that they did it so decisively, that's a good sign for this Dignitas squad.
Former rookie of the split Dardoch back at it again in his first game. Oh, look out, look out.
Denethor talking about rookies, alone in the top lane right now. He dodged the last Isles gank, but will not dodge this one. Dokla picks up the kill.
Flash from Swain and Ignite ult from Isles' Camille, but that is the win condition for Lion, is big dokes on this Swain. Stayed even enough in CS, completed the Frozen Heart, and also picked up a kill. So going tanky first and then potentially Rylai's next is just going to be a really difficult Swain to deal with.
Now 474 gold ahead of Denethor, who was holding on just from the matchup itself. But yeah, I think you're onto something there, Jad. Dokla learning from that MSI performance, saying, wait a minute, there's something to this. If you could just weather the storm, just survive the laning phase, this Swain will be a monster. Now building towards damage next after picking up all that armor. With the mana as well. Like the Frozen Heart also just gives you that ability to stay in lane longer. That's a huge chunk of mana that you get. So he's going to be a problem for sure.
I kind of feel like not enough top laners are doing this type of thing that Dokla's doing and Zeus has done a lot of, where if the other team is picking these like kind of burst heavy, low sustained damage team comps, like just pick something that will outscale the game in the top lane because you're still able to get a lot of income over time.
Reminder, everybody, Atlanta, Georgia, fun fact, was the host of the Summer Olympics in 1996. Now 30 years later, it will host the 2026 LCS Championships as Ignar goes for a top lane gank. Paying it back in kind from Isles' earlier roam. Dignitas backing up their top laner this time. Actually, it's Palafox that's in lane to get the kill, but either way, shutting down Dokla.
And again, I really like the focus there. He's stacking armor, so let's play around the one guy who does magic damage and then be very sure that we give Palafox the kill, because if Palafox doesn't get fed, they're going to have actually no answer for the Swain.
2-0-0 on the way to Fed territory here. 439 gold ahead of the lane counterpart as Denethor went to the bottom side and is picking up the wave down there into Saint. And that's a turret taken as well for Palafox, so a lot of gold injection to this Orianna. Let's see what this purchase is. Yeah, Seraph's completed, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal, and a couple Amp Tomes to boot. Palafox is ready to carry.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit of scaling. Didn't start with a, Blackfire Torch or anything like that. Has gone straight for the Seraphs, but is going to give him a little bit of durability later on in the game if he needs to survive getting jumped on by the Camille.
If it leads here. He's walking bot, they want to dive me.
Yeah, we're clicking top.
We can easily just dive with 2.
Tell me when you're ready. Lee?
Ready. You can
Just
go,
go now,
you
go now,
You
go
can
now.
go in mid if you get the okay. You can just TP mid.
Waiting your E.
Yeah.
Give it to Christian.
And a
Back
fight
to
two,
live, we
another
see
one.
Armeo getting caught in the jungle, and Dignitas do not relent. They go and invade Armeo with the Raptors right as the Herald's up. They're going to get a kill and an objective.
Play for Palafox. Dardoch and Palafox have displayed amazing mid-jungle synergy so far. Look out, though. Berserker got that lethal tempo stacked up and is trading aggressively 1v2.
Yeah, a lot of damage here onto Ignar. FBI going to try his best to catch his wave, and will do so back off. Now we see Saint actually
little
approaching
risky.
at the Herald. It was Dardoch alone on it. He will get the objective. He has to go back in to pick up the eye. Saint should not be able to keep him locked in place, so Dardoch gets the objective and gets out.
A lot happening, though. Palafox TPing behind Dokla, trying to make a play happen here.
Denethor got big damage. In comes Isles. Hextech Ultimatum goes through Demonic Ascension from Dokla, but he's already down! Palafox on a rampage! The AP damage from Orianna is too much for the armor of Dokla. Denethor survives. Dignitas find 2 kills.
Is it
Mid turret's in
happening?
trouble, though. Saint's getting some damage down. Does not get the final auto off. Dardoch goes in on a Berserker, trying to lock him down with the Dragon's Rage, but in comes Armeo. Wind becomes lightning. The last shot from Curtain Call will go wide. Saint sidesteps in. Denethor knocks Armeo out from the Deadly Flourish, but they got the kill regardless. FBI with the credit.
I mean, they were so close to getting more. It's actually 1-for-1 for now.
Palafox wants more. Throws out the shockwave flash out from Saint. Dignitas playing at 100 miles per hour are not giving Lion room to breathe.
They are not. I mean, their tempo was so good and that play was such a good look, but they just missed too much. I mean, they kicked him out of the Curtain Call. FBI missed the 4th shot. Denethor missed the EQ. The shockwave from Palafox was very well placed, but flashed by Saint. It is a 1-for-1. They get the turret. I was trying to be a little cheeky there. Loses the game of chicken. I mean, they're still playing exceptionally well in this game, but they just lost a lot of tempo with that interrupt on
Palafox's back
and how
got
much they
canceled.
missed.
He does not have TP Dragons up in 2 seconds. I think Lion have a huge opportunity to just burst this down. Dignitas will have a 4v5 fight for it if they want to look. They're approaching, but yeah, it's a numbers disadvantage. That True Shot Barrage from Berserker actually completely changed the tempo of this play, and that means that is a free dragon for Lion.
But we still have ourselves in a really banger game right now.
Yeah.
It's the gold lead on the side of Dignitas. We know there's the Swain scaling on the side of Lion. We know Palafox is getting really fed in this game. And it looks to be the Dardoch, he's in form.
Yep.
We knew he was in form. This is confirming that he is in form.
100% kill participation. 106. I think I can confirm that statement there, Jet. Wow, what a return. Sometimes we hype it up, but it's up to the player to deliver, and I think Dardoch is delivering in fantastic fashion. Let's get another look at that, because, man, this almost goes so well for Dig. It's still good, but think of the potential.
I mean, Saint tanked that one shot from FBI that would have hit the CC Berserker and probably killed him. Then they Jace E him out of the Jhin route. And then Ignar takes one too many tower shots as the Spell Flux connects from Saint. And then just a nice flash from Saint at the end.
Yeah, back to live. We see Dardoch. Looks like he went in for an invade right there, trying to get some more camps away. But you can see the audience rallying behind Dignitas. It's a play onto Palafox in the top lane. All alone, he will flash away. Saint chases him down. Not quite enough damage, and Palafox will walk out.
Not even close. Look at that Seraph shield coming in clutch. 345 damage shielded. If it was 1 point less shielded, he would be dead.
Yep.
So that's why he has the item. It's to live through Camille ganks. Still, the tempo does feel fast in this game. Like they're really matching each other, and Dignitas has been able to find enough kills, and this gold lead is getting pretty substantial for them.
And I know 9 kills in 19 minutes doesn't feel like that many, but it's been an action-packed game regardless, because not all those kills have been at the same time. They've been spread out enough that there has been so many plays from both sides. Isles went for the first roam top side. Denethor was able to avoid it. Now Isles have been up there 2 more times, almost takes down Palafox, does get Denethor 1 other time. Like, this Camille support is definitely kind of dictating a lot of the pace of play from Lion's side, but Dardoch and Palafox are dictating it from Dignitas' side. So keep your eyes on this Lee Sin. Wherever he goes, action seems to follow. 100% kill participation still as the turrets are falling in the side lanes. Dignitas got the outer turret bot side for Denethor. Now Palafox pushing in this top turret. Look at all the vision they have down. With Ignar and Dardoch hovering nearby, he's got so much protection. and confidence to just walk up and keep hitting that turret.
Yeah, and he is snowballing, and I really think this item that he's built is interesting. The Storm Surge kind of rush.
Armeo, they're trying to lock him down. The Crescent Guard's out, so it's going to absorb a lot of the damage. That's ultimate for ultimate trade, support for jungler. Armeo gonna have to back all the way off as Dokla's getting a lot of work on that bottom turret. Dignitas pushing in mid. Dokla will get the turret. So Lion actually not too bad. They absorb the play mid, and they get some gold onto Dokla.
They absolutely do, but look at this Storm Surge that Palafox has completed. This is his second item. I think Storm Surge is a very under-purchased item because everyone else looking for the cheap AP item is just going to go like Rocket Belt second.
Yeah.
But it's very bursty. 15 Magic Pen, 90 AP, and the 6% move speed, not to mention the passive that will just, they call it Squall, but it's just that extra magic damage burst if you're doing a large burst of damage, which he will be doing to basically everyone on this team. So lowered mobility for the increased chance of like one-shotting someone. He's gone the upgraded Stork Shoes with the additional Magic Pen of the Storm Surge, so he's going for true damage.
And now he's on Dardoch. He throws out the Command Protect. He's setting up the Lee Sin Shockwave, but Lee Sin goes a little far forward. The Orianna's not able to follow up, and Lion just get their mid laner out of there with a Realm Warp.
Yeah, they're able to shift everyone to the top side on the map. They don't lose anything for that play, though, because so many people online had to respond to it. They still have mid push. They still have top push. Both these teams kind of playing on two lanes. And I think everyone needs to reset for this next Drake fight because Dig does not want Lion reaching Soul Point. Had to check the Baron there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just going to go for trap play.
Armeo's walking up, has the Crescent Guard back available. Ignar also has the Solar Flare available. Isles would be an easier target to burst down, but he's able to hookshot back away. Saint gets the wave in. Dignitas, it looks like they were setting up some kind of death brush there.
Yeah. I mean, they were trying to bait around the Baron, knowing they have the control ward inside, and kind of threatening the Baron. But their Baron damage is so low, I feel like it's such a fake threat that no one online has to check.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, they have the inside track to Drake now. If they just shift down, FBI's been pushing in this mid wave. And now they'll be able to set up, but they'll be sitting on a little bit of gold, so everyone has a chance to reset on Lion's side. And weirdly enough, there was a trap play that Lion wanted to set as well. You can see Swain and Rise doing the old two-man right there, thinking that Dig might still be playing around topside. But instead, they'll just get the turret and reset.
I do like plays like this from teams when they decide we're not going for Dragon, commit to a play on the other side. They make sure they at least get the turret, they get more gold onto their solo laners, and they already have 2 dragons. So this is going to take a while for Dignitas to stack these up and actually threaten a Dragon Soul. I think this is a completely fine play from Lion when you're the team behind in gold. Just get more gold at that point. You need to put yourself in a position where you can contest future Dragons. And right now, Dokla is going to be one of the big parts of that. Same with Saint. Those are the only 2 that are within, 500 of their opponents. Dardoch and FBI have really kind of ran away with the gold leads over their lane opponents.
They have. Dardoch, wonder how much damage he's going to go. Normally you see Guardian Angel as the 3rd item, but we'll see what he decides to go as he's still 100% kill participation, but there hasn't been a kill for quite a while.
He could be building toward that still with the double longsword.
Everyone's ready to fight here.
I mean, Baron's up. It would be an objective. Ignar goes in. Armeo follows up, tries to get onto the back line, pushes Dardoch away from the Orianna. Palafox is chunked down, and Dardoch's focused. Shut down over to Berserker. Dardoch dove onto the back line, but Palafox was segmented from the fight, could not get in range for the combo.
I mean, it's just too deep. They can't get through the Swain.
Ignar might just go down, has to flash away. Isles threatened the hookshot.
Yeah, Dardoch got a little bit ahead of himself, trying too hard to get the kick onto Isles. But you could just see Big Dokes in there with the Frozen Heart and the Rylai's and the Null Magic. Like, unless you're focusing him or disengaging the Swain, I don't think they can actually have the 5v5 team fights that doesn't start with a one-shot if Swain is in the fight.
Yeah, you press Demonic Ascension. We already highlighted the relative low range of a lot of these engaged tools. Lee Sin flying in, Ignar flying in, Denethor, he's got the Shock Blast, but after that, he kind of wants to go for the melee form to get that extra chunk. Hard to get past Dokla. And it's instances like that that we see Lion show their strengths as well. You mentioned this before, Jad. It's a team fight for this team. Yep. The way that they set that up, incredible.
It really is. Armeo disengaged at the start there. Dokla only at 10 stacks of his Ravenous Flock. Hasn't been able to get too many. 150 bonus health he'll have from that, so still slowly building up his tankiness. Mostly a tank Swain, it feels like, so far, but it's going to be very effective. And still had to build that Null Magic because Palafox is going for that Magic Pen build. Doesn't want to get one shot by the Orianna.
Yeah, I wonder if he goes for something off-tank like an Abyssal Mask as his next
Could
item
be.
here, because that gives him a little more damage. It gives Saint a lot more damage, and also gives you that magic resist. So we'll keep track of Dokla's build as it's right back to Baron control. 2 minutes 40 for that Dragon, so there's really nothing on the bottom I have to focus on. Dokla's down there. Realm Warp from Saint straight on the Dardoch. The Dignitas jungler was waiting in the wings. That's a teleport now from Dokla behind. Dardoch's got to get out of dodge. Palafox will be the escape tool, and Armeo almost just popped. The Shockwave still available. Watch for the combo. Dardoch flashes over the wall. Lion trying to chase Dignitas out, and they will keep their mid laner alive. Nobody dies on either side.
Dardoch is going some places right now. I like the look to be able to get the flash from Saint, but then taking that Q into Armeo, having to burn his Dardoch then had to burn his flash to get back over the Baron pit. A little hyphy. I felt like he had such an amazing start to this game. You can see he's still making a lot of calls. He seems to be the most talkative member on comms right now, trying to find the windows. It is a very close game right now, and when you're up against Berserker Ezreal, who we haven't talked about that much, but he just hit 3 items on Ezreal, very high carry potential and great team fighting for Lions still.
I love paying attention to the player cameras, see who is talking, because in the past it would be Palafox talking a lot during these plays. But yeah, you're right. I've seen Palafox less and Dardoch more. Obviously, we're not seeing their faces all the time, so who's to truly say, but definitely a different look for Dignitas. You can already feel something's different about this team just in this game 1.
I got a YouTube video for Dignitas. Just release the whole game on comms. Just the whole series.
Honestly,
just release it. That's going to get the most views of any LCS video released that week. The Lion team comms are amazing. They have really great edits. They have been my favorite ones to watch, especially when Inspired is there. But I feel like the Dardoch Palafox cinema, I think it's worth it. It's worth the strategic trade-off. Just for the entertainment value.
We're talking so much about Dardoch's return and how exciting that is, but think about the team he's returning onto. It's Dignitas, last place, hasn't picked up a series win in a while. It's a rookie top laner that Dardoch is jungling for. It's Palafox in the mid lane with FBI Ignar in the bot lane. So the volatility of this Dignitas squad has been present so far this summer split.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Now Baron is the focus here for Lion. They started up, it's spotted out by Dignitas. They're gonna have to try and approach it. Teleport in from Denethor. So it will at the very least be a TP gain for Lion. They're still on the Baron, they just got it. They had the DPS, and Dignitas were far too slow to contest. Maybe they'll look for the fight afterwards. That's the engage from Ignar trying to get in onto Saint, but he's just dead. The Leona takes a one-way trip to the gray screen as Isles now goes for the re-engage. Saint with the Realm Warp cuts off the retreat path, and Dignitas are routed. Lion yet again show their team fight strengths as they will take a 0 for 4 plus the Baron.
I mean, great shot call by Lion to sneak the Baron there as everyone's gearing up for the next Infernal Drake. And then they were just ready to fight afterwards. I think the debuff from the Hunting Baron had pretty much expired, so I didn't like the timing of Ignar going for that engage. And then once he went in, everyone just felt like they had to follow. And again, it's one of those things where they fought just within the Swain ultimate, so there was no real chance. And it might be the end of the game.
They have a cannon minion. They have so much damage. It's only Ignar back from the respawn. Dardoch's reset was canceled by Isles, and it ends like that. Lion weather the storm. 1 Baron's all it takes. They'll win game 1.
I hate to see a game end like that.
Yeah.
It was looking so good for Dignitas for so long, but Lion just decisively start the Baron, decisively win the fight after, and then know their limits to just push the Nexus. In a game where they were down 7 kills to 2 at 7 kills to 3 at 28 minutes.
Yeah.
They win.
How much gold were they behind?
30.
3K? And then they're 3K up at the end.
Lounge.
What a turnaround.
Lounge. What was that?
This is exactly what I was worried about when I saw the team composition.
It's pain.
Despite the fact that Dignitas did get an early lead, Dardoch looked like he was working with his team super well, 100% kill participation for most of it. This comp from Lion, I'm like, okay, there's going to be a fight. If it does not go well for Dig, Lion is just going to end up crushing them with the
Do you want to get on the PC
swing.
and go over this? Or
Yeah, go for it.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, to me,
I gonna watch back that final Baron.
I felt like Ignar was really trolling with this engage. Like, and the previous engage where we actually saw a death from Dardoch as well, to me was kind of like the same thing. So we can go back into it. They are over here on the Baron. Obviously, Dig is going to come around. Dig is going to be trying to contest. But I really like the positioning here from Lion. They're kind of holding this like line of scrimmage type of setup, right? And the problem for me was we see the Baron's down, and then now you look at the spot and you feel like, okay, could we not just go mid and push out some waves? Could we not just kind of like accept that is gone? It's not the biggest deal. You're still up some gold. But instead, they decide to actually look for the fight. And so the eyes are going to be on Saint, and Ignar's going to look for this engage here. But like, look at the positioning. So in what world are these 4 grouped up players supposed to be able to actually follow up when you go deep and you actually look for a dive in this position? So we'll roll it forward. He hits the ult. And now look at this spot, right? How are the carries, like how is Denethor and Palafox and FBI, how are these 3 supposed to reach this guy past Berserker and Dokla, who's going to be moving up, as well as Armeo? It just doesn't feel like a realistic situation where you could actually move up, and then Isles is even threatening on the flank. So to me, this was a situation where they went way too far. Like now it even looks more extreme, right?
Yeah.
Dokla and Armeo are both moving forward. Palafox is clearly trying to stay in range, but the positioning from Lion is so good. They just kind of hold this like line of scrimmage the entire time. And I just felt like Ignar went way too deep. There was no realistic chance for the carries to ever be able to follow up on that. You cannot be running past the Swain and the Xin Zhao to be able to actually try to follow up on the Ryze, who, by the way, is also pretty tanky. So I just felt like that was a huge overforce from Ignar. The team tried to be there to follow up on it. It's like, yeah, your ability did hit. You stunned up the Ryze, but all of Lion is perfectly spread out, so Shockwave will only ever hit one person. Their frontliners are in between your carries and the person you're trying to go on. And I just felt like it was a really bad engage from Ignar. And his eyes got big because he thought he could hit the Ryze, and I feel like that was the end of the game.
Production is telling me we have comms of that last fight, so I'm gonna take a listen in.
Let's see now, slowly.
Okay.
Just
JCP.
come to me.
Oh, fight. We come in.
They're fighting.
Good.
Dave.
We can go more, maybe.
I'm looking forward to
I
it.
ulti behind. Come.
I'm clicking. Slow. Good fight.
Look, Jace, look, Jace.
Look, Ori, guys, Ori.
Ori, no flash now. I'm running to Jin. I have Ian too. He has flash, right?
Yeah, has.
Okay.
Just come mid. You can run.
Nice hit.
The thing that strikes me is they've all taken positions in being the slow person in the absence of Inspired, which is not a bad thing, right? But like throughout that fight, you hear people being like, nope, play it out slowly. We kind of know what we're doing. And it's kind of cool to hear from them when Inspired used to always be that person who was saying slow in comms.
Well, I mean, like, Doko's comment saying, we can win because the Leona just sent it. To your point, like, I think if you are Dignitas composition, you're just wanting to play off of your range. Like, Shock Blast into Jin, W, ulti, and then, like, you can play off of that if you want to. And then if it doesn't work out and you can't play anything because you were too slow to the Baron, like, completely fine. Like you said, go straight through mid. That makes a lot of sense. But it is what it is. The team is in a pretty rough spot. So these are the type of things that they have to work through.
Yep, those are the things that they have to work on. But did start out well. We'll see if they can get a game because game 2 is coming up next. And we'll be hearing from last week's Player of the Week after this commercial.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
So if Dardoch can come in and turn this Dignitas team around, it's going to be a story.
Can I just
JCP.
Come to me.
Oh, fight. We come in.
They're fighting.
That's
They're
good.
fighting.
Good.
They
We can go more maybe.
I'm looking forward to
I
it.
ulti behind. Come.
I'm clicking. Slow, Jin,
It's good,
slow.
good fight.
Yeah.
Look Jace, look
I'm
Jace.
Look, Aura, guys, Aura.
Alright, no flash now. I'm running to Jin. I have Ian too. He has flash, right?
Yeah, heads.
Okay.
Oh, just come middle. You can run.
Nice hit.
And it ends like that. Lion weather the storm. 1 Baron's all it takes. They'll win game 1.
Welcome everyone, and congratulations, Saint, on winning your Week 2 Player of the Week. How are you feeling on the back of your Annie and Ari gameplay?
Awesome.
Yeah? It's been a while, I feel like, since you last won your Player of the Week, but do you remember the game that we play? You know how this thing goes?
Like when?
Yeah, so it's going to be like rapid fire questions. If you don't want to answer the question, or if you don't have an answer, you can go skip. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Who is the best player that you've played with in your career? You played with a lot of giants. Or just anyone, any player.
Zeus.
You play with Zeus?
I mean, just enemy.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'm okay with that answer. Last night you made a tweet that you got food poisoned. How are you okay right now?
For play match.
Say
I should
again?
be okay. For play match.
Yeah.
I should be okay.
Okay. And what food poisoned you?
I don't know. Maybe seafood and meat.
That's the usual go-to. And what's your favorite and least favorite food?
Favorite is KBBQ.
Yeah.
At least favorite is nothing.
If you were in a Lucian 1v1 versus Berserker, who would win?
For sure me.
For sure you? Okay. APA or Loki, since they're having a decision between who's going to be starting, who do you think is the better player?
APA.
Why?
Feel like it.
Okay, just based off of feel. All right. What champ do you wish was buffed or nerfed?
Bob Silas.
Okay.
Nope, Victory.
I like that answer. How has life been without Inspired?
Pretty chill.
Pretty
Yeah.
Okay.
I chill.
Oh, chill. Okay. And you wanted to be, I guess the last question that I had was like, you wanted to be a jungler. You didn't get the chance to when he was gone. What would you have played? What's your jungle champion pool?
Like Wukong by J4 Lee Sin.
Okay. Do you think you would have been better than Armeo, or is Armeo better?
Armeo is better.
Okay. That's all I wanted to hear. I appreciate you. Thank you for the interview, and hopefully your stomach is good and the gameplay is better. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
Well, I'd say he's playing well despite whatever stomach issues he might be having. That was a fantastic interview, though.
It was.
He gave credit to Armeo. Armeo's the better jungler.
Armeo's good. He's also not in his chair, Armeo.
Oh! Where is he?
I mean,
where in the world is Armeo?
The only one to get food poisoning? Find out.
Ooh, has it spread?
We'll see.
I'm hearing from production that we're looking for him.
We're
So
searching
not even
for
we
Armeo.
know where Armeo
Where
is.
in the world is...
No, searching for Armeo. That's the next tagline. That's Lion's next YouTube upload there. All right, we're hearing that he is on his way back to the chair, so we should be ready to hop into pick and ban for game number 2. Dignitas, we're so close yet. Oh, they pushed Lion so far, but this is a reminder why Lion are the defending champions and why they were the #1 team in spring.
True, and I do think their draft definitely outscaled. The Swain was always going to be hard to deal with, but Dignitas played a very coordinated mid-game. I'd say, thinking back through the game, the early timer where Lion was able to sneak that first Drake, very important, and then the Berserker ultimate that interrupted Palafox's Orianna base that led to another Lion Drake.
Yeah.
That stopped what could have been a very quick soul for Dignitas, and then I feel like we're having a different conversation. And then I think just a really bad call at the end of the game by Ignar to re-engage after that Baron. But at the same time, I think he's thinking, well, they've kind of outscaled. They're a little bit low. Maybe this is our best chance
They've
to
been
fight.
Slightly chunked. Maybe the debuffs are still there.
Exactly.
If we can full send everybody in. Sorry, I just got distracted by Dokla on my screen doing the full chill.
Warm up the eyes, man.
Yeah.
There he is.
Saint said that it's chill, not having inspired around. Dokla is definitely chill right now. And Armeo has returned to his
Armeo's
seat.
back.
We got a full 5-man roster. Let's go. Saint does not have to play both mid and jungle for this game. And we will be ready to hop into pick and ban shortly. And Lions still continue to impress. As a squad, as a team,
they really do.
Not skipping a beat yet.
They really are. There's just no meaningful fall off with Inspired taking a break, with Rigby not being here for a lot of the drafts. Although Rigby comes back and immediately we're like, wow, nice draft.
Yeah.
So he's back. He's been away studying. He's got his big notebook right there.
Yeah, I mean, the Swain for Dokla was, I think, the biggest thing there in that he was getting ahead in his one-on-one matchup. Yes, Isles rotated top a lot to help him out in that regard, but we saw how hard it was for Dignitas to team fight into that Swain later in the game. Fearless draft, though, so throw those picks out the window. It's up for new drafts for both of these teams. Lion now on the blue side, Dignitas on the red, as it's going to be a vibe ban early for Lion. Remember, they banned 3 junglers in game number 1. Will they go 3 for 3 again here now? No, that's Cassiopeia ban.
Yeah, so we switched around here. Dignitas first pick, Lion blue side. So gonna change.
Hi, Dokla.
Hello, Dokla. Glad you got Jonathan Armeo back into his chair so he could play, but 5 game wins in a row for Lion to start the split without Inspired. At first, they were feeling really flippy, like, oh, you know, substitute teacher Armeo is here. Let's play like crazy. And then this last game, it very much felt like that was almost an Inspired run game. Yeah. The game's not going well. Let's wait around. Let's play on our power spikes. Snap your fingers. Game's over.
I'm happy you bring that up. They haven't dropped a game yet without Inspired.
5-0.
4-0 in their earlier series and now an early game win here. Versus Dignitas game 1. Remember, Dignitas game 1 is their comfort zone, man. That's where Dignitas is
the first
scariest.
game 1 Dignitas has lost.
That's
They
the first game 1
Lion.
Dignitas has lost all summer. They won game 1 versus Sentinels, won game 1 versus C9. Yes, the rest of the series did not go their way, but they showed that they were always good for one of them. Let's see if they're good for a game 2 now. They're going to have to do it a little out of order from tradition, as Nocturne is the first pick here for Dardoch on Dignitas.
Okay. Powerful jungle pick. Can also do some early game invading if you really want to get spicy. Dardoch had a great early game, then he did try a little bit too hard.
He had some fun.
A little bit of Lee Syndrome.
Yeah.
On the Camille play-in, on the Rise attempt. And this is one of the problems about playing against Lion is that Berserker is just inevitable.
Yeah.
You just see Lucian Melio and you're like, but it's Berserker Isles Lucian Melio. You feel like it's just gonna, at one point, be 3,000 gold up on the enemy 80 carry and like dashing and 2-hitting someone.
Yeah.
You can already see it, can't you?
I can visualize it in my head. It's happened so many times. I'm wondering if this is an avenue where FBI will go for something like a Ziggs. It is available at this point in time, so maybe they do go for something that will not really engage. It's Senna instead for FBI bot lane, so opting for more of a scaling pick.
Well, it's an old FBI special. I think, and this is going to sound crazy, but I think it's true, I think FBI is one of the best centers in the world. He's really good at this pick, and he does play it into Lucian.
Okay.
So Lucian Emilio, a little bit different, but like just very, very, very comfortable on this pick.
Sheep Esports, get your title card ready. Jat.
He is one of the best centers in the world.
Boom. Statement made. Claimed.
One of the reasons they were able to 2-0 G2 at Worlds 2023 on Energy was the center pick.
True. I like you bringing out the receipts as well. Yeah. That's good. Paired with the Nautilus as well, something that can provide a lot of peel and CC for the center. Also primary engage for the team. So Nocturne might not just be going in alone. He might have a depth charge either leading the way or following him shortly behind. It's going to be the Gnar locked in for Dokla. So blind pick top laner here for Lion. They can ban out some of the tough matchups like the Vayne. And now Dokla can have some agency of his own.
Dokla's Gnar has been really good lately.
Incredible.
It historically actually wasn't one of his top picks, but I talked to him about it recently after his, I think it was his week 1 Gnar game against Gakkos' Ambessa. And he was like 70 CS up by the end of the game. He was like 5,000 gold ahead. And he said, I think this was my best Gnar game ever. And it's because he's just grinded on the pick. He knows exactly what he wants to do in lane. He knows what he wants to do in team fights, what his win condition is. And he just seems so confident on it now. So mainly because of the nameplates is why I'm super confident in the Lion draft so far.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Douglas is one of those players that this is like your ideal top laner, where the whole story of him going back to a tier 2 and then back up to tier 1, he's only gotten better.
Yep.
Split over split, year over year, just continues to improve. And now he's on what we can consider one of his comfort picks. Let's see what Denethor wants to play into it. He gets a little time to choose as Lion will lock in most likely a jungler here, saving their counter pick for mid lane. It's not going to be Galio or Akali. Now, when I see these two bans in the past, I would have thought Locke as a focus here in the mid lane, but with the nerfs coming through, yeah, probably not. But it's going to be Wukong for Armeo.
I mean, all physical damage as well right now, similar to the Dignitas draft last time. So if they wanted to try and pick something super tanky in the top lane, they might be able to get away with it. And it's tricky for Palafox to have to blind pick here too. I mean, the ultimates are already decent. If there's any angle for Saint to play Sylas, he's going to do it.
It's going to be
Sylas or Ahri. I mean, they're just his 2 comfort picks.
Annie locked in for Palafox here, so some more burst. And then Bessa is going to be the top laner for Denethor. Not a
the matchup again.
Yeah, you just were talking about this.
was really confident with in the Gakkos. They had some roam help, but he won't get that with Emilio this game. But Denethor, since the alt nerfs with Ambessa, with it being less reliable, the priority, like the success of Ambessa has definitely decreased. But it's still a solid pick.
We've seen so many instances of top laners not hitting ults that they would have hit in the past.
That's a different pick than I was expecting.
Lissandra for Saint. So you were thinking Sylas. Instead, it's going to be a different AP mid laner that can also provide some engage options here.
Wow. Okay.
Looks like Saint's been in the kitchen cooking up some counter picks into the Annie.
Solo AP Lissandra, I mean, can be super bursty if you want to be, especially when no one else is going to be building MR. Hasn't been played that much. I mean, I'm looking at top regions in Summer Split. It has 2 games and they're both losses. Knight lost with it into Ahri, and JoJo lost with it into Ahri at EWC. So it's seldom played in pro lately.
But hey, those are 2 respectable mid laners pulling it out. Saint adding his name to that list. Let's see if he's able to put a win in the column for Lissandra here in Summer Split. Not one of the most popular champions, but what it does is it offers more engage potential.
Yes,
it also offers a lot of safety in the mid lane. If you're going to get dove under your turret, you can just self-ult. You go invulnerable. It's kind of like having a Zhonya's built into your kit, but you can also press that ult on the enemy. And Annie, pretty low mobility, so now Palafox has to be careful as well.
Yeah, you can definitely match Annie in the fact of like, oh, if I want to fight you and my jungler's here, I'm just going to fight you with my jungler here.
Arguably better for Lissandra because you don't need the rocket belt to get in range or flash to get in range. You can also just throw out your E, take the glacial path. All right, creative drafting yet again from Lion. Rigby is back in the coaching seat for the draft, and already you can see the effects. Dignitas down 0-1 in this series. Hoping to get at least 1 game win. Lion, the defending champs from spring, looking to stop that from happening. Game 2, we're onto the Rift.
All right, eyes still on Dardoch. He's still playing in his first series in 5 years and looked pretty solid for most of last game. It ended kind of
5 gold
in a snap. Did he just clicked vision on the ward that they scouted them out at the Raptors? I love, if you're quick enough with your pings, you can find that 5 gold in game.
Best introduction to League in the last 5 years.
Give me that money.
Yeah. But yes, you're right. The Dardoch's Game 1 debut, very flashy, very impressive. It wasn't a win. There were a few moments, like you said, the Lee syndrome kind of kicked in, and he thought he could go for a little bit more, but overall, I still was happy with the performance of Dardoch and just how Dignitas looked as a team with Dardoch in the jungle position. So eyes will still be on him absolutely. As bot lane already, some good trades coming in from Berserker. Getting damage into Isles and Ignar in the 2v2.
Absolutely. I don't think we're going to be seeing huge engage early, but Kangas, what is this?
So a reminder. So last split, okay, as mid lane's trading, I don't think anybody. Oh, actually, maybe autos. No, does not flash Q. So a reminder that the whole Shopify prediction, that was old news. Palafox Summer, that's also old news, Jet.
What is it now?
It's now Palafox Game 1. If you look at Palafox in Game 1's this split so far, he has been smashing his lane opponent and stepping up big.
That's true.
The concern has been Games 2 and 3. It kind of peters off in Game 2, and by Game 3, they get smashed. Now, Armeo's coming mid lane. Engage comes in from Saint. Palafox almost gets the outplay.
Oh my goodness.
And maybe Palafox Summer is back already here. He absorbs the gank and almost gets a kill in return.
Has to burn his flash, which will be likely punished later, but he was an auto away from killing Saint there. Saint actually has a terrible base, a glowing moat and a refillable potion. So he is technically back in lane, but it's a decent start to the lane for Palafox, who gets to build his Dark Seal.
Has 1 potion still in his pocket there. So point I was making before was that Palafox in Game 1's had been smashing. Games 2 and 3 is where I wasn't seeing the same level of performance.
Yeah.
But here, starting off by absorbing a gank, not too bad.
Well, the problem is they lost Game 1 this time as well. Like
that is, true.
They've been winning their Game 1s. Palafox was doing well, and he's doing well in this matchup. I mean, Lysandra's not necessarily a counter pick into Annie. This is a really bold pick.
Ooh, I like that tech. Throw out the Q and then W to get the stun, and now Dardoch's coming in. No, it doesn't actually go for it. The Glacial Path does get Saint out.
Yeah, Saint knew he had taken a bad base, was really just shoving the wave in. The lane is technically fine for him. He's actually slightly up in CS. Looks like he's actually sticking around with that refillable potion as well. Has gone Resolve secondary on the Lysandra as well with a Overgrowth second wind. So tanky, some lane runes, some scaling runes.
It's going to make it harder for Palafox to burst him down. That's one of the strengths of Annie. If you have a super squishy lane opponent, you can just blow him up. As Palafox, doesn't get the backstop. Can he get back for the cannon? I imagine he did get that with the W, but Saint...
Looked like it.
Hey! There's that auto-pathing all the way.
Yeah, but Saint's actually fine, right? Just take your quick recalls. This is mid lane in 2026.
Yeah. Ooh, FBI stacking up that passive. Okay, gets it off of Berserker and Isles. Ignar's going for these trades with the Dredge line, and now Dardoch hovering bot side. It's only level 4 Nocturne. There's 2 camps up, so he's actually sacrificing his clear speed for this look. It's spotted and an immediate heal from Isles. That's a flash Dredge line from Ignar. Sidestep by Berserker with the Relentless Pursuit, gets out of there.
Bit of a brute forced gank. You respect the attempt from Ignar right there, but once they burned the heal for the move speed, the hook is really, really hard to land.
Yeah.
So 1 summoner spell for 1, just the flash is going to be on a longer cooldown. Dardoch's still going to be clearing up. The danger will actually be his Raptors, because we know that camp is up early. There's already a ward on it. And Wukong might be looking to fight there with Lysandra.
Looks like Armeo will be spotted by wards placed by Dignitas on the approach. Saint's already in position with the control ward. So this will be known information that the Raptors are gone, but I don't think Palafox can stop this. There's actually 3 members from Lion that rotate as Isles even goes up too. Ignar's not there fast enough to link up with his jungler, so instead they're going to go for their own invade. They're pinging on Lion
Counter Raptors.
The counter Raptors. Ignar will show himself mid lane.
I mean, Palafox is 6, so if they fight a Raptors, that's good for Dig, you would think.
Yeah, and the Dredge line in onto Isles. And Timbers goes down, but no stun. The W stun will go out, but now Palafox isolated from the rest of the team. Heal from Ignar almost keeps him up, but that's first blood to Armeo. Turn back from Saint, does get the kill. Dardoch onto Saint, as Armeo will look for a double for himself. Lion trade up 2 for 1.
Hate to see it right there. That's a huge win for Lion with already some great scaling on their side. Dardoch goes down. Palafox with the level 6 advantage at the start of the fight. Saint ends up leveling I think off the kill, it might have been off the wave pushing in as well. That allows them to turn it around and get 2.
I'm just going to call it as it is. This is disastrous. Like, when you have a level 6 Annie, you expect to win this.
You want to one-shot. They know it's no heal as well. Palafox, I don't know if he didn't have the cooldowns to be able to get his stun tibbers, but if you're comboing off the hook, you have to stun and just get the one-shot. Instead, Isles is able to keep everyone alive throughout the fight, and the double going over to Armeo is huge.
Yeah.
I'm checking the cooldowns.
That's a tough one right there. At that point, just don't press the R if you don't have the stun ready to go. Not quite sure what was going through the head of the player, but meanwhile, top lane, Denethor's getting roamed down by a mid laner. Dardox, or rather, Dokla's going to shove in this wave here. Dardox nowhere near, and Denethor's going to have to try and survive this. Public execution onto Dokla. Senna ult comes in, Donnie Shadow to give him the shield, and Denethor will flash out. So,
well played.
Lion do not pull off the dive. It's going to be a summoner spell and a few ults.
Yeah, well played. FBI bailing him out a bit with the ultimate. Nice roam by Saint. I went back and watched the Palafox play. There's no excuses. He's literally full health and full mana with all cooldowns when Ignar hooks. So you have to stun the Melio.
Yeah.
You must.
You must stun that Melio. Imagine a world where he does hit that and they're able to blow up Isles before the fight. That's neither here nor there. Currently, it's a 1.3 thousand gold lead for Lion, as the Dragon could be the next focus here. 45 seconds for that Grubs as well, so potential for the double neutral objectives on the Rift.
Yeah, and Saint got level 6 off the wave. Not off of the kill on Palafox. So a little bit of context both sides, but it does mean good early game for Lion. They've avoided any of the early ganks in the bot lane. They're slowly growing their lead with Berserker and Isles. Dokla doing Dokla-nar things at this point, slowly accruing an advantage over Denethor and Bessa. And then Dardoch, a little bit behind the pace of the game, had done that early gank. Bot lane that was a little bit forced. That started the cascade of events of Raptors into counter Raptors, which led to the Palafox play that got them both killed.
Last time around, it was Dignitas getting first blood. Last time around is Dignitas with the early gold lead. Game 2, though. Lion definitely come to live a little earlier, as Armeo will go for the Grubs on spawn. Nobody's looking at that Dragon yet, as Dardoch is also on the top half of the map, drops the ward down. Oh, looks for the sneaky steal there onto the Grubs, but I don't even think there's a contest. They just back off at this position. Berserker's rotating up towards the Grubs. This will be 3 picked up by Lion, uncontested.
Yeah, they just have a lot of tempo right now. I mean, they're pushing in bot, they are pushing in top. They were first to base, so Berserker and Isles could both deploy out bot lane.
Lion might want more here, because FBI is still shown bot. Berserker and Isles roam all the way up top lane. They're staying out of vision. Armeo's clearing the brush, as Ignar and Dardoch are hovering nearby.
That's a lot
Palafox rotating up. That's 4 members of Lion looking at Denethor. No flash available. Ignar goes in early. There's a Cyclone used early as well, but Denethor's already out of there. Paranoid pop by Dardoch, but the second Cyclone will knock up 2. Palafox is just too late. An impressive stun on the 4, but it's just too little. Lion already get the kills, and they already get out of there.
Caught between 2 decisions was Dignitas. They knew they were greatly outnumbered. It's a beautiful dive by Lion, getting so much AoE off.
They are. I have TP if they dive, actually. It's like really bad dive for them.
They're coming.
They can actually just lose the game here.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm running up here.
Yep, Senna ulti on 12.
Coming. Can we turn off the lights?
Senna ulti on 8. Yeah. Senna ulti on 1.
Ooh, it's tough. You're either letting him die or you're trying to counter the dive. Palafox thought it was going to be a better look. I feel like they wanted the Nocturne ult a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're all so close that turning off the lights, everyone's still going to see the dive.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not like you're accomplishing that much.
Yeah. And the timing was just a little bit off. If Palafox had been there, or if he maybe starts channeling TP early and is under the turret for the anti-stun, it's there. But otherwise, like with a level 6 Melio, just popping down the Breath of Life and the Cozy Campfire on everyone, it's going to be hard to get enough AoE damage to kill someone.
Yeah. It's tough there. Even here in Palafox, call I have TP, they can't dive, and it walks the whole way too. So Dignitas not able to keep their top laner safe that time around. Lion with the full send top will get more gold in their pocket. It is now 2.8 thousand gold lead for Lion, with leads for everybody across the board. Specifically, Berserker picking up one of those kills down there. Doesn't even fall behind in CS, despite spending all that time top lane. FBI stayed bot and doesn't even get an advantage in the creep department.
Yeah, Steam Mastercard Power Spike. Trinity Force done before the Wukong.
That's pretty fast.
Before the Nocturne is able to get the Hexblade. So Armeo is way off to the races. Pretty uncontestable Drake here.
Yeah, 100% kill participation. 2-0-3 Armeo. The hero that Lion really needed at this point in their season, because I know that expectations were Lion were going to struggle. We're far beyond that narrative. They have not been struggling yet to drop a game. But just it shows how impressive Armeo is to be able to step in and still do it after all this time.
100% win rate. Maybe, you know, maybe he just stays. Right?
Maybe.
Haven't lost a single game.
Oh my goodness. Dokla just took top turret at 11-20.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this game's falling out of control very fast. I mean,
just another Armeo
You're
game,
hitting the
right?
emergency button if you're Dignitas, because there's not many more options that you're going to have to get back into the game when there's this kind of gold lead now for a top lane Gnar.
Looking for a play.
Brute lands onto Berserker. Depth charge will follow up. Can't quite get the angle as Isles blocks the dredge line. Armeo's still hovering nearby. Palafox was on vision as he rotated down mid. No play for Dig.
I mean, there just aren't plays for Dig right now. No. Every lane is losing. There is only one player who doesn't have flash, and that's Isles, who's sitting under the turret. There are no plays right now for Dardoch to go for, or even for Palafox to go for. He doesn't even have his first completed item, so they're in a world of hurt.
Culling comes out, big damage onto FBI and Ignar as now Dardoch was hovering in the brush, and everybody from Lion are pouncing onto the Nocturne. He's out of there. Saint with the kill credit. Palafox coming in with a flank. Maybe finds the angle this time around as Armeo's chasing out the support. Armeo on a killing spree. He just dives past everybody on Dignitas, says, I'll do it myself. Dignitas has 3, try and chase Armeo out, but he is out of there. And Lion just get 2 for free.
Lion is playing, don't want to take away from Lion. Lion is playing exceptionally well here with their lead. That's where they want to play through. They've crashed top turret. Dokla shifts down. Saint shifts down as well. They're not losing any minions with these shifts. They're making easy plays. They're not even having to burn their teleports there. And they're still making such positive plays. Like, just look at, I was more impressed with the macro as well as them being on the same page. Like, no one's taking turret damage either. They go around. Palafox roams down, Denethor teleports down. They're not panicking. They're not calling for Dokla to fly in. Dokla can just take over midway while this is happening.
Yeah.
Saint just in and out of the fight at low health. Goes back in when he needs to. You just got to clap his reign over.
Yeah, Palafox thought he could maybe find the burst onto Lissandra, but now Saint's finding the burst onto Palafox. Stacking up the passive, gets the stun. Does Saint really want it? Backs off at the end. But message sent. Saint
level
is
lead for Big Dokes.
Yeah. Saint solves a 3-1-4. Just styling on Palafox.
What a feeder. 100% of his team's deaths right there.
Oh, you're taking the other side.
It's the food poisoning. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a rumbly tummy, you know? Yeah. He's struggling out there.
Even the early laning phase, he was playing so on the edge, right? One auto attack away from dying, but he was up in CS the whole time, just kind of accumulating his lead. Now he's got the Merc treads, so he's just so hard to actually lock down and kill. Very slippery.
And if we're being honest, I know that we spent a lot of time talking and gassing up Dardoch's return, the excitement around that. Game 1, we had some of that. We see Isles here with some very impressive stats as well.
He's been really good.
Wait, ranks among supports in Summer.
First.
He's just there. He's alone. And this is, I would say, kind of the reality check, Jet. Because we come in with all these narratives, this excitement, but then you remember this is the defending champions. Yes, they don't have their starting jungler, but they have 4/5 of the roster that went undefeated in the finals, a 3-0 sweep, and they are against the last place team in the current standings.
Yeah.
And this is what it looks like when you see that disparity in placement. Saint will go for the dive, but doesn't hard commit, so not taking the turret until the very end right there. And now the turn back onto Ignar, as Dignitas just cannot find any mercy in this game.
Lion is an elite world-class team.
Top 3 in the world.
They really are.
Palafox throws out Tibbers, and we'll just die. Yep, Berserker's got the damage, and Palafox got no space on the map to be right now. Lion at 15 minutes have already taken top turret. They're going to now look at mid. Couple autos, that thing's going down.
Yeah. One thing to remind people of, you know, when you're down 8,000 gold at 15 minutes, there are no good plays. It's not like...
It's Hail Marys.
If they were just smarter about the game, they could come back from this. Like, it's a doomed game state, so they're trying to find spots where maybe Lion has made a mistake or They just don't have enough people there, and you're trying to surprise them with numbers. But if they happen to have the numbers, which is a guess, because since they're so far ahead, you don't have vision. I love this.
Oh, no.
Armeo, 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Inspired has the lowest win rate of any Lion player this year.
True.
That's actually shocking.
Yep.
Does Lion need Inspired? Question for the ages.
It is, you know, you gotta wonder.
You gotta wonder.
You gotta wonder.
Hey, I mean, Saint said that they're chill with Adam right now, despite Raz mishearing the answer and giving his own interpretation.
I heard what Raz heard.
It's going to be a second dragon over to Lion as they will keep stacking these up. And to your point, Chad, that like at this point, when there's this type of gold lead, this early in the game, you get past logical ways for a team to come back. So I start then thinking,
yeah,
who's going to get the most kills?
Oh,
we had a
sure.
three-way tie
I think
right
it's
now
Berserker.
for Lion. You think Berserker?
It's just the Lucian difference. You can chase people down.
Okay, well,
Here's
this is Dig going for one of those Hail Marys. If they can get onto Saint, no flash available. He's self-frozen tombs, and now the teleports start coming in. Armeo with the Cyclone locks down Ignar, and Dignitas could not continue. What a Gnar ultimate from Big Dogs! The rest of Lion answer the call of war. Berserker on a rampage gets the double kill, chasing down FBI. It's a slaughter in the bot lane. Lion pounce and get the ace.
It's a 17-minute ace and an 11,000 gold lead. Berserker also picked up more kills.
He did.
So he's 6-0.
6-0-3. One kill for Armeo. That's it.
Well, I want to spend some time on Armeo here, since he is statistically the most successful player in the LCS in 2026.
Okay.
Saint plays this beautifully. You want to be as patient as possible with the Lissandra ultimate, and it still does the same damage when you self-ult as if you ult someone else. It just doesn't apply the CC. So when possible, I think self-ulting is just like incredible, and then Big Dogs with the 4-man ultimate, yada yada, they're great. Armeo, if Inspired comes back, I want to see if he can just sub into some other teams. Because is he just a good luck charm? Like, his lanes just always win.
True.
Lion's lanes are incredible, but is there something there where he can just be the vibes guy?
Some magic.
I'm going to farm, I'll be there for team fights, and we're going to win. I have this magical power. He's not even pressing his W, doesn't have to.
I mean, he pressed Rift Herald, and that meant that Ignar missed the Q onto him. Now Dardak has to flash over the wall. Lion, the entire Rift belongs to them.
It does.
Right now. Yeah, they own it. Bought and purchased with that 12.4 thousand gold lead.
Dignitas has only had one plate. Denethor is about to get a plate bot lane.
Thank goodness they got a kill, because otherwise this would be perfect game territory. They'd have picked any of the grubs, no turrets, just that one kill to their name to prevent this game 2 from being a perfect game from Lion, which is incredibly hard to do in the current landscape of League of Legends competitive play. So
it is.
Dardoch keeping them in there a little bit. But yeah, this game is just kind of over at this point. We're 19 minutes in with a 13,000 gold lead for Lion. They can't even go for the Baron at this point. So it's a good time to remind you, check out that QR code on your screen. The LCS Championship is headed to Gas South Arena in the greater Atlanta area from October 3rd to 4th. Tickets are on sale now. In an earlier call out, we were saying something about the Olympics being there in 96. And then now in 26, something just as prestigious.
Yep.
And internationally viewed.
Yep.
That being the LCS Finals, going to be there. 30 years later, full circle.
Full circle.
All right, Dardoch versus Armeo, full circle.
Full circle.
LCS at the arena, full circle. Boom.
I mean, Dardoch does have 100% of his team's kills. He has 100% kill participation in this series. Actually, he was 100% in game 1. Looking for the silver linings.
Yep. I like it. Stretching it. As Lion will look for this tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Armeo's at, what, 12 kill participation? Oh! Saints at 13.
I know, Isles is at 100%. Oh. Helps when you have a
support.
Bunch of AoE
I know,
abilities.
if you just press W, you're just able to kind of get it at that point. But still deathless. So Saint went down one time. If we're accepting Berserker's going to have the most kills, does that mean Saint will also end with the most deaths? Or will somebody else match Saint at this point?
Ooh.
We're just getting into fun prediction.
It's pretty hard for them to die this game. But if someone is going to die, it's going to be.
I feel like Armeo would probably be the one.
Yeah, I was thinking that. He's building the GA soon, though.
Yeah, but like Saint can just self-ult.
Exactly.
It's really hard. Berserker's got Melio on top of him the entire time.
And he's Berserker.
He's got all the hugs in the world.
Oh, they're sending it on Dokes.
Yeah, Paranoia onto Doke.
Oh, he's hitting mini.
CC. He's still mini Gnar, so this should be a kill. FBI, one more auto. Shut down to Dignitas. Now it's only a 12.4 thousand gold lead. Let's see if the rest of the squad can get out as Armeo is here with Lion in tow. Saints going for a flank onto Lissandra. Gonna get the Glacial Path over the wall. He's gonna take it. No, does not take it, as that would have been straight into a stun from Palafox. So Lion will just lose their top laner.
They will. Gas South in Atlanta. Atlanta on the receiving end of one of the greatest comebacks of all time, 28-3. Maybe we have another moment here in this Dignitas game.
Well,
does this feel 28-3? I feel like it kind of does.
I feel like we're in Los Angeles, not Atlanta right now. But as I say it, this is a second solo laner from Lion getting picked off in the top lane, just back to back. He still has that self-ult, and he's still just going to take one with him on a rampage. Sets up the rest of Lion to go in for the kill. Berserker picks up a double, and that is the team fight win regardless for Lion.
28-3 has turned, it's now 42-10. So it's in fact not closer, is how it feels.
Yeah.
They might just end off this one.
Yeah, 22 minutes into the game, 18-3 on the scoreboard, but the big number on the screen, 14.4 thousand gold lead. Lion absolutely decimated Dignitas. This is what it looks like when a first place team wins a game of League of Legends. GG 2-0 Lion.
Armeo still undefeated in the LCS. Lion spoil Dardoch's return to the LCS. The Lee Sin game from Dardoch looked great at the start. This game, Dignitas just had nowhere to play. It started bad and it got much worse. But Lion is the team that is just cruising here throughout Summer Split. They're 3 weeks in. They haven't even played a game with their consensus best player in the league. And they're still 6-0. So incredible job so far from Lion. And it's looking like Azael's getting set up with Armeo for an interview. We're going to be tossing that as soon as they are ready. Now, maybe this is the last that we've seen from Armeo.
Yes, maybe. We heard that Inspired could be coming back after around 3 weeks, but now we get to hear from the man who stepped up and continued the win streak for Lion. Let's throw it over to Azael.
Thank you very much. Here with Armeo right after your victory. You're 3-0 with Lion. Is this the end of Armeo with Lion? I know Inspired said 2 or 3 weeks. Is this the last we're going to get to see you?
I'm not sure, but hopefully Inspired is back because, even though I've been winning, he's a stronger player. So, I'm just getting carried. It's chill, but yeah, I mean, it's been cool to win, of course. But yeah, I think he's back soon, and just see what happens.
All right, cool. Well, how was it for you playing against Dardoch? Obviously, it's a bit of a throwback. We had talked earlier when Dardoch first came in the league, he was the second youngest player in the league. You were the youngest player, right? And this was a long time ago, and now you guys are kind of getting to have this full circle moment where you're getting to play against someone who was around right when you started your LCS career as well.
Yeah, actually, my first game, I subbed for Echo Fox. I was still in high school, actually, at the time, and it was against Dardoch. And we were winning the whole game, and then we lost. Fortunately, this happened again, except we won. I just, this is potentially my last game, so it's kind of interesting that worked out that way. But yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see him back because, he had to grind through, tier 2 or whatever. I'm done with League competitive other than the subbing, so it's a little different. But yeah, it's just cool to see that he made it back.
Well, I just got word that you won player of the game, so I don't think you're just getting carried. I think you're not, giving yourself enough credit. You're playing well. You say you're done. Does this, reignite your kind of competitive fire at all? Is getting to play and doing well and being like, hey, this is pretty fun. Hey, I could do this. Does that change your mindset at all? Or are you pretty set on, nope, I've had my time. I'm ready for something else?
Yeah, it does not change my mindset at all. I'm totally done, to be honest. Yeah, no, I have zero interest in playing. I'm just doing school. That's the focus. But it's summer and it was my first year, so had some free time. That's what I'm here.
There you go. Well, it's a cool story at least. You played very well. Congratulations, Armeo. Thank you very much for the interview. Back to everyone at the lounge.
Thank you, Isaac. We are back here with Dardoch after kind of your initial return. So what was it like to come back and play on stage?
I mean, it was a lot of fun, obviously. I was a big fan of Lion as a spectator, obviously, for the last few splits.
Yeah.
So it's an honor to play versus them after their MSI finish, obviously, and it's a big skill change in terms of my opponents, obviously. So it was a lot to take in, but proud of the game 1 performance, at least, that we showed.
What was the process like coming in on like what felt like last second? You talked about going through trials and everything, but what was the process like coming into LA and going through scrims?
Yeah, they pretty much made the decision after their match against C9, and they told me like we're gonna book the flight for the next day. And I was like, all right, awesome. But I was kind of on the edge of my seat. I didn't really know where it was gonna go. Obviously, after they beat C9 game 1, I got a little nervous.
Yeah.
Might not get the spot, but it all worked out.
Going from these games today, you said obviously you were happy with, or you didn't get the win, but game 1, you had a pretty strong performance. What do you think you can take from this week going forward with the rest of DIG? Because obviously it's a quick turnaround to try to make the playoff push, but also you already said that this week did go pretty well as you guys were feeling each other out on the team.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential, obviously. When we play the scrims, it looks a lot like game 1, where unfortunately we probably see the defeat screen more often than not, but we make some competitive plays and we obviously can match the other teams in certain areas. So for us, it's mostly focusing on cohesion. There's a lot of moments in the game where we are just not agreeing with each other about what the plan actually is. So there's a lot of back and forth, and then obviously against really good teams in current meta, the game just happens so fast. If you miss those 15 to 20 seconds of conversation not agreeing rather than making a plan, then enemy team's already made their plan. They're already sitting in position doing something, you know.
My question is like, how's the journey been in Tier 2? Because you've been playing with like a lot of friends, like I'm assuming with like, you were playing support for Chad and Will who were jungling, and then you were on CCG, and a lot of those players speak so highly of you, specifically like, you coached when you were on IMT and all that, so they talk about how you looked over their perspective and helped them out individually, and you were very vocal in reviews. So like, how has that journey been for you personally?
The coaching definitely changed my perspective a lot. So on IMT, I had the pleasure of working with my boy Kenvi.
Yeah.
And we had a really, really good relationship when I was the assistant coach of the LCS team. So that kind of sparked that was the first time I had a feeling where of like, oh, I could actually like nurture this talent and it's fulfilling in a certain way. So that kind of made me want to get back into Tier 2 and have a different kind of like optimistic view of, you know, maybe I don't go to Tier 1, maybe I don't promote through the pipeline of Tier 2 like promotion spot, but maybe I can help somebody else get to LCS. So yeah.
Nice.
I feel like a lot of people know of you just, or have an idea of you just from when you were much younger. So if you could kind of go back and tell your younger self anything as he's entering LCS, what would it be?
Just keep your head on straight and focus on yourself. At the end of the day, I was a very good individual player once I entered the league, and I didn't have the skill set as a human outside of the game to kind of scale that into being the player that I envisioned myself as. So yeah, here's to a second chance.
Relatable.
Especially after your interview that you had before the series, you talked about the reflection that you never thought it was about your individual skill. And like even watching your games throughout Tier 2, you were like one of the best junglers for sure. So then coming back, you wanted to be able to like prove that you could play at this level. Do you feel like you did that in the first 2 games? Game 1 was...
Maybe not the second, but game 1, obviously, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I am against a player not in the league, right? Armao is obviously great player, historically speaking. He's obviously more than Tier 1 level over the years, but he's obviously been far away from the space as well. So it's a good, welcoming series for me, at least from the jungle matchup perspective. But I think, I'm very confident I'm still a Tier 1 level player.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Well, I think you proved it today, especially, again, after a Game 1 performance. Thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with us and do all these interviews today in your glorious return. We are going to go to a quick break, and on the other side, Team Liquid Alienware will be taking on FlyQuest.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom. The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Then I want to go enemy top camps though after.
Yeah.
Oh, fighting bot, guys. Fighting bot. Can we look
TP now.
Let's
Look
do
TP
it.
now. Maybe.
Okay, you should have. Okay.
Yeah. Go flash.
Yeah, it's prime.
You're gonna fight, yeah.
I'm mega.
No flash on any. No flash on any.
I'm coming, I'm flanking, guys. Play flank.
Okay.
I'm flanking.
I have ult for any.
I'm okay.
Oh, 개판이다.
Same. We
Killing
can go home.
people.
We can go home fast.
Yeah, nice. Thank you, guys.
What a Gnar ultimate from Big Dogs! It's a slaughter in the bot lane. Lion pounce and get the ace.
Call me an animal.
Welcome back to our final series of the week, FlyQuest versus Team Liquid Alienware. We're gonna have Isles as a guest caster once we get to the games as well. Player of the game was Armeo.
Yeah.
And if this ends up being his last LCS game, then it was a fun ride.
True.
Yeah.
It was a fun ride. But we got Team Liquid versus FlyQuest coming up soon. Armeo, you know, crushed that game. Lion in general crushed that game.
Yeah.
I see you with the Saint pick, Raz.
Look, I was actually.
I like it was close.
I trolled my
love the
producer.
Lysandra.
Yeah.
I trolled my producer. I went from Isles to Armeo to Saint. So I just went all over the place.
And Saint and Armeo both getting the most.
But he has won every single game that he's played in the LCS in 2026. No one else can say that.
That's a big dub. Yeah, increase that win rate.
Yeah, on to today. Oh my God, apparently the gold at 20 was plus 13,000 in that game, which is the 5th highest in LCS history. But as you saw earlier, Isles is there with the casters to get us into this next game. Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Lounge, and we are ready to go, and indeed, we do have a special guest caster here with me, Captain Flowers, and Azael for this first game. We've got Isles showing up from the victorious Lion from the previous series. Isles, you have informed us this is your first time ever on the casting desk. Welcome, my friend.
Thanks for having me. I think it's going to be super exciting, this match. I mean, this is at least in my opinion, the two most interesting games, besides mine, of course.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
of
I mean,
course.
the stage doesn't have me, of course, so it
Are
can't
you
be best,
familiar with the dog tier list?
Oh yes,
the dog
actually,
size tier
I have
list?
seen. Yes,
You're
I have
familiar?
Seen.
Okay,
I've
so
seen. We are in the big dogs.
You
These
are one of the big dogs.
We've got the other big dog, and we've got the medium big dog also.
Well, but we need to know where is. Do you agree with my big dog tier list that I had on thing? Is it just you and TL in the big dog tier? Should FlyQuest be up there? Give me your tier list breakdown.
I mean, I think, I guess in our form, I think at the end of LCS finals last split, I would say we were definitely in a league of our own.
Yep.
But we're yet to see how
So
our
you're
level
the Giga
is.
Dog tier.
We're the wolves.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
But we've yet to see our form with Inspired. I think we've had a good showing so far, but I do think, talking about other teams, TL is by far the strongest team visually from my perspective.
Yep.
I do think they've carried a bit of that MSI form. They definitely learned a lot there, and I think they're obviously the favorite coming into today.
What about Fly? Where do you put them? Do you think this should be, are they on a similar tier to TL, or are they a tier below?
I just think that Fly really hasn't found the way to just take their foot off the gas yet. And I think it's a criticism they've received a ton so far, but it just seems like at some point in their game, there's so much volatility. They're so good in early game, and they're so good hands-wise, but at some point in the game when it just becomes a little bit slower or a little bit more complex, they just haven't really had someone to just tell them, let's not fight this. And they're just because of this, the nature of how they play, there's just always a chance to throw a game.
They need the dad in the room. They need Inspired, you know, telling them, hey, don't go there. Don't do that.
I mean, I do think they're a super exciting team to watch there, and because of how volatile they play, they can beat any team, but just like everyone always says, they can lose to any team as well.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see how this one's going to shake out in the draft. We've got Shyvana banned first here by Team Liquid, respecting the fact that Griffin might go for that unorthodox jungle pick. We've also got the Cassio and Jace banned out. FlyQuest getting rid of multiple junglers, targeting Jose Diodo here with the Lee, the Jarvan, and the Nocturne. Ezreal is the first pick for TL. We've been seeing that a lot more recently. They're going to have Karma and Ryze beside it. Meanwhile, FlyQuest fast to lock in their own bottom lanes here with the Jhin and the Bard. Now, Isles, how do you feel about Ezreal Karma versus Jhin Bard?
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that this is the draft that FlyQuest opted into. I think usually they prefer trying to pick winning lanes. I think that's what their bot lane kind of just performs best on when they have that advantage. I think Master plays great from ahead, and when it's a more neutralizing game, I think his impact is just not as felt as much, and I think he's one of their strongest players. But I do think this is cookie cutter TL. I think this is what they should play to. I think this is what they had the most success with. Quid on Ryze has been fantastic. It's not an easy champ to execute, but I think especially last split he was great on this champ, and I think, yeah, this is their strength for sure.
Which support would you rather play in a game like this? Obviously, you know, the meta is pretty roam heavy. You know, Ezreal Karma, very lane dominant, but Bard kind of has a better time getting out on the map, maybe making impactful plays. You know, which side do you kind of prefer if you could hop in?
Honestly, it's fine for both. I'm not sure if, I mean, usually I think this matchup is seen more often with Caitlyn. I think Caitlyn Bard is an easier matchup. Once you hit level 6, it's a bit more clear what your win con in the matchup is. You have greater threat of like one ult can blow one flash, because if you get hit by it, you're trapped and you're dead. But Jhin, I'm not sure if they're going to have the same impact in the laning phase, and they're going to be able to sync up with the jungle level. We'll have to see what Griffin picks up in the 4-5, but I think it's easier for Ezreal Karma.
Feels like TL with the Vayne ban, I'm normally thinking about, you know, Gnar or Renekton, champions like that you're trying to open up for. So, you know, maybe they're looking for, you know, blind for Morgan. 5 jungle bans here. Feels like that Jose is getting this kind of treatment quite a bit. How do you feel about, you know, Jose and how he's been playing?
I think Jose has definitely been a standout player on TL. I think a lot of people coming into even just this entire year, I think, didn't expect him to be the star player that he turned out to be. I do think that TL has done a great job facilitating him. I think everyone thought that Quid and Yon would just be these 2 massive stars, but I think, honestly, Jose Diodo really has stepped into the limelight in that sense, and yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do this game too.
Yeah, I mean, his Lee Sin in particular for me, like the performances at MSI that he had were completely out of this world. We see it banned against him all the time. Obviously, 5 jungle bans is just crazy stuff. They have got to keep this guy under control. But we do have the Xin, the Skarner, the Vayne, and the Trundle banned out here in this second half. Back over to FlyQuest to see what they want to draft. And with all of those junglers off the table, it will be a Pantheon angle here for Griffin.
I always find it funny though in game 1 when there's like 5 jungle bans and then you realize, okay, well you can still put like Wukong.
There's
or
a lot of
Bai, or,
champs.
Like,
There's a lot of champs.
It's like
There's a lot
you
of
can't
champs.
actually ban someone out in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I do think I would just expect the Wukong here or some sort of AD carry jungler. I don't think Kiana or something is that great when you play against a champ like Pantheon and a lot of lockdown. So, although Olaf actually would also be
could be
a
tough
good,
too.
Yeah, but this would also make a lot of sense in jungle.
All right. I mean, honestly, if they go Sejuani, there's in theory it could be still either one. We saw the Sejuani talk from Dokla, which I know Inspired picked Jace for it, and it didn't go as well in lane, I think, as people maybe thought it was gonna. But you guys won that game.
It is the Wukong, yeah. I think this is what most junglers would opt into. I do think this is actually something that Griffin was really good at. I think the Wukong. So I'm interested to see, you know, how Griffin has. I mean, Griffin and Fly both have, I guess, the burden of execution in this game, I think.
Yeah.
It's really on them to try and find these picks, try and kill the people inside lane, because if you come to a straight 5v5 against these champions, it might not be so easy.
Yeah, the blind off top to me is always a little bit surprising, but it is obviously a very CC-reliant team. Jax, I always feel like, does have a pretty nice edge in this matchup. I know you guys had it actually in your series, and Dokla did end up solo killing Fudge, but Fudge all in about 5 seconds before he had Ignite. Otherwise, I think he probably would have won that. Talk to me about how, now that we've seen the full drafts, you know, which side do you prefer, and how would you be thinking about playing it as support?
I mean, honestly, it's super hard to just understand Olaf in every single game. I think Olaf is just a champion that's so new to drafting in general. Like a few weeks ago, Na was just a premier top pick, but now Olaf has been in every draft because apparently he can be played in every matchup, and now he's being blinded, right? So a lot of the draft, I think, will hinge on this top matchup. I do think Bot will probably remain fairly stable. Obviously, if the game is swung towards blue team or something, then Ryze can become a real menace if he's able to constantly be threatening that bot dive. But the game will probably just be determined around the crabs, which it usually is.
So you have to choose a team. Which team are you slotting in for? Which are you, the Karma or are you the Bard?
Yeah, I think assuming top doesn't blow up, I think I would prefer to be Karma this game.
Okay, so what is the job then you see for Core JJ, and what is kind of the job for Cryogen in this game to be successful?
It's very simple for Karma, I think, and that's why it's easier. All you have to do in this draft is win lane. It's that simple. I think once you buy the Kaels for Ezreal, he will be effectively unkillable this game. All you have to do is maintain that prior, get the bot crab, be stronger when the second crab spawns, try to get that Wukong 6, and just hope your top doesn't grief.
Okay, cross fingers, no grief from top. Name of the game here.
I always hope that when I'm playing League of Legends, and it's never true. Especially when I'm the one playing top lane.
Yeah, and obviously that's on the inverse side. That's going to be Cryogen's job. He's going to be trying to force the grief out of Morgan. So I mean, they also have to neutralize this lane and try to get those timings.
Well, I feel like our top lane matchup could get even spicier than we're already talking about, considering it is Morgan with an exhaust, Gakgos with an ignite, both of them opting for the combat summoner spells. This is telling me supports and junglers need to pay a visit up here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really interesting. I mean, I always think, obviously, you know, in a spicy matchup like this, double combat sums becomes really, really important. But at the same time, Olaf without Ghost, when you look later on into the game, I do feel like is significantly weaker. So like there is a trade-off there. But when it's Ignite versus Exhaust, I always feel like if I can force a heavy trade, if I can trade those summoners, it is so beneficial to the Ignite player because it is the shorter cooldown. So if you can force that without dying, trade summoners, and then re-all in, and that's kind of what Fudge failed to do in the matchup against you guys, where they did actually trade those summoners, but then he just didn't quite wait until the exhaust came back up.
Yeah, that's especially true if Gakgos has opted for the Cosmic Insight. I'm not sure if he has, but
we can check.
Going from a 152 second cooldown to like a 241, it's a very big difference.
Has Cosmic.
That's a long window where Jackson have that extra pressure.
Yep.
All right, so we'll keep our eyes on Gakgos versus Morgan in particular. Taking a look at our junglers and where they're starting, you can see both of them starting off in their respective blue buff quadrants, now pathing towards those red sides, so they'll end up on opposite sides of the map. It does mean Jose Dioto is going to be down near this bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, I guess, what the plan is here from Griffin. I guess he'll just be taking the top grab and basing. It looks like the game will be fairly quiet. Cryogen, I think, did a good job. This is kind of the standard way to play this bot matchup, is just to trade all your HB and get a base off early, but seems like not much is happening first round.
do you want to see junglers try to make something happen early on? Obviously, it's more difficult for Jose Diodo because Wukong is generally one of those just farm until 6 when you have the Cyclone type of ganks. But even if Jose might not be able to make the most plays early on, Core JJ sharpening up that blade. We're talking about a guy who for the long time was considered the best support in the LCS. We're talking about a former world champion from back in 2017. We're talking about a long-standing top-tier player here in North American League of Legends. And the question on a lot of people's minds right now, is Core JJ back in peak form?
It's hard to say, I think. I mean,
well, top side, Morgan staying alive as the turret heats up and Griffin nearly dies. He tries to flash back in and now Morgan flashes right back after him. Isles, you were talking about what happens if top lane blows up? What happens if there's a blunder? What happens if the explosion, if the Claymore's aimed the other way? Because Morgan triumphs as Griffin tries to go for the style points and trips over his own 2 feet.
And this is absolutely disastrous for the game. I think
They dropped the wave. 바로 죽었나?
나이스 아웃.
나이스 아웃. 탑 가줄게. 아이고 나이스.
oh, it's a complete aura farm as well. just zero comms whatsoever. I mean, Morgan has absolutely turned this game into not a free win per se yet, but he is going to be able to do so much work if he does not fall behind this lane, and somehow he's managed to get a lead in this kind of matchup.
I always feel like it feels so good in League too when you have a good play and everyone's watching and you're getting hyped up by your teammates.
Everyone else is hyping you up while you're just silenced. He's just aura farming now.
He's
with
just
the
locked in.
Yeah.
Oh boy, and now Quid ghosting down into the bottom lane. Cryogen flashing away, trying to get the distance, but Quid has thrown the ward into the brush. The Rune Prison locks Cryo up, and Quid grabs another kill. Now it's both of the solo laners for TL on the board.
Yeah, they're really running away with this one. I think this was a really nice proactive move by Quid. It's not always easy to make a play pre-6's Rise, but you can have these creative angles, particularly with the Ghost. And Master did a good job of blocking the Karma Q, but it just wasn't enough.
So obviously we had the top lane dive happening. I'm kind of curious how you see Core's form. So this kind of came from a discussion that I was having, you know, in our story meeting, just about how I feel like sometimes Core gets the benefit of like his reputation, right? And sometimes he's getting votes for All-Pro and stuff. I had felt in the past where it's like, okay, he's not actually playing the absolute best and maybe someone's getting snubbed, but it's kind of easy to vote for Core because he's been so good for so long. But then at MSI, I felt like he was smurfing at MSI. He seems to have brought that form back into the LCS and seems to be playing some of the best League he has in years. So kind of how do you see his current form now?
I think Core, even at MSI and even sometimes whether it be Scrims or LCS, whatever it might be, I think he's had some interesting draft choices. I think typically he opts into playing some of these more losing matchups, this like Rel into Bard type thing. I think he's had a lot of favor on, and he played that at MSI, and I think that went horribly. But sometimes he's just good enough, I think, and him and Yon as a duo are good enough. In obviously this weaker competition in LCS at times, but he's been able to find success on gems like that. But honestly, I prefer him when he's playing these winning matchups or these even melee matchups, and I think that's where he really shines. And I don't know if I would say he's in peak form, because I don't just think the meta doesn't suit exactly what his strengths are. I don't think he's been able to shine necessarily in the way that he has in the past, but I definitely think he's an integral part of TL, and people always talk about their bot lane playing well. I don't think they're stomping every team by any means at all through bot lane. So I wouldn't say, I guess I wouldn't say he's in peak form, but he's definitely playing well and doing his job more than well enough.
Okay, so back in draft, hold on, we'll get to it in just a moment, because Gakos might be in some serious trouble here. Does get hit with the undertow, and with the Rune Prison locking him up, Gakos may just drop dead. Quid with the flash over the wall, and one more shot takes him out. All right, so this actually makes what I was going to say get even worse, because back in the draft, Isles, you were talking to us about win conditions, and we're going to need another break before we get back to that conversation. True Shot Barrage even hits. They want to make sure they give the kill over to Quid. That's a 3-0 Rise, not even 7 minutes into the game. The Team Liquid early game is just smashing FlyQuest.
Quid is just farming freebies too. Like he goes bot, gets an easy kill there, goes top, kills off Gakos and gets his flash, then roam warps back mid, gets a kill there too. He's on a tier, like he doesn't even started building anything yet, but this was just a pretty big overextension from Quad. It feels like he wasn't thinking about the realm warp at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Quid is Mr. Worldwide. He's just simply running the world tour on the map. He's just killing every lane. He's also aura farming in the player cam. It's just another day in the life. This game has really blown out of control. I think TL's win cons have pretty much already all been met, and Fly is just on the receiving end of what they should be dishing out.
It's a bit tough for Gakkos too, because the 1v1 has gone completely fine for him, and I feel like in this matchup, Jack scales really, really well, because you're playing against an auto attack based champion, and you just let Counter-Strike run full, and you get a lot of value with that, it turns out, right? But the dive went horrible. You know, Griffin re-flashed back in, gave over a freebie in first blood. Then he gets killed by the roaming mid laner. And all of a sudden, you're kind of in this position where it's like, okay, well, my first item's going to come in a lot slower. The matchup is now very tough. So if you're on the FlyQuest side, obviously TL's doing really well. If you're on the FlyQuest side, what are you looking at as the ways to come back, and what are you telling your team right now?
Might be silence in the comments right now.
It's a little toxic, Niles.
No, honestly, it is really hard to find a way back into this game genuinely. Once Ryze picks up these mercs in the situation, he's 3-0. He's already got a Ruby and a Dark Seal. He is just so hard to kill. You can see the Scatter the Weak damage barely takes like 100 HP off his character, and he really is the CEO of the map right now. He can move wherever he wants. And the good thing also about picking this Wukong versus Pantheon, when you pick champions that are so strong like Wukong like this, when he meets the Pantheon, he's just going to fight him. And it's going to be really hard for Pantheon to ever run away without like a bard portal or something, because Ryze is always just going to have that push in mid. And if you're going to have this situation where Ryze is just letting everyone push,
Ooh, Griffin trying to make a play happen down here in the bottom lane. Curtain call opens. Core JJ looking to soak the shots here for Yawn. FlyQuest committing multiple men here to this maneuver as Yawn and Core still alive for now, but it's a 2v4. Jose and Quid coming in to try to reinforce. Core JJ putting the tether onto Masu, wants to root him up and buy a little bit more time. Flashes away, Deadly Flourish going to be sidestepped. Quid has arrived to try to clean someone else up. Jose Dioto still making his way down towards the remaining 4 here on FlyQuest. It is only the 1 kill Fly have got so far. Core JJ with another Inner Flame slows down Quad. But because Quid and Jose were so far away, TL hasn't found anything back. Jose Dioto still looking for a little bit more. Morgan versus Gakkos up here on the top side. Morgan with a flash forward and lightning strikes Gakkos. It's a true solo kill up in the top lane, and bottom still isn't done. Jose and Core around the enemy Gromp here, but again, FlyQuest, they sent so many men towards this bottom side play, there's not anything TL can force. So, TL manages to only lose 1 out of the 2 that were targeted in the 4-man play from FlyQuest, and at the same time, Morgan makes it an even trade across the map, solo killing Gakkos.
Yeah, and that solo kill, obviously, it was straight up solo, but also that's the missing flash that Gakkos lost, when Quid roamed up top. Yep. He was still down that flash, and that allowed Morgan, even with the sidestep on the Axe, to flash in and finish him off, so that was nicely done. I'm kind of shocked Core lived, to be honest, when they had them corralled under there in the 4v2. I thought they were going to be able to at least get both of the TL bot laners.
Yeah, I think this was actually a really good play from FlyQuest. Obviously, when the enemy team is doing the grubs and they have this really strong top side that it's going to be hard to fight into, you're going to want to try and find that trade angle. But I'm honestly a bit surprised that Quid let Syndra leave like this. I'm not sure if he was just scared for some reason about dying to Pantheon ult if he tried to like cover bot. But letting Syndra get this free move all the way down to bot without even using her teleport and getting behind your bot lane seems like something kind of went wrong. I do think that Yawn and Core, I'm not sure if they could have done something better to clear the bot wave. Obviously, they're playing against Pantheon, and the enemy team has long range engage. But this is the really obvious weak side timer, and I think, honestly, this is kind of a big win for FlyQuest what ended up happening.
You can see there, Jose thinking about the play on Quad, but the FlyQuest mid laner gets enough distance. He has his team rotating over towards him, so Team Liquid's not going to pull the trigger on that one. Jose Dioto flashing away from the curtain call shots, trying to escape here, but does get caught in the Tempered Fate. Jose, no flash available, defensive Cyclone, trying to make a little bit of space, but no, it's FlyQuest. This time, they find their man, and the timer is so important. It's right as the Dragon is available, and FlyQuest have control over the bot side river with the enemy jungler dead.
That's really nice, and I mean, Quid was moving up from bot side, started the Realm Warp, but realized he couldn't even go in, so it's another good play here from FlyQuest. They seem to be staying pretty active on the map.
Yeah, super nice snowballing timer from Griffin. This is the time, particularly when you play against Wukong as Pantheon, you always get that Sundered Sky before the Triforce if the game remains even, and you got it even further, even earlier, because of this nice play that they made earlier. So a great snowball into that. They're fighting on their strong timer. They managed to get a pick, get the Wukong flash out, and the Cyclone, which is really, really big for their game. They still have the Grand Skyfall available, which will allow them some real map control right now, which is what they're going to be enjoying now.
I just feel like Olaf is going to be so tough to deal with, though. Olaf from even, Olaf from behind is kind of very different champion from Olaf from ahead. And he did go Hexblade this game, but he already has Hexblade as well as the Tier 2 boots. And this is a team that is pretty reliant on CC for survivability on the FlyQuest side. It feels like Syndra and Jhin are going to have a really tough time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be on Cryogen later to kind of set up these portals in a nice way. People do really love this Bard vs. Olaf matchup for that reason, that you want to try and just reposition versus him. It really helps these immobile champions. But obviously, when you pick the Olaf in draft and you see that you just blind pick it like this, your plan is to go even. And the fact that he's 1.6k gold up at 12 minutes, it's an understatement to say he's overachieving. So definitely going to be on Morgan to show up today.
Yeah, that gold lead is pretty much the entire team gold lead up at the top of the scoreboard as everybody else sort of cancels one another out. One Drake to one Drake now. 3 grubs in the possession of TL early because that's when FlyQuest was making the 4-man play bottom side, like we already mentioned. 2 minutes to go until we see the Rift Herald spawn. Isles, do you feel like maybe we take it slow, pump the brakes a little bit till then, or is there a reason for particularly FlyQuest, since they're behind, to try to make something happen before that next neutral objective?
Well, this is kind of the FlyQuest timing, I suppose. Obviously, Jack's still yet to pick up his Triforce, so it seems like he is just slowly losing kind of to the Olaf, but I mean, it still is kind of FlyQuest timing to try and find something on the map. I don't think the onus is really on TL necessarily to try and find something in the game because they do have this team fighting insurance. I think when Karma and Olaf link up in the team fights, it's still going to be really hard. But it looks like we're posturing for a dive here.
Yeah, he just lost his Counter-Strike, but maybe he can walk out.
Yeah, no Counter-Strike available for Gakgos as Jose the Oto's spinning around on him. Gakgos is going to fall as Morgan down here with the bottom lane, continuing to try to find his way out of this 1v2 situation, make it a 1v3. Wow. They even send in the Grand Skyfall from Griffin, but he doesn't even get an assist because Quad and Cryogen managed to find themselves the kill. So Morgan does get knocked down for the first time this game. Gakgos now 0-3 and 0 on his Jax as top laners are targeted on both sides.
Cryogen just smurfed that though. I mean, obviously you can throw the ult right on top of Syndra and the Olaf because the Olaf is immune with the ult, and then he just kites out the Ragnarok, gets a stun right after it. That was really nice Bard play.
Very well maneuvered, I agree, by the FlyQuest side. I do think as well, though, similar to the play that happened earlier when they had this bot cross map, I'm surprised that TL kind of let this happen. I do think diving this Olaf with 3 people maybe would work, but this Olaf was really, really strong on this time with the exhaust. His flash was not available, but he will be able to stand under the tower, and I'm not really convinced that they could dive him, particularly with mid-prior and this type of thing. So I think this was a pretty big overstep for Morgan, all things considered.
I mean, this is a little bit of cope, but I will say, when you're behind and the matchup is like the gold lead is isolated to one person, at least you can kind of say, all right, well, if Jax can be in a side lane and keep Olaf away, then our 4v4 isn't bad.
Yeah.
And like it is cope, but it's kind of not cope too, right? You know, it's like, hey, if you can be there to interrupt a TP or whatever, that can sometimes be enough. You're not going to be able to win out in that 1v1, but FlyQuest are in a decent spot as far as the 4v4 is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, some strange things have definitely happened this game. It seemed like Ryze was out of control early game, and then when he should have been strong, he was somehow giving moves to Syndra. And now Syndra has actually gotten this gold lead that she's actually going to be really strong in this 4v4, like you say. If Olaf is not present, Syndra really doesn't have much of an answer when her flash is up. It's really not going to be easy to engage on her, but she's TPing top right now.
Yeah, we got a TP coming in. Griffin showing up here as well. Cryogen goes on Magical Journey to try to block off Quid's escape, but Quid immediately repositioning as Jose and Core are coming in now. 2-man knockup from Jose's first cast of the Cyclone. Rift Herald also summoned as Team Liquid have Gakgos isolated from the rest of FlyQuest. Gakgos is a punching bag this game, man, and Team Liquid are getting their reps in. 0-4 and 0 on the Jax as FlyQuest now have to try to reposition down a man for the next 25 seconds. Rift Herald just slammed into the mid lane tier 1 turret as Morgan once more overextended. Has to try to use the flash and Ragnarok to get himself away. Turns it around, back at a Cryogen. Morgan just drain tanking as Quid arrives to try to back him up, but the scat of the week going to keep the Rise away. Wants to step forward and lock up Griffin. That's a one-way ticket to Rune Prison, and he'll be buried there. TL come out on top yet again.
Yeah, and that lead extending even more now for Morgan, 2.5k ahead here. Pretty good initial look from FlyQuest, but felt like maybe they kind of overchased a little bit, and TL's able to respond.
I think this is exactly what you want out of the Rise. This is what you expect. When you build these items on Rise, these enhanced Merc Treads, and you just have the extra sustainability and the Ghost to just stay inside and just force people to come to you. If no one comes to you, you'll just be moving around the map and creating plays. So really nice job by Quid to bait the enemies into this overextension. And this is the TL win con, to get Olaf into this top lane, to get these even fights going, and this is what FlyQuest has to avoid.
Yep, going to be able to be in a pretty good spot now here, TL, but they're looking for another potential dive. Everyone is moving up here. Jose's in the area, though, too.
Morgan has his Ragnarok available now. It was just barely not ready to go when FlyQuest first started making this move. Jose Dioto stepping forward. Ragnarok has already been used. Cryogen buying himself enough time to stay alive here only for a second. Morgan picks up the kill out of the Tempered Fate. 10-4 now for Team Liquid. Isles, I feel like this is what you were talking about back in the draft. FlyQuest, they're a strong team. You never really know what to expect, but sometimes it's that foot on the gas pedal just feeling a little bit too heavy. They're always still looking to make something happen. And once again, it backfires as Team Liquid come out on top of the kills. They get something across the map. Core JJ going to get caught here by the deadly flourish. Core a little overconfident in his positioning there. Does get punished by Masu and Quad. That at least slows TL down a little.
Yeah, I mean, the game is going to be really tough from this position. Obviously, these even numbered fights are just going to be difficult, and I think FlyQuest just pulled the trigger at a time where they just didn't have the necessary vision and the timing to create an outnumbered fight, and because of that, TL just, once again, in the driver's seat.
Remember, the LCS Championship is going to be headed to Gas South Arena in the greater Atlanta area, October 3rd and 4th. Tickets are on sale right now. Are we going to see you there, Isles?
Hopefully, on the stage. Hopefully.
I would be very, very surprised if Lion is not at the the finals weekend.
If you don't make it, we'll hook you up with some tickets.
Thank you.
So we'll see you there either way.
Don't worry, man. If your team crashes and burns, we'll make sure we can get you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Do you know what? I always feel like when I look at total gold, it sometimes makes it more sad than just looking at, oh, he's down 2.9K. You realize he has about as much gold as the supports, right? Like, Jax has just finished his Triforce, and people are on 2 core in some of these cases.
It's not a great look for Geckos. I've yet to see this Jax vs Olaf counter pick work. People do keep claiming that Olaf cannot be blind picked. But once again, Olaf has been blind picked. And once again, he's completely 1v9, so we'll have to see.
Beginning to think maybe it's time to reconsider the Olaf position, as Masu might want to reconsider his position. Team Liquid making a move on the enemy AD carry. Quid will not be stopped as they step forward to give this kill over to Yon. Cryogen gets away on a magical journey, just barely surviving. But the Team Liquid death ball, when everybody gets together, is very, very scary stuff. Cryogen will not be sniped down by that true shot barrage, but it's just another play where Team Liquid assemble everybody, they get 1 or 2 kills, and they're strengthening their position in the game.
Go better. Pantheon based.
Guys, we can look Jin or something.
Oh yeah, I'm matching.
I'm
watching.
Watch.
Yeah, watch.
No flash Jin. He's dead.
Nice. Perfect.
Let's play fire.
Keep focusing on fighting.
Pantheon, first. He's not bad too.
So close to the kill on Cryogen there as well. That last Mystic shot chasing him through the magical journey, but couldn't quite catch up. All right, we're 5,000 gold ahead for Team Liquid. Half of that is on the Olaf. I feel like the only angle here for FlyQuest to try to find a fight that works is you've got to find something where Olaf is not.
Yeah, it's just going to be so difficult to do that right now. He does not have the teleport, but it really kind of is that stage of the game where, especially with the dragon coming up in 1 minute, it's kind of obvious where Olaf needs to be. I don't think that FlyQuest really has some sort of threat on like hitting the Nash, I guess, while no one is showing. It's actually TL that's going to be starting it up, it looks like.
All right, not a particularly fast take on the Baron, but it does demand an answer from FlyQuest. Exactly. They want Fly over here. They want them to have to answer. Griffin jumps over the wall. Core JJ going to be your target. Scatter the Weak from Quad gets a rampage before anything else even starts, but Team Liquid still wants to try to take the 4v5. Masu getting chased down by Quid, but he does create enough distance to get himself away. FlyQuest, they find the opportunity to jump in and steal away a quick kill without Team Liquid getting anything in response. Sadly, they can't take anything else off the map because of it. Still 30 seconds until that Drake spawns. Core JJ is about to revive, so now we start playing for positioning around this next Drake that spawns. We've been talking about a fed Olaf. We've been talking about Jose Dioto being a menace in the jungle. Wukong and Olaf both love Cloud Soul, and if Soul Point for Team Liquid becomes reality for FlyQuest, this game just got a whole lot scarier.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an overconfident step forward from Core, but I think this death is going to be largely inconsequential. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard to find a good fight here when TL all grouped up like this. Obviously, Griffin searching off the side for Quid, but in this 5v5, there really is just not really going to be an easy angle, I think, at all.
True Shot Barrage
Look at mid.
only tapping Griffin's health bar there. As Team Liquid decides to utilize this opportunity to find the pick on a quad. Yon just goes point blank range there with the arcane shift as Hoseoto grabs the kill on Amasu. Gakko's trapped inside the stasis in the middle of 3 Team Liquid players. And that's 3 FlyQuest body bags all over the jungle. Team Liquid, they didn't even break a sweat. Yon got a little bit low, but he did it, forcing that first kill on the enemy mid. And now Team Liquid with a 5 versus 2. They're going to force their way into the enemy base. Mid lane inhibitor turret down. Mid lane inhibitor targeted by the minions, but TL doesn't care about that a lot. They are going to go ahead, get themselves out, take the Realm Warp back over towards the Baron pit. They end up kind of smashing their faces into the wall on accident. Didn't get quite enough distance there on the Realm Warp, but it's TL going after the Baron after breaking open the enemy base. 9,000 gold lead. This one is all but done, my friends.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no hope for FlyQuest at this point. I mean, it was going to be a super tall task, I think, to come up with any fight at the Drake, and I think TL were aware of that. Yon was so confident he even thought that he could just hit the mid tower while his team just dances with them at the Dragon. Really, the ball is just in the court. There's just nothing that Fly can really do from this position.
Yeah, it was pretty well played by TL. I mean, they just forced a response mid, and it felt like Quad maybe wasn't aware that they could be there, but it felt like they didn't really have any control of their own jungle, so walking through that angle seems super risky. He gets insta-killed, and like that is basically the backbreaker, it feels like, at this point. So FlyQuest's going to keep trying. You can see they're going to try to set up some sort of a pick here, but it is hard to imagine realistic fights where the TL carries die.
Yeah, these champions are just too tanky, too mobile. All the flashes up that are really important. The Mikhail is always at the ready, so this battle shouldn't really amount to anything at all.
All right. Quid still just fine as Griffin tries to jump in. Hoseoto taking the most damage now as he is shut down by the Unleashed Power. So Quad's going to grab a kill on that one. Morgan chasing through the magical journey, but he does not have the Ragnarok any further. Quid decides to flash forward, makes it a double kill with a pick onto Cryogen. Yon scattered backwards, but there is no orb to guarantee the stun. Now TL, they got a 2-for-1. They lost Jose in the process, but considering FlyQuest is injured, they have to regroup back on the fountain. TL still has the Baron. They're going to use the opportunity, rotate everybody up to the top lane. Take out the tier 3 turret there before they make their exit. Yon gets away with the shift over the wall, escapes that scatter the weak yet again, and TL is going to...
Maybe Quad, now with his 3 items back with his death cap, he is pretty strong, so maybe if TL does split up, there'll be some sort of angle, but yeah, it's super tough at this stage.
This is such a it's the heaven and hell solo laner performances for Quid and Gakkos this game. Quid is 7-0-5, just having himself borderline perfect Rise game. He's been all over the map. He's been doing his job in the fights well. Gakkos 0-5-0 on the Jax. That first play they try to make with Griffin topside backfires, and it is just rough, man.
Are you excited for week 6, the Lion home grounds?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's going to be exciting. I've never done like a road show, I guess, like this. That wasn't for finals. Like,
yeah, it's cool.
Like last split, but I'm excited to see. Honestly, I'm really excited actually to have some people cheering for me. Because whenever I've gone overseas so far,
Worlds is in NA this year too, baby.
People are always, when we were playing against HLE, when we made a good play, no one cared.
Yup, there you go. But now here we go with TL looking to end the game right now as Morgan grabs the kill in the quad. Quid goes legendary, and everybody's looking at a black and white screen except for Gakkos, the 0-5 Jax, now tasked with the 1v5 here at the Nexus.
I think he's got
it's
this.
Not a winning fight. Team Liquid takes out the first Nexus turret. They'll immediately move over to the second. They've got a 12,000 gold lead, 20-7, not even 27 minutes into the game. Team Liquid dominate FlyQuest in game 1.
Pretty one-sided. Thanks for joining us, Isles. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much for having me.
Looking forward to home grounds, and you guys are going to play TL there. TL's looking pretty good. That's going to be a banger matchup.
It's going to be exciting. They definitely look good in this game, and I think our form will only get better from here with Inspired probably coming back by then. Fingers crossed, of course. But yeah, I think TL looks great right now, and they look great in this game.
Awesome. Well, great job.
Isles, thank you so much for joining us, chat. Please show him some love, all y'all, as we head back to the lounge to get their thoughts heading into game 2.
Welcome back, yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I just think the Quid is really good at Rise. Yeah. Honestly.
Team Liquid's looking pretty good at League of Legends.
Yeah, they are.
I think very agreeable statements.
But I am going to start with some Quid Rise, please, because I do really love how he gets involved so early on the Rise. And we're actually going to start here at about 3.5 minutes, where Core had previously, off of reset, headed up this way to help Morgan. Morgan actually ended up backing because Jack's back. So he ends up going mid to try to kind of harass Quad a bit. And what this ends up doing is it kind of chases Quad off. It allows Quid to clear this out a bit. And he is going to immediately ghost down to bot lane to get the kill once Core is back here. So he ends up cleaning up this kill onto Cryogen. Fast forward a bit to about 6 minutes as TL are actually taking the Drake on this bot side. But again, watch the top because Quid is going to recognize that as Morgan and Gakkos are up top here, Gakkos is going to end up getting trapped as he tries to escape right here into the waiting arms of Quid. He's just there, being annoying. They already know the Gakkos is there. He cleans it up, and then immediately, since he's already level 6, guess what? Syndra is not safe either because Core is already here, right? And this is what I want to point out is that all of TL are already playing around this. So their communication is great. Jose can head in here too. Core is already in position and he's gonna realm warp in. And guess what? It's another kill for Quid.
I mean, he's
so good on Rise, and the team itself is just firing on all cylinders right now that they are so strong at being able to play the map when they have a semi-global like this.
Yeah, mid, bot, top, mid, all before 7 minutes. Morgan also popped off in that game. I mean, 10-2 on Rise, not including this game, so now 11-2 on Rise, higher KDA, more damage per minute. The anti-Loki.
Yeah, and I think what... True.
Look, I didn't bring that up.
And something that I think Quid and Team Liquid do a really good job at is trying to find windows in which they can get moved.
Yeah.
And Quid has been doing a really good job of it. Like literally starting off the split off his lock play where he's like finding a TP play out top lane, goes there, is able to find roam spot. This timing the roam that he got on bot lane to get the kill on towards Bard. He lost the wave, but he does not care. Like he literally just doesn't care. Like the opportunity cost is there and he's always going to be successful in that one. So like I think it's been great there, and also big assist to Core JJ, who's been finding the moves like you mentioned.
Yeah, and a big solo lane game for these guys. So Quid popped off. Morgan also just got his contract extended through 2028.
Let's go, Lord Morgan.
The extension from Team Liquid. Make it count right off the bat.
Yeah.
Playing with that nice little new contract.
Maybe another year, guys.
Locking in the Olaf, as we see the pro view of him foiling this dive and managing to get first blood off of it.
I mean, the sidestep. Holding your flash that entire time to be able to flash in for the kill is the most impressive part there for me.
Yeah, he knew it, and the rest of the team knew it. It was great hearing them cheering him on, too.
Yeah.
And then Gakkos' flash was actually down from the previous play that we showed earlier, and Morgan was able to capitalize on that.
Isles was mentioning during the cast, though, that Olaf might be a little overpowered.
I agree.
He is winning most of his games around the world. He is getting blind picked.
Yes.
And he's also just slamming in so many of these games. So
I mean,
great job, Morgan, but also good pick.
I think Morgan is good, and I also think Olaf is good.
Yeah.
But two things can be true at the same time.
There's been like a little bit of criticism towards Morgan, like last split and the split before that one, but I think he's honed it in. Team Liquid has a really good view of how to play the game. And I think based off this one more game, maybe we extend it to 2029. maybe go a little farther than that. But yeah.
I also just think, like, talking about what has changed kind of for this team, how they're like, oh, okay, we're just firing on all cylinders. We went to Korea. We don't know how we figured it out, but we figured it out. One of those huge changes was Morgan just looking so much more comfortable with the rest of the team.
It's about the connection, right?
Yeah.
And I think Jose is probably playing better than he did in the first 5 weeks, even though his scores and player of the game scores aren't there, because he's enabling Quid, Morgan, Yon to carry in these games so much better. So they're looking good.
They're looking really good.
Pretty good.
Also, you out there, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. And before we head to break, we have a quick tease of the latest episode of Are You Smarter Than with FlyQuest. This one gets a little goofy. It drops on Tuesday on the LCS YouTube channel. Check out the preview.
You are so bad!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hands to the sky as we enter the arena, wild animals. Realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy, the battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now, we're going for gold. This time is for heroes, a new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky, we're flying high, right eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We're gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we're gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We're soldiers, we're heroes, we're fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We're gladiators, world dominators, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It is time for our last series of the weekend. Well, it's been time for the last series of the weekend.
Still
but
time.
If you blinked, you might have missed the first one because honestly, it was a pretty fast victory for TL over FlyQuest. It started with Morgan outplaying the first dive from Griffin and Gakgos up there in the top lane, and it just snowballed from there. Morgan did a great job in his matchup against Gakgos. Gakgos finished the game with, I believe it was 6 deaths, 0 kills, 0 assists. The Jax was just not a part of the game at all, did not impact things. Meanwhile, Quid's rise in the mid lane for TL was, what's that?
He impacted some things.
Okay, he impacted the amount of gold in the enemy team's wallet. However,
Boom,
Quid
impact.
was no, he's not in this game. But we did have a huge performance
What are you, me?
on the rise from Quid. He's smurfing in that first game. He was collecting kills all over the place.
People that Gakko's impacted.
Getting lots of free money, some of that top side, some of that mid. Honestly, it was just a really good performance from TL in game one. And I like what Isles was talking about in that draft, saying, yeah, FlyQuest is hype. They make exciting plays. They're a fun team to watch, but they don't know when to call it off. We saw that a few different times in game number one after they fell behind. I can respect the mentality of we got to do crazy plays to try to get back into the game. Unfortunately, Team Liquid was ready. None of the FlyQuest moves worked. Let's get into the second draft now, as Team Liquid will ban out the Shyvana again alongside Cassiopeia and Jace. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, Zelda's looking awfully similar to the first game. It's double jungle bans here with the Lee Sin and the Nocturne. Now remember, the Jarvan was their third one in the first half in game number one. That is another big Jose Dioto champ. Does FlyQuest want to take that off the table here, or will they allow it to go into Jose's hands?
Okay,
Yone.
so going to ban out Yone. So interesting. We'll see. You know, if Jose is even going to go towards it, of course, like I said last time, you know, even with the 5 AD jungle bans, there's just so many early on in Fearless that's not really a concern. You know, when you get deep, especially best of 5 Fearless, then it becomes more of an issue. But Jose is a really big playmaker. This guy is a menace. And like Isles was saying, I think he is kind of the surprise star of TL coming into this year. You know, Jose was the pickup that I think people had the most questions about. And, you know, is this guy really deserving of being on the team? You know, is he really going to perform that well? Especially when a lot of people were thinking, maybe TL is going to get inspired. But I feel like Jose killed off a lot of that discussion so quickly. Yeah. He was in the running for MVP last split. I think he played amazingly well at MSI. And he has continued that run of play here in Split 3.
Yeah, I think a lot of it probably comes from Jose's very short stint on FlyQuest back originally a couple of years ago that was not particularly impressive, and people were like, oh, okay, so this guy came up, he had a reputation in the LLA scene, he comes to NA, he didn't do anything super impressive. Why are we going to be excited for him on this team, like Isles said in the previous game, that has Quid and Yon as your expected superstars? But Jose has really kind of just shaken that off with confidence and really been a big performer. Over on the FlyQuest side, we get Yunara and we get Lulu locked in for the bottom lane for Masu and Cryogen.
Yeah, this is really interesting because obviously the Lucian first pick tells you they're probably going Lucian Melio, like almost guaranteed. That is what you're going to get. One of the answers that we've been seeing sometimes around the world that I have been a fan of is Cog Lulu, and this is kind of a similar idea where you're just saying, all right, we're not going to be really doing much interacting. We're just going to be playing to scale. We're going to be playing to be stronger in those team fights. Instead, they're going to pivot to Nami potentially. So Nami gets locked in, and that is more about that kind of 2v2 power because Nami does have a better matchup into Lulu. Melio is much more about denial of engage, but of course this 2v2, they're not engaging on you, right? They're just going to be poking you with Lulu poke and looking to scale. So Nami is more of, you know, about that 2v2 than it is about the 5v5. And we'll see if they can kind of be able to get an edge there. But I like the adaptation. And at the same time, yes, you have Jarvan, which is comfort for Jose, which is going to give him the ability to get active early here. But Yunara can deal with the Cataclysm fairly easily. And Griffin does have Vi available as another strong AD jungler. That's going to be his choice if he grabs that. And I always think of Yunara as one of those champions that does answer Jarvan quite well, because obviously you hit the ultimate, you use the Kame step, you hop out of the Cataclysm, like you have ways to deal with that engage.
Yeah, I want to see how often targets are going to be selected towards that bottom lane here for Jose Dioto. Lulu can get trapped in the cage at any given time, and at least forcing the ulti out of Yunara. Yunara needs that ult to really be effective, right? Like any transformation ulti character, if you think of things like Twitch, like Yunara, anything that has to have that extra power, it relies on it. FlyQuest for Griffin, though, going to go ahead. We've got some pretty standard early power junglers here with the Jarvan versus the Vi, both very capable of making those early ganks pre-6, as well as having a big power spike once the ulti unlocks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vi just really strong pre-6, like you said, and then post-6, well, you're dealing with Lucian, a champion that wants to get involved in these fights, that relies on mobility, on dodging skill shots with the dash, and of course, Vi kind of says you cannot do that. Again, Vayne going to get banned just like last time for TL. Last time it was, of course, that blind Olaf, but again, when I think of Vayne bans, I think about Gnar, I think about Renekton as two of those options that they're trying to open up. Of course, Vayne is also good in some of the tanks, and so those are kind of the options that Morgan is going to have here available. Quid did play the first and still the only lock game of the LCS, was great on it, so that will remain banned. And of course, Galio, about the combo with the Jarvan, you're just looking for that denial.
Yeah, double banning the mid makes sense here. Does Team Liquid want to continue targeting that top lane pool? We'll have to see. The Vayne just feels like it's become such a standard top lane counter answer these days that you just see it banned away so frequently. Rumble going to be banned out beside it. So yes, it is another top laner. This one being one of those more just universal. If they want to lock it in here on pick number 4, it works into a lot of matchups. They want to take that possibility away from Gakkos.
I'm kind of just assuming we're going to get standard control mage potentially here, and then I would think that Gakkos would go for a counter pick, but you do of course have the opportunity to still blind top. And with the Vayne ban, with the Rumble ban, with the Jace ban, a lot of those bans that TL threw out are kind of opening up and improving the opportunity of playing this Gnar. So Gakkos, I think, is saying, and Fly is saying, that you want to go Gnar based on your ban, so we're just going to take the Gnar from you. And I don't think that Morgan is the kind of player to really go towards those more spicy counter picks top. But we'll see. There are things like ADTF, there are things like Tristana and Corki.
Yasuo.
Yasuo as well. There's Aurelia. I mean, there's a lot of answers to Gnar. And so there is that possibility, but I feel like Morgan's just going to go standard, something like Mbessa or a tank or something.
There it is. Sure enough, Mbessa locked in 2-6 so far in LCS Summer. Kind of some nasty stats.
We need to investigate who has played it.
Oh, true. Yeah, I guess that is kind of what it comes down to.
Exactly.
Is it actually a problem with Arcane Grandma, or is it a problem with the kind of situations she's finding herself in?
Or is it the yellow teams?
Oh boy, is that our culprits?
Let's find out if it's the yellow teams.
While Isaac investigates, we will see what the final pick of the draft here. Ooh, okay, we'll get the Sylas for Quid in the mid lane. Sylas obviously loves to be able to steal away the Gnar ulti, not have to play around the Gnar bar. Wild Growth can also be used for a big save. So a couple of nice options there here for the Team Liquid mid laner.
So Morgan's 1-0 on it. Thanatos is 1-1, and then the other 4 losses are 2 from Surdy, 1 from Denethor, and 1 from Gakkos.
Okay, fair enough. So we do have our final pick of the draft here for FlyQuest. It'll be the Weaver's Wall, locked in with the TLAW for quad. You know what that means. Since Sylas is in the game, it's going to be a giant mess of 2 Weaver's Walls flying different directions in the team fights. All we needed now was Mel in the game so we could have 3 of them and build a triangle.
Yeah. Get some more terrain,
Yeah, why not?
Obviously, Sylas really good with the Gnar. That is so powerful when you can steal that away. Incredible team fight out. Vi, obviously very good as well. Wild Growth, not bad whatsoever because you can set up for yourself with the Absconded Duct into a Wild Growth and just kind of chain that CC. So 3 very good ults for Quid to steal. Of course, TLAW is just kind of whatever, and you're just, as most Sylas matchups are, you're basically just trying to farm and survive and get ready for fights.
Well, if nothing else, you can also steal the TLAW one to follow her if you think she's trying to shove and make a roam down the bottom lane or whatever along those lines, right? I also really like when you have a champion that makes terrain decently sized terrain. I'm not talking about that little dinky Ornn Rock or the Trundle Stink Pillar or whatever. I'm talking Anivia walls, TLAW walls, something with some real brick and mortar to it. I love that when Gnar is locked in as one of the teammates.
Does Cataclysm count?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's some brick and mortar.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just getting on the same page.
And that's even on the other side there. So you're going to have Cataclysms in the team fights. You're going to have Weaver's Walls in the team fights.
You can use their walls.
There's a lot more crap to throw people into. It's going to get WWE in here if the Gnar has his way. And honestly, that's a great shot for Gakkos to redeem himself after a very lackluster game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's true on that side, but it's also true on the other side, right? Because the Sylas can steal the Gnar and use your terrain, and we are getting spicy at level 1 down here, 3v3.
Yeah, Core JJ has already flashed away. No summoners were used otherwise except for that Nami flash. So nice little early dub there for FlyQuest.
Ooh, look at where Jose is. Jose's going to be in the side brush and maybe try to get some harass down. No, he just decides to back off from the TLAW. I thought he was going to just try to get some autos down on TLAW as he walked by, but of course that would delay your clear, so it would be pretty costly if you went for it. But you can see really that bot lane skirmish is all about the wards in that side brush, trying to deny those wards down on the bot side to be able to play for side lane control. Because when you are in these Enchanter versus Enchanter matchups, it is actually such a big deal to be able to have that vision in the side brush. And as a result, TL do have double wards, but FlyQuest with that flash advantage, they do trade out the heal and the barrier, and they get the push.
All right, FlyQuest with control over the bottom side. Back in draft number 1, Isles was also talking about how he thinks that Masu is one of the best performers on FlyQuest when he can play from an advantage, when he can play from a position of strength. The team can look really good. Jose Diodo is down here, though, as FlyQuest are about to try to crash this wave into the turret. We'll see if Team Liquid can get a punish as Jose hits level 3 after clearing out his Krugs. Now, he is going to walk past the ward in this Pixel Brush, so FlyQuest, aware of the presence of Jose, might be at least able to grab a summoner spell here. Flag and drag combo, sidestepped by Masu, but he still has to flash. Jose Diodo ready for the flash, follow! And there it is, FlyQuest pushing up. Even though they had the ward, Azalea can't protect them because Jose and Jan are ready to go bloodthirsty there for the first blood.
Yeah, Masu and Cryogen were winning out in that 2v2 just ever so slightly, but they couldn't fully crash the wave. Jan and Core were hitting it enough, were keeping it off the tower, so there were those 3 minions alive that did not actually crash. It made Masu and Cryogen stay around long enough that Jose can look for this gank. And honestly, I don't know, it's always hard to say in these moments, but I feel like even though Masu avoided the flag and drag by stepping down, I think that killed him. I think he just has to accept it, keep moving up, and flash. Because that step back closes the gap between him and Jan and Core JJ, allows them to get extra damage in. And I feel like in a situation like that, it is always a tough call because you're like, oh, I can just dodge this. But when Jose flag and drags slightly above you there, it pushes you into the DPS of the Lucian and the Nami. And if he just flashes, even if Jose flash follows, I don't think that Jan and Core can actually close that gap and probably kill him.
Which means that Jose is making the objectively correct decision, right? Even if your opponent makes the call to outplay you, it's still putting him in a more compromised spot.
That's why ability placement is actually so important in League of Legends, right? It's so much about this. And Masu trying to hold the wave off the tower. We know that Griffin is behind them, but not really an angle to do anything here. Griffin's still staying around, though. He's spending a lot of time on this.
Yeah, if this doesn't pay off, it's going to be pretty costly, I would assume, for Griffin, who goes in with a Vault Breaker, and Jan just immediately dashes out of the way. So no true pressure here. No summoner spells had to be spent on that one as Quad tries to escape. Jose Diodo's pathing towards him over here in mid. So yeah, Griffin, he camps out. He's hanging out in that jungle for a while. But Team Liquid stay calm enough. They just walk it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty well played. They know they have the stacked wave, and I'm going to be honest, I feel like when Masu is really fighting into that wave and holding that, TL got a bit suspicious, right? And now Jose's behind him.
Yeah, Jose has decided, all right, you guys want to bring junglers into this? Let's bring junglers into this. Jose Diodo is taking a little bit of damage from Masu and Cryogen back. Got to be careful, though. Bubble is not going to hit onto Masu as Griffin flies in there with a Vault Breaker and punishes TL's aggressive positioning. Nicely done from FlyQuest. Griffin's finally going to get paid there. Quid goes in, tries to use Abscond Abduct to grab onto Cryogen, get a kill at the very end of things, but the flash from the Lulu keeps Cryo alive.
Yeah, it is going to keep him alive. Obviously, the untold story there off camera, Masu loses another wave to the tower, and Masu does not get the kill. And when the wave crashes on the tower, the wave pushes away from you generally. So we'll see how those minions do kind of equalize down in bot side. And you know, if it does end up being bad for Masu, because Masu, of course, is down both sums. Jan has his barrier back, and the wave is going to be pushing to TL as expected. So TL is going to be still, you know, it's going to be beneficial for the bot lane 2v2 that play, even though Griffin did get a kill.
Back up in top side, let's check in on our Morgan versus Gakkos head-to-head, because remember, it was pretty close for the first couple of minutes in the previous game. It was Griffin's gank that ended up going sideways that kind of set Morgan ahead. But even after Morgan got the first kill, Gakkos was still doing a pretty solid job of staying a little bit ahead in terms of farm. And now Morgan's going in looking for the solo kill. And right as soon as I start talking about things being smooth sailing, it's Morgan who skews it in his favor yet again in the 1v1.
Yeah, that one's tough. That one is a bit of greed from Gakkos, gets him killed. So Gakkos was very close to level 6, and maybe during this pause we can actually just rewatch a replay of that kill, because Morgan gets 6 first, and Gakkos is basically trying to stay in XP range.
Yeah.
But the wave was pushing towards him, and I feel like it's one of those moments where you just need to accept that you're going to have to lose a couple minions, because if you get hit by the public execution in Mininar, you're down a level, you are in big trouble. And in that moment, he kind of just overstays a little bit, walks up when he could have just allowed the wave to come towards him and get 6.
Well, that was certainly a blunder. You know what else is a blunder,
what?
Isaac? When Griffin spills Red Bull on his computer or keyboard or something, which is why we're currently paused in the game. So, I have been told that was safe for air. So we've got a bit of a Red Bull spillage incident
It's
here.
been a while since we've had, you know, the sippy cup incidents.
Yeah, somebody get Sven Skaren on the phone. What's Sven
Spill
Skaren
Skaren,
doing right now?
I think you mean.
Somebody get him on the phone. Somebody's got to still have him have his number. Let's get him in here. Griffin is...
They're talking in all chat. Sorry, I spilled my Red Bull. And Jan goes, XDD, is it GG your keyboard? Masu goes, remake. He says, no, I spilled on my desk.
Okay, so it's only on the desk. That's good. At least it's not in the keyboard or the mouse.
Brother's not even helping. He's just having the ref do it.
Yeah, come on, Griffin, get in there.
Come on, Griffin, you spilled it. Wipe it up.
Soak that up.
Look at him. He's just grinning.
He's
He's
trying to
typing in
keep
chat.
his hands warm. You know what gets your hands warm? Friction.
Some
the
good
friction
hard
of
work.
rubbing a paper towel on the desk. Griffin, Griffin, put down the TikTok.
No, sir.
Get in there and
Put
bump
away
up
the
the Red
phone
Bull.
and wipe up that Red Bull, young man.
Oh, yeah, you're a dad now. This is good training
There
for
you go.
Yeah.
This instant.
Once your kid gets old enough to like move around and start
Yeah.
knocking crap over, you got to
Yeah.
be ready to lay down the law,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. Time to lock in, Lily.
Exactly.
Better be wiping up that spill or it's off to the coal mines.
Yup, gonna have to make sure she's got that Red Bull discipline.
We're going to learn today.
Oh, you spilled another one? That's an extra shift.
Yeah.
All right, we're
Just kidding, Joanne. Don't divorce me.
It's all a joke. It's a prank, I promise. All right, we're back into the game. The Red Bull has been mopped up. Team Liquid is up 700 gold and a single kill. And the big winners so far in this game are Jan and Morgan with those 2 kills, as Jan and Core JJ's pressure in the bottom lane with the Lucian Nami remains ever present. Jan, of course, one of our players who does have the Lucian thumbs up. He's got the check in the box. There's a lot of players historically in North America that are not allowed to play Lucian. Jan is one of the ones that has earned the right.
Yep, he's got his Lucian card for sure. He's locked and loaded. He's a carrying Lucian card member, and is a very good Lucian player. But definitely unfortunate on the top side for Gakkos after how last game went. Was a bit of a silly death, and you know, if you're going to greed for that XP and you see the public execution was coming in, got to flash it, but not only did he not flash it, he then flashed late, and the flash follow was there for the solo kill, so it's kind of egg on your face in both ways, right? You know, you died, you lost your flash, and it was very avoidable. You know, when the wave isn't frozen, sometimes you just got to take your L and lose a few minions and wait for it to come to you.
And I feel like in League of Legends, even if it's just, you know, playing your own ladder games in solo queue, that's one of the most frustrating feelings in a game
Watching
where right
minions die.
afterwards you realize, like, I could have flashed beforehand. Yeah, it sucks to lose flash, but I would have been alive. I probably would have even had most of my health bar still intact. I used the spell anyway because I was getting too confident in my own abilities, and now it's a real punish, and now the whole game feels so much worse.
And that's the tough thing about League of Legends in general, right? Is that League of Legends is a snowbally game. It is not something where you're like, okay, it's fine. I'll just do the same thing next time. Because next time the person has more gold, and sometimes even if you play the fight just as well, you just lose, right?
Yeah,
It
it's like,
doesn't
okay, he's got extra longsword now, so I
Yeah.
guess I don't win.
Yeah, so it does get very tough. Morgan has opened up a nearly 700 gold lead. Morgan, who just extended his contract, by the way, till I think 2028.
2028 it said,
with,
yeah.
with TL, so he's locked in.
Team Liquid really liking Morgan's performance so far, as Masu is not liking Jan and Core JJ's aggro down here. The Lucian Nami again, just playing in the face of the Yunara and Lulu as they try to scale. Jose Diodo does have Cataclysm unlocked, level 6 here on the Jarvan. Jan very close to level 6 on his Lucian, so the calling could also be a factor here soon. Jose Diodo is going to see Masu and Cryogen exiting that brush. He will interrupt their opportunity to recall, further slow down their ability to get back into lane. Core JJ still helping Jose, who uses the Dragon Strike before the flag to get the full damage, but not jump in underneath the turret range, as Quad tries to make his way down here now to find a punish. Griffin is also walking down through the lane. Quad is not going to get the Weaver's Wall that he wanted, and Jan has that culling that I was mentioning he's almost at the level 6 marker for. Quad gets caught in the bubble now, the Aqua Prison throwing him up into the air. Griffin is seen, and now Team Liquid knows, okay, it's a 4-man group from FlyQuest down here on the bottom side. We got to try to get away. Griffin leading the charge. He's got the ulti here on the buy, tries to go in, wants to target Jan. Jan gets flicked back by the seismic shove. Nicely played as Masu collects the money. Jose Diodo trying to get away now, pathing up towards the enemy jungle, but Griffin's ready to chase him down. Griffin grabs another one. FlyQuest, 2 for 0 here so far, but Quid has made his way into the fight. He brings down the chains on Quad, gets one back for TL. Game tied, 3-3. Quid still trying to escape. Cryogen Griffin going underneath the turret, but he takes a ton of damage. The Aqua Prison doesn't hit, and Quid's got to be careful with his cooldowns. Cryo, Griffin, and Masu all still trying to get away from this. Very low mana bars available. Core JJ still looking. Quid right behind him. Abduct isn't going to hit the target, but the Aqua Prison does. Cryogen hit by the tidal wave, and that's another kill. Back over to Quid. I feel like I've been talking for 2 minutes straight, but as the dust settles, we went from a 2-1 game to a 4-3 game, so it's another 2 for 2 overall, I believe. Hold on, we're not done yet. Core JJ looking to grab the kill on Amasu. One more auto attack in the air, gets it done by the seismic shove. Back on the Nami, makes some Team Liquid sushi in the bottom lane, and FlyQuest is eating good. 5-4 game still favors TL.
Look at Core and the player cam just laughing it up, man. The fight both begins and ends with those interrupted recalls. And Jose is just ruining the lives of this FlyQuest bot lane. Masu and Cryogen have been doing fine in the 2v2, but the level 3 gank that gets them, and then they stack the wave, they trade aggressively, they call down their jungler, and on a timing where Masu and Cryogen would have a decent recall, they wouldn't even lose that much. Multiple times, they're just watching everything die to the turret because Jose is interrupting them over and over and over and over again. And it is becoming such a problem here. And even with FlyQuest calling down multiple members to try to fix the issue, the damage has already been done because you can't get those minions back.
Yeah, this is a 1,500 gold lead for Team Liquid with only the 1 kill advantage. Means those gold advantages have to come from somewhere, and a lot of it is out of Masu's farming. The Yunara, you already said, man, it needs to scale. This is a hyper carry champion. And Jan is just making sure that every time he steps up to the wave, he regrets the decision.
Yep, and I mean, it's not just the gold, right? You're saying, oh, 650 gold, that's not that big a deal, is it? Well, they're an entire level down in both support, basically, and AD carry, right? So it is both the gold in pocket as well as the base stats that you have from being up all that experience. So this is a really rough position now for FlyQuest, and they have got to play so safe because they know that Jose could be there.
And it's only going to get worse because look at Jan's inventory. A cull on the Lucian. This just means he's already feeling that confidence, that extra pressure from Jose Diodo, allowing him to buy this item that's going to spike his economy even further ahead. As let's take a look at our general map state here. 11.5 minutes in. It's 2 grubs to 1 for the side of Team Liquid, so no full-on grub state favoring one team or the other. First Drake of the game still hasn't been taken, 11.5 minutes in. Kim Drake first, nobody cares, man. This guy, he is just not the most popular mythical creature on the Rift, but Quid's making his way down into the bottom lane now. Only about 60% HP on the Sylas. Did have the stolen wild growth. Timer was about to run out, so he just pops it on himself there. Heads back over to mid. Jose Diodo also hanging around here on the control ward. Griffin is nearby, shadowing this potential play. Masu's recall is interrupted by the tidal wave. Jan committing everything just to clear out the minions in time. Quid still hanging around. It's a 4-man dive play coming out from Team Liquid. Make it 5. Aqua Prison hits Masu when he's already dead as the play starts, but another nice seismic shove. Looking to take down Jose Diodo, who will fall, but Quad dies in trade. Now Griffin in the middle of everybody. It's a double kill back over to Jan, and he's racking up bodies. Morgan chases Cryogen away. Gakkos may have arrived, but he arrives only to join his friends in death. Surely about to transform into Mega Gnar now. Still 4 players from TL here. Morgan still with a full health bar ready to go. Gakkos is underneath the turret, and it looks like Morgan's going to be the one leading the charge, taking the turret aggro. Gakkos tries to get something back, flashes away to keep himself alive, and he still dies to Quid at the very end. It's a slaughter in bottom lane, and FlyQuest are the ones finding themselves behind again.
I mean, this is just crazy, man. This is just an everything gap, and TL are making FlyQuest look silly. Masu, I think we're going to watch him die again.
Yeah, that one was certainly a little bit silly. Masu, all game long, they have said, let's get Yunara, and then he steps up forward right when he thinks they're going to change the plan. I'm sorry, sir, the plan has not changed.
Yeah, I got to feel bad for Masu and Cryogen, though. This is one of those games where you are just getting camped to high heavens, man.
Yep.
Your top laner made this mistake where they get solo killed. That lost all prio on top side, and you are getting 3-mid over and over and over and over. Your recalls are chain getting interrupted by tidal waves, by everything. You know that it's coming, but TLAW is here too late. Masu pops the ulti, but does not dash out of the bubble in time. Just goes down basically for free, and that pretty much guarantees that this is going to be a lost fight. Gakkos arrives, but the TP is so much later than Morgan's, and not able to really get anything done.
Oh my god, beauty. Beauty. Not enough flash.
Beauty.
Beauty.
Exactly. I agree. That was some beautiful sequencing there from Team Liquid to get what they came for. And here you can see a performance between Spring and Summer by Team Liquid's AD carry Yawn as TL again steal away FlyQuest VC.
Exactly. You know, Isles mentioned it, but last year when TL was doing poorly, it was always kind of like, yeah, TL's not looking that good, but Yawn though. But what if Yawn carries? But what if Yawn pops off? Because he had been playing so well. And then this team was kind of rebuilt around him, and he just has not really performed very well so far this year. Even at MSI, when I think back to these great moments against T1 where they were almost winning, I think of Yawn kind of falling short in the team fights, not playing to the level that we have come to expect of him. But that has not been true so far this summer. He has been looking excellent. And that's a big reason why they're in conversation for Best Team in League.
But right now it's Quid who's in danger. Griffin leads the charge. The flick right after. The damage onto Quid is enough. As over the wall, the flash won't matter. Griffin's ready to follow the TL mid laner, and they get their pick. Now Quad wants more. Tries to ride in the Weaver's wall, block off Yawn, who dashes through the Unraveled Earth, and another beautiful Aqua Prison coming in from CoreJJ to turn the play. He finds two suspended in midair. A double kill back over to Yawn as he takes out Masu. And even when FlyQuest finds something good, Azael, Team Liquid simply finds something better. FlyQuest, they need to go get an x-ray, man. There's lead in their foot. They can't take it off the gas pedal.
Yeah, it's looking really, really tough. And I mean, it's hard to blame when they're this far behind. You got to just kind of send it. Griffin is the only strong one on their team. And he did, going into that fight, have something like a 1.3K gold lead over Jose. But the problem is, everyone else on TL is that much ahead or even further ahead. So they have completely lost control over this one. This one is looking like another stomp. And FlyQuest, well, I think people were very excited about coming into this split, who was looking at this team as a potential Worlds contender here. I mean, we heard it from even Thinkard himself. You know, he told me straight up that they would be going to Worlds. But we saw them against Lion, even with Armeo, they got kind of smacked in that one. And then here again, playing against another top 3 team, We Will Make Worlds is looking a little bit more spooky for FlyQuest fans, for sure. I mean, those are only 2 teams. There is a 3rd slot, but if you can't compete with TL and you can't compete with Lion, you got to beat everyone else in the league. You cannot falter at all, because these are the kind of teams you're going to play in playoffs.
If nothing else, this has reaffirmed their status as a medium to large-sized dog. They are certainly not running the junkyard up against squads like Team Liquid and like Lion. And you're talking about, yeah, Griffin's the one with an individual advantage, with a role advantage over his opponent, right? But the sad part is, it's Jarvan versus Vi. Both of these champions, they're monkeys in rocket ships headed for the moon. You're not going to land that rocket ship. You go in and die, and then the rest of your team mops everything up. You don't want that to be your one point of strength. It's not going to win you a team fight, and that means that Team Liquid just again can utilize this massive 7,500 gold lead. They will force down the tier 1 turret here in the mid lane. They're going to slam Shelly almost into the tier 2. A nice smite from Griffin mid-charge prevents the Herald from being able to farm more money off of those plates. This is just Team Liquid controlling the entire rift.
All right, gut check. Does Masu have more or less gold than CoreJJ?
Less.
All right, let's check. Checking in. Survey says...
Oh, no, he's 500 ahead.
ahead.
It's a 500 difference between the Yunara and the Nami.
That's about all that needs to be said.
Yeah,
there. Yeah. I do love the gold difference for that. The total gold difference is crazy. I was looking, I was like, Core's very ahead. Core almost has 2 items. Does he have more gold? And Masu just based and got a Zeal, so, you know, it's not looking quite as sad, but he got that Zeal, and Yawn is on 3 items. And Serpent's Fang being one of them, he's clearly just looking to snowball here, and I think he has everything he could possibly need to do that.
I think CoreJJ might have more damage against champions at this point in the game.
We can look.
He has
we have the technology.
A lot of spells.
Survey says
so far.
He does.
CoreJJ is 200 ahead. Oh, baby. The prediction.
Yes, sir.
I got it. Let's go. I knew as soon as he hit that 2-man Aqua Prison on the last FlyQuest play, I'm like, this guy is smurfing Masu's damage. Let's go. Gakgos trying to get away now, knows that there's no chance for him to try to stand and deal with this Team Liquid move towards the tier 2 turret up here in the top side. TL just going to bulldoze this one over. They've got the 2 grubs for the extra damage. They got everybody here hanging out right now, just looking to make sure that nobody stops them on the FlyQuest side, so they'll force that objective objective down, head on back out.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like the most grim part of the damage rankings there was the fact that Gakkos was below both the supports in a range versus melee matchup. So that's a bit of a tough one, right? He's had a tough time. You know, Masu and Cryogen have been outplayed by Core and Yan, but at least they have the cope of like, it was team gap. Everyone's down here. We got chain camped. But Gakkos does not have that same fallback here, and the entire map has fallen apart. TL are just pushing forward, taking everything on both sides of the map, getting vision for everything. There is really nothing that FlyQuest can contest. They've got to look for like 3v1s and stuff like that at this point, but it is going to be hard to find any sort of an angle to even attempt to play.
Yeah, it's just super rough at this point. I mean, we talked about how Gakkos into the previous game, either 0-5 and 0, 0-6 and 0. I don't remember if he died the one last time at the very end or not, but still was not able to find himself on the board in that one. And here in game number 2, it's the same story. Been a very rough series for the FlyQuest top laner today. Morgan telling a very different tale, having a great time up there, getting that solo kill in this one, having a better sense of awareness and positioning for that massive play bottom lane that both TP'd down. He was there first. He was the one who had the real impact in the fight.
And this series has been a stomp, but this has actually been a pretty good rivalry, you know, since 2024. Since, you know, that was Inspired joining FlyQuest. Obviously, prior to that, TL was running the series a lot more. You know, they had been winning mostly. With Inspired, FlyQuest was doing quite well. Now, Inspired obviously has left. He is on Lion. FlyQuest, though, you know, rebuilt with this new roster with a lot of young players, and they have been trying to scale, try to keep this rivalry going. These two orgs have been meeting in a lot of finals over the last couple of years and a lot of big matches over those last couple of years, and FlyQuest definitely do not want to fall behind.
Yeah, I feel like for a long time it was kind of like the TL and C9, the blue teams were kind of the leaders, and then, you know, once Inspired switches over to FlyQuest, they became one of those title contenders, and it really did feel like, yeah, this was a rivalry that was going hard back and forth. You brought up the stats. Yeah, it's super neck and neck, but right now it seems like Team Liquid are locked in, and FlyQuest is just not on a comparable level right now. FlyQuest earlier, when TL were forcing down the tier 2 in the top side, Fly just got a Drake. Now they're trying to go after Quid, who pops his stasis through the arm guard to survive the initial engage. Masu, wild growth down to 400 HP, trying to get himself away, but the stolen cease and desist will stop him in his tracks. Cryogen has to try to escape now, but yet again, it's both bot laners on FlyQuest dead as the whole Team Liquid crew comes for the bounties on their heads. It's negative bounties at this point, man. You've killed them so many times. They got to be worth 100 gold. Team Liquid, they're heading over to Baron.
Yeah, they are heading over to Baron, and I mean, yeah, you did look for the fight there on a Quid, but they didn't even get him low, and engaging on him just gave him the vial to be able to find Masu, kill him off. The Baron will not even be looked at here from FlyQuest. They're just gonna give it up, and it feels like 22 minutes in, 8.5k gold lead, Baron on their side.
Yeah.
I could easily see the game ending during this Baron buff. I feel like pretty much any fight they take will be a winning one.
I feel like it's kind of difficult not to win from here. With just this much of a lead, with the composition that you have, being able to have Ambessa and Jarvan full sended in, Silas being able to steal a Gnar ult or a Vi ult or a Talia ult to join up with them, and your 80 carry is nearly 5,000 gold ahead. I don't even need to comment on this. This is Quid farming a wave, essentially. Just grabbing a free kill on the Cryogen there in the enemy jungle. That Lulu is out of the picture for only 25 seconds because his level still isn't particularly high when you're a support on a team that's this far behind. Yeah, yep. That's what it is. You're going to be back on the Rift here soon. And so is Team Liquid. Unfortunately, they are right back onto the Rift, and they are barreling down the bottom and mid lane simultaneously. It's Yan and Quid. They're doing a 2-3 split here, making sure they have plenty of pressure on whichever spot FlyQuest is not defending. However, the waves are not crashing into the same places at the same times. Tier 2 turret going to be left alone as Masu does get hit by the abduct. Stolen wild growth going to keep Quid alive for now, but he has evolved that arm guard into a full-on Zhonya's hourglass, so he just goes stasis to drop the turret aggro again. Tier 3 turret forced down. Masu killed off. Inhibitor already gone. Bot lane inhibitor turret, your next target. It's a 5-man TL push. They don't even need the second lane of super minions. Honestly, they know they got a 5v4 for the next 20 seconds. The next wave, they might just try to force down the Nexus, but no, they will ultimately go back towards that inhib. You can see Morgan putting in the work on this one. First Nexus turret about to fall right next to it. Inhib gone, Nexus turret gone. It's 4 men in a turret trying to fight for their lives on the FlyQuest side. Masu finally revives. This will be FlyQuest's last stand. They group up. They find a flick onto Quid. Remember, there is no stasis available on the Sylas any longer. Morgan tries to jump in to provide a little bit of protection, but with both solo laners chunked out, Team Liquid are now backing away. FlyQuest, they smell blood. They're trying to get that opportunity to go in. Morgan flies into the back line, putting the pressure on him. Hosdioto's ready to follow up. Defensive Mega Gnar coming out from Gatgos. Hosdioto, a couple more auto attacks onto Griffin, wants to try to finish him off, and he plants the flag on his corpse. Masu barely staying alive, as finally they will take down the Jarvan. FlyQuest at least get one, but Core JJ's on a killing spree. Quad's dead again. It's Masu and Gatgos versus everybody on Team Liquid. Masu gets ran over yet again. Yon is dominating 21-7. Gatgos falls. Team Liquid smash FlyQuest to wrap up the week.
Holy, TL are looking good, man. The way that I feel like Jose and Core are playing together has been so impressive. This bot lane dominance from Yon and Core JJ, smashing the 2v2, having the jungle help to really extend that advantage further, and it just feels like TL are clicking right now. And I have got TL and Lion, man. That series, that is circled on my calendar. Gonna be in week 6 at the Lion homestand in Mexico. And I feel like that is the matchup at this point that everyone is gonna be looking at to decide who really is the top dog, because TL are looking so damn good. I don't think it's a guarantee by any means that Lion are still #1.
After Team Liquid smashed their MSI opponents that weren't the reigning back-to-back-to-back world champions, after Lion had their near elimination of HLE, I think everybody was excited to see them come back to the LCS in summer, and I'm even more so now. It has been an impressive performance yet again from TL, and now we're gonna head things back on over to the lounge.
I know they were talking about the dog tier list again. Team Liquid feels like the neighborhood dog that I had in my childhood that chased every child. that chased every child.
This sounds like you were scarred for life.
Yes, I was. Come on in here, Quid. Come on in here, Quid and Morgan. Let's go.
Have a seat.
How's it going, guys? This is a fast day. You guys made it a very fast day. How are you feeling, Quid?
I mean, I think we played pretty good today.
I think so too.
So I'm quite happy with our performance, and yeah, I think everyone in our team is playing insanely well at the moment. Yeah.
I agree. Morgan, you had a really great series today on, especially the Olaf game was crazy. What have you been working on from spring to summer?
I feel like after MSI season, I think we did a good job.
Okay.
So I think we are better than like before MSI, like connections. We already connections is so well. So I think our stage games is also more connections before MSI. So I think it's good for us.
I keep hearing this, and this is for Quid or Morgan. How are you more connected? How have you fixed it?
For me, I think it's mainly we're enjoying playing with each other more. Like we're like laughing with each other. We're just making fun of our mistake, not taking seriously. That kind of vibe make us just playing well and just being happy with each other. I think that's the most reason why we're playing well.
Yeah. For example, when we made the mistakes, we was like, it is what it is. Like that. Yeah.
We talked to Jan last week, and he said it's because you guys got to go to Korea for MSI. How true is that? Because he said it specifically changed. Something changed you when you guys got to go back to Korea.
I'm not sure how fact is that, because I think Yon was the most. I think he was most enjoy. He was enjoying the most.
Yeah.
Like I think he changed the most.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if me and Morgan got changed it. I think Yeon got changed it.
Yeah.
Yeon is really enjoying right now at the moment. So it's really good to see. Yeah, I think it was Yeon.
Okay, so it's
Who got
him.
changed.
Do you agree with him that it's more Yeon?
I was changing, but because it's been a long time when I saw my Korean fans.
Yeah.
So yeah, in MSI season, I saw like my Korean fans and just cheering for me, and this moment is really helpful me. Yeah, so.
I heard in Korea, and maybe I'm incorrect here, that your mom owns like a place, like a what's it called, a restaurant or something?
Yeah.
And so like people would go there to like do meet and greets with the fans. Is that true?
My mom's restaurant?
Maybe not.
Coffee shops.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I guess this is not really a question. It might turn into a question. But first of all, congratulations on the re-signing for Team Liquid. Congratulations on that. How has the journey been? It feels like a short journey, but it's like feels like a long year that you had with Team Liquid. How has it been, and reactions to re-signing with them?
To me, I love the new environment.
Yeah.
And also, obviously, weather is perfect. And yeah, I think that's really biggest for me. Like,
yeah.
Team environment and the actual environment?
Literally both.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
The double environment combo.
And, actual environment.
Quid, you won LCS MVP before. I feel like small sample size the first 3 weeks, you're playing really well. Are you better now than you were when you won MVP?
I think I'm playing the best at the moment since this year.
Okay.
I would say I'm getting better and better. And also, I'm not sure, but I always play well in summer.
Oh, okay.
for the Worlds.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm the type of guy who plays well when it's most important season.
Yeah. Team Liquid players, Summer Split matters.
Yeah.
So you're a Summer Split guy.
When you can lock in. And Quid, just kind of following up, because this reminds me, your play style, at least the way that I'm seeing you're playing the Rise game, reminds me very much of like your 100 Thieves style, where it's like you're moving a lot, you're constantly finding angles, like you're finding a play top, you're immediately going back mid, you don't give a damn if you lose a wave mid, if you're going for a bot lane play. Like, would that be how you enjoy, because you're talking about joy, is that how you view and love playing the game?
Oh yeah, that game was for sure fun to play. Just keep running around the map, collecting the kill.
Yeah.
And I think those kind of play styles that Lige need to have. I think before today I saw Lige was 0-8 or 0-7 in LCS.
Specifically for Loki, unfortunately, that was a Loki.
Yeah. Never mind. I was thinking, how Lige keep losing? This champion is quite OP.
Yeah.
So I decided to show them.
There we go.
Yeah, we actually covered a bunch of your Rise play. So for both of you, who do you think was player of the game?
In game one?
For game two.
Game two.
Game one was you.
Yeah.
You and Morgan were both very good in game one.
I'll give it to either Yeon or Morgan.
Wait a minute, did I just read that
It's
correctly?
Jose!
Oh my God, it's Jose! I want to see the votes. Who voted for who?
I voted Jose.
Because me and Jad went on.
I want to give Jose.
You wanted to give Jose?
Why would you vote Jose? Why do you think Jose was player of the game?
I did only my job, like only because top laner.
Yeah.
But if he win mid or bottom lane, I think it's Jose something did good, made a good happen. So,
yeah. It worked out that way. That's amazing. That's amazing. Let's actually take a look at today's player of the games as a whole, because I'm interested in seeing, just reminding myself of Series 1. But yeah, I mean, while we're taking a look at it, just talk about your team a little bit more. Like, Who have we not talked about from your team do you feel like deserves the most credit? I'll start with you, Quid.
I would say it's Morgan, cause I don't think it's normal that Morgan is winning matchup whatever he plays.
Yeah.
I think people maybe people knows, but he's not getting that much credit from that. Yeah, I do think Morgan is getting less credit more than other people.
You just heard that, Morgan. Now I want to hear yours. Who do you think deserves credit that maybe hasn't been getting that much?
I'd like to say is Core.
Yeah.
Because the meta is getting changed, but he always like study how do I like make a good situation. He always I was shocking like he's still have a passion. So
yeah, it's quite kind of shocking.
So
Yeah, it's quite shocking. I cannot believe his age. So yeah.
And still playing so much. Okay, well, congratulations on the win one more time, guys. Thank you. You guys feel free to head back to your team.
Yeah, much appreciated. You guys can head off.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Bye bye.
Hell yeah.
On
This
the
one's for
topic
you.
of us being done.
Yeah.
I had Liam. He
actually
came back with a stat
managed to
request
do it.
very quickly.
That was very fast.
Shout out to Liam, honestly.
Yeah.
He's so OP.
As Morgan and Quid were coming to us, I made the stat request. Was this the fastest regular season day we've ever had by game time since switching to the new format? And we have our answer. It's the second fastest regular season day by game time since we swapped to best of threes. 102.2 minutes of game time.
That's
Apparently,
ridiculous.
2024 Summer Week 3 Day 2 was 99 minutes.
99 minutes.
When C9 2-0'd Shopify and FlyQuest 2-0 Dig.
Yeah.
But we were close. I mean, we played 2 series in under 3
Yeah,
hours
that's
from start of
crazy.
Champ Select. So not only did the teams have to be fast, the whole production team had to be on point.
Yeah, true.
So there's no delays.
No nothing.
Right? Aside from that one pause, if Griffin
Wait,
doesn't spill his water,
we would have had the
we have
fastest
record.
day
And
if
that's
Griffin
nobody's
hadn't
fault
d-
but Griffin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys know he streams often.
Yeah.
Hit him with that accusation
Could
because
have
it's
had the
very
record.
true.
Although he doesn't want that record if he's on the losing side. Either way, here are your Samsung OLED power players for this week, which was, on the second day, the fastest second all-time day since we switched to the format. Fudge had a great week and fastest 100 CS as well by a pretty wide margin.
And producers just says pauses don't contribute to the game time, so even still, it would have been completely fine.
Oh, that's
All
true.
right,
Yeah,
so we
that's
can't
fair.
blame Griffin.
I trolled it.
Well, I would love to blame people, so
Yeah.
I was
Somehow it's
quick to the
Griffin's
trigger
fault.
on that one.
Somehow
Yeah,
it's
we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I mean, fastest legendary item, Quid. Yeah, I mean, it is what
Yawn,
it is.
2 minutes, 6 seconds on the bot lane kill.
Oh, nice.
The dream.
Also, both Morgan and Thanatos getting top fastest to 100 CS,
And
as well as Fudge.
yeah, Fudge
Like,
being up
he
there.
had
It's been
quite a good little series for himself.
And Split, the man has been killing it. Actually, that is the one that I'm now on Kangus's train. Kangus has
What?
been an
Raz,
uninhabited
don't do
chain
this.
for a while.
Don't
they
do
did.
this.
They did finally beat someone that's not named DST or Dignitas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
they're on
be
the up and up.
It's just a normal. It's
You
not like
put Shopify last in your power rankings
True.
going into the split.
so they don't want to hear it. And I'm not taking the train for long. I'm just taking it one stop. I'm on the train. I'm off the train. But I've paid the fare. I deserve
Okay.
to be on the train.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I paid the fare.
All right.
Don't ask how.
I do love a good train analogy. Our player of the week, and trains just in general, big fan of public transportation, unironically. Who's player of the week? It is...
It's Quid again!
Yeah! Nicknamed the train.
Too good.
The Quid train.
The Quid train.
The Team Liquid
Do you have
train.
tickets to the Quid train,
Oh,
Raz?
we all do. We all do. This entire split. I love the question about him having, like, is he playing better than his MVP split?
Yeah.
Because to me, I know it's 3 weeks, but holy moly, these 3
Look.
weeks have been magical.
He said it himself. He's just a summer guy. He wants to do well leading up to Worlds.
They love the
and
environment, and it's the sunniest
He
during
wants
summer.
to get to Worlds, and yeah. He did
It's a little
have...
warm for me.
Yeah?
I feel like it's a little warmer than
It-
I want.
it
It's
was-
humid during the nights.
It
But
was actually pretty hot today.
I'm complaining about like, oh no, it's 82. It's like almost perfect.
I also, so yeah, I just like weather. honestly.
Oh,
I miss
you're
weather.
just like weather.
I miss weather.
That
I
is-
miss rain. I miss thunderstorms.
You somehow had a lukewarm take in a weather discussion.
Weather is
Wait,
good.
what? How is that a lukewarm take? Most people love it here.
Oh, you just said you love weather,
Yeah,
period.
she wants the season.
I want seasons.
She wants it to
I
be
want it to
rainy
be
and
cold and
snowy.
rainy and
Understandable. Quid's not hearing
thunderstorms,
it.
but
Quid's not
yeah,
hearing it.
Quid is already waving me off.
Yeah,
Or he's
understandable.
waving something in the game off.
But no.
Play with joy. I mean, that's the culture of this
it's
team
really
now.
cool.
It really feels like Quid, Jose, Morgan, Jan, they're just having fun, and that's really key to winning.
Yeah.
And I think that was a big thing for Quid. When he's on 100 Thieves,
Yep.
a lot of it's loose, he's having a lot of fun, he's playing at his best. It's the same case here. When there was a lot of pressure on Team Liquid and everybody was on them, I felt like that was like a major point of question on how Quid was playing in the first couple, like one split, two splits. That's gone, and he's been on fire.
We are not yet halfway through the split, but next week,
Yeah.
we will be more than halfway through the split.
Let's go!
Because everyone plays 7 series. So,
All right.
all the wins versus none of the wins. It's match 1. I'm going to favor Team Liquid in this. Shopify Dig.
I know who I'm
I
going
think that's
for.
a moment. I think that's the moment for Dardoch and Palafox.
And that, my friends,
That's your match of the week,
that's my
Raz.
match of the week.
Dardoch has inserted himself into Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3.
That's
Yeah.
true!
Wow.
They brought in
Oh
the
my God,
big
it's
name
perfect.
celebrity for the 3rd installment of the
since
series.
You all
That's what
live.
happens usually in the trilogy.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually going to be great. I'm going Fly C9 for my match of the
Oh,
week.
your match of the week. Raz, what's
Yeah.
your match of the week?
Oh, it's for sure SR
He said
versus
SR
Dig.
Dig.
Let's
go!
Yeah.
We have
I
celebrity
think
cameos.
Raz wins.
We do.
Yeah.
We have Zazel's cameo.
Oh, I love
it. And we also now have Dardoch's cameo. I think that's
Wow.
great.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dardoch for coming back to the LCS. I know he had to play literally the best team in the league.
Yeah.
And he's been getting hammered with content. He's got a couple of, he said something really nice to Dokla before the day.
Yep.
Social media did an interview with him. I did a pregame interview with him.
We did a
Y'all did a
post-match
post-series interview
interview.
with him. He's going to be on Pros. He's getting hit with the media requests.
Literally nonstop.
So,
Shout out.
bless you, Dardoch. I hope you still have energy for Pros. That's going to be out on Monday. But that is it for us here on the LCS this Sunday. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, which is our normal time for Team Liquid to take on DSG. We will see you there. So if Dardoch can come in and turn this Dignitas team around, it's going to be a story.
Go flash, go flash.
Okay, it's fine, fine,
You
fine.
gotta fight, yeah.
I'm mega.
No flash on any. No flash on any.
I'm coming, I'm flanking, guys. Play slow.
Okay, okay.
I'm flanking. I'm flanking.
I vote for any.
I'm okay.
Oh, okay, funny though.
Same.
Kill
We
him,
can go home.
Chivo.
We can go home fast.
Yeah,
Oh.
nice. Thank you, guys.
What an R ultimate from Big Dogs! It's a slaughter in the bot lane. Lion pounce and get the ace.
They're gonna chase us.
Yeah, if they chase, we can turn after.
Yeah, let's try to
Hiding first. Hiding first.
I'm
Come down.
Can't really help this one.
Yeah. Whoa.
No ultimate. No.
Anything, guys? Dash 2
I'm
seconds.
chasing.
Quick,
Go,
quick,
please,
quick,
please,
quick, quick.
please.
Watch me, watch me, watch me.
EE. Wow. Give me a kill, give me a kill. Slow. 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 I go. Let's go. Okay. Anything? I will now.
I will. Into.
I hit. Yeah, okay. Anything?
Yo!
Kill. Okay. Thank you, Queen.
They didn't even break a sweat. Team Liquid smash FlyQuest to wrap up the week.
I'm the f***ing GOAT. Call me Messi Prime. Triple King. My team is so good. Oh my god, beauty. Yo!
Kick it. Okay.